Cup día 1. Y es que ya se encuentran habilitadas las predicciones para realizar en la página de las competiciones eSports de Brawl Stars, para deducir quiénes avanzan en este torneo, y bueno, yo aquí voy con mi punto de vista objetivo. Entre SK Gaming y Revenant Spark me inclinaré por SK ya que son buenos jugando, y aparte Revenant no es que sea un equipo decente como para darle cara. Entre Hmble y Toxic Lotus está claro que vamos por Hmble, son extremadamente profesionales y hasta ganaron la Brawl Ball League, además de que contiene altas probabilidades también de la Liga Own Masters. Entre Z Division y Elevate, voy a elegir a Z Division, son también jugadores altamente capacitados, y de hecho qué raro que entrara el quinto puesto del clasificador. Y este es uno de para mí los duelos más parejos del día 1, entre Tribe Gaming y Loud, y bueno, la verdad los dos son muy buenos, pero para mí, en este partido, Loud se llevaría la revelación y ganaría el partido. No creo en que se pueda dar, pero por favor creemos que esto ocurra y recemos todos juntos que se dé, pero bueno, si gana Tribe no pasa nada. Luego están los partidos decisivos, creo que esto es como un playoff o algo similar. Entre Revenant y Elevate, me inclinaré por Elevate porque el otro no tiene nada, y entre Tribe y Toxic Lotus obviamente Tribe es mucho mejor que los otros. Y así quedarían las predicciones, si tienes algún cambio lo puedes dejar en los comentarios, y nos vemos pronto banda. Predicciones de la Brawl.
cooking up some carnage and serving it piping hot.
down! Goal! meow! Mask hides the predator within. Feline feisty. That was positively embarrassing. I'm way too curious to be furious. I am feline feisty. I am feline feisty. I'm the catalyst of carnage.
step out onto this stage to prove themselves worthy. Make no mistake, these players are competing for more than just their trio. They are fighting for their region. It is going to get tribal up here on the main stage, and I cannot wait. So, to fully grasp how we got here today, why don't we wind the clocks back and remind ourselves of the journey from the online qualifier to the BRAWL CUP.
Man, this is going to be wild.
Dude, they're fighting over additional regional slots. It's going to be nuts. It's a first.
How did we even get here? No, seriously, how did we get here?
Dude, we did the same shows.
Just asking for a friend.
Right. Okay, well, if I was going to explain it to your friend, it would go something like this. It all started like this. Cole was like, pew, pew, pew. And then Elp. Whoa. That was weird.
This isn't the first time I've seen that before. You just lagged IRL.
Yeah, I felt that. But that's impossible because we don't lag here at the BSC, Kenny. Well, anyway, as I was saying, in EMEA, we had an absolute masterpiece of a grand final between SK Gaming and Hmble. SK Gaming are looking better than ever, and this is Humble's chance to prove to the world that they are still on top. Loud emerged from an absolute roller coaster of a monthly final in South America with a close win. The hopes of South America are pinned on their backs, and we'll no doubt see what they're made of. And then we have Tribe Gaming of North America with yet another dominant performance as they remain undefeated. Elevate follows closely behind with their consistent hold of second place.
And then?
They were literally your games.
True. Well, I can break down the ones that I didn't cast.
This man's not real.
In East Asia. In East Asia, we witnessed another dominant showing from Zeta as the Mechanical Wizards laid 3-0s in their wake. And yes, their love for Shade has yet to fade. In Chinese mainland, the grueling competition within the region gave us the best they have to offer, Toxic Lotus. It's going to be exciting to see how they'll fare against the rest of the world. Further down south, we have Revenant X-Spark who won the LPL, being the main representative of the South Asia region. It's going to be interesting to see what this budding team has in store for us this BRAWL CUP.
Man, this is going to be awesome.
With so many contenders, I honestly have no idea who's going to win.
Well, without further ado, these are our finalists.
Coming to you live from the city that brought us the microchip, laser tag, and Post Malone, welcome to DreamHack Dallas, and welcome to the BRAWL CUP. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, and over the course of this weekend, our teams are going to be fighting for more than just money, more than pride. Yes, this competition is a battle of regions, and so with that being said, if you're at home or if you're right here at DreamHack, it's time to kick off the BRAWL CUP.
Welcome to Dallas, Texas, hosting the very first battle of the regions, where 8 teams from around the world aren't just playing for themselves. They're fighting for their flag, their people, their pride. Teams brawled through the Spring Split monthly finals. They earned their place here at the BRAWL CUP and now stand ready to represent their region on a global stage. With 2 LCQ slots and 1 World Final slot on the line, this weekend will shape the competitive scene for the rest of the year.
Here comes the move, Luffy taken down by Joe. But now it's Lenar, and it's not enough. Turret to use, Hmble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
From the heart of Dallas, Texas, let the battle of the regions begin.
We're live from the Lone Star State, and halfway through the BSC season, we've narrowed the field to the 8 best teams from across the globe. These teams have made their way here to DreamHack Dallas to battle for an additional world slot for their own region. For the next 3 days, this is the epicenter of Brawl Stars esports. It's time to reignite old rivalries and spark new ones. Folks, settle up for the very first BRAWL CUP. Now, gentlemen, I hope you brought your best boots today.
Okay. You know what? The boots are going to be safe for day number 2 and 3. I brought my Texas regalia. I'm a native Texan. This is really how we dress.
Are you going to be able to stretch your leg up onto the desk to show us?
I will.
I want to see that.
I will get my lunges
The
in
NA
before the
guy
show.
doesn't even have his boots ready. Ark, are you ready for today?
Oh, I've been born ready for this. I think it's a fantastic format for the BSC, and I cannot wait to see how it unfolds.
Well, this is A banger. Let's start off with the format. We split all of these 8 teams into 2 different groups, A and B. Each of those groups will play GSL format. It's like a double elimination bracket, and the top 2 from each group are going to make it into the top 4. From there on, they'll play in a single elimination bracket, and that is when the prizes start to come in. It's all about those World Finals and LCQ slots for the winners.
Yeah, that is the main story here. The winner, of course, getting a slot for those World Finals, and of course the LCQ following that for 2nd and 3rd. And here we have our groups. In Group A, of course, elevates from North America, Revenant, Xspark, SK Gaming, and Zeta Division there. Group B, Hmble, Loud, Toxic Lotus, and Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, we have those 2 groups ready, and you better get your predictions ready right now. We're going to have a look at what they said a little later. First up, I want to know what you at home on your screens say. You can vote right now to get some Pro Pass XP going for your Pro Pass, and you can get some star drops. You can get the Astral's Cold Skin. You can get some pins, so you better get that going right now. Now, also new, we don't have a cap anymore, so you can earn some points with every single vote you write, not just until 1,000 points or whatsoever. Looking at the predictions now from our casters, we seem to agree pretty much. What's Barney doing on that match 4, though?
I'm a little mystified as well. I think Barney thinks that this is going to be the time that Loud really shows us what they're made of, because in the past, South America has struggled to perform on the international stage, and Tribe Gaming actually was looking a bit dubious in those scrims.
I'm just laughing because that's the first time seeing our headshots, by the way, and they are brilliant. Top notch, absolutely love it.
I had to pull it together here. As well. Yeah, we love those shots, don't we? Now, heading into match number 1. We already seen what we all said. SK might win this one. I do think their opponent could cause an upset today, would be a big one. SK Gaming looking very strong currently. Won 2 of their monthly finals, one of the only ones to do that in their own region ready. They're looking on fire.
We've seen their performance as of late, but we already started to get a whisper of this as we headed into the season. They won the Champions Invitational before the season even got started. And as soon as Ope joined this roster in place of Lena, we were seeing a reunion between him and Yoshi from that historic grudge match that we saw back in 2023.
We wanted to get a little insight for the players themselves. I hope they're ready.
The match against Revenant will be very exciting because my teammates want a revenge against Zar, and yeah, I've never played against that team, so I'm also excited for that one.
We call them the Kingslayers arc. Would you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
I mean, for good reason. You know, when you look back to the February monthly finals, beating Hmble not just once, but then twice as well. And it was a closer scoreline in April to a 3-2 scoreline, but nonetheless, you know, they're getting their revenge over Hmble, the team that they lost to in the semi-finals of the World Finals 2024.
So they beat 1 World Final champions. They also beat Foot Esports, back then Zeta Division, so they beat not 1, but 2 in their own home region. Now, on the other side of the ring, we have Revenant Xspark ready. This team could cause one of the biggest upsets today.
And they have caused an upset in the past. If we flash back to last year, they managed to take down Crazy Raccoon in their home region. We know that these guys are on the cusp of greatness. That's because they almost made it to the last chance qualifier last year, but it was only by a single point that they missed that mark.
Absolutely brutal, isn't it, really? Come 1 point shy and then have to go around the whole entire year yet again to redeem themselves, but that's what they're here to do today. And with Zar coming into this roster, who I think is going to fit in really nicely, this is actually a roster that's quite scary to a lot of regions now.
We also had the chance to sit down with them to ask them if they have a chance, and they seem to believe they do.
We're playing against SK Gaming. I think we have a high chance to beat them, right?
Now ready, you already mentioned it. They're on the cusp of greatness.
That's right, they were really, really close to making it to a postseason last year, and they even took down the champions of the region, Crazy Raccoon. They have the stuff in them, and keep in mind that this is a different regional format this year compared to last year. Last year, they were in the APAC region, playing against some of the greatest teams in Brawl Stars. Now they've established dominance in their home region of Southeast Asia. They are undoubtedly #1 in their native scene.
I hear that the players are already just waiting for their moment to shine on stage, so let's bring them in, Barney.
A David and Goliath story right off the bat. DreamHack Dallas, make some noise for your first two teams. It's Revenant X Spark versus SK Gaming. Playing for Revenant X Spark, we have Response, Zar, and Jay. And their opponents from SK Gaming, it's Joker, Ope, and Yoshi.
I see 7 people on that stage. 6 of them at least look locked in. Pedro, calm as always, Ark.
Absolutely so, and I was chatting to Pedro last night. The team are feeling very, very confident, and for good reason. Definitely not getting ahead of themselves. Keeping themselves grounded has always been a thing historically with SK Gaming. They like to take each step one thing at a time, but they are in a phenomenal position coming into this competition.
Revenant X Spark is playing with a stop today. It's Zar though. He got second in the World Finals once. He's bringing the experience that maybe the other two might be missing a little bit still. At least we saw how in the interview he definitely hyped them up, right?
This is true. He's got some big shoes to fill. Sargent is a player that he's replacing on this roster. He wasn't able to make it to this LAN. But Zar is pretty similar in terms of brawler pool and in terms of the role that he fills on the roster. When he played for Stamina, when he took second place at Worlds in 2023, he was really the aggro for the team. That's usually the role that Sargent would play.
I just love the fact that Zar coming into the squad is the person that's really, cheerleading themselves, because we didn't see in that clip much said from the side of others. But I feel like, to be honest, Revenant X Spark are a bit of a dark horse in this competition. I think that when you look at the scrims and analyze them just a little bit, I know that not every caster loves to do that, but I like to get a little bit of a glimpse as to what we can expect to see. And after speaking to players, Revenant X Spark, Toxic Lotus, these are players and teams that we're not necessarily expecting to go the distance. Let's be honest, because it would be a phenomenal thing if they were to be able to do that. It would be the best that their region's really performed at LAN. But nonetheless, I think they've got a solid chance here.
We do want to see some upsets today. Revenant X Spark has the chance to do that now. Last year they played in a different region already, and they almost made it to LCQ even. They beat Crazy Raccoon in one of the monthly finals. They have what it takes.
It was a super close call. Keep in mind that was with their full roster as well. We have yet to see really how they're going to be able to perform with Zar. Zar has the experience, okay? We talked about he's been at the World Finals, he's been runner-up as well. He's not going to get stage fright, and he was more vocal than the other two on the team.
91% in favor of SK Gaming to the 9% of Revenant X Spark on event.brawlstars.com. That is saying quite a statement. Not quite sure it's entirely fair or reasonable, because I think that Revenant have got still a very, very solid roster here to be considering. But of course, when the fans come together, as a competition like the BRAWL Cup would also try to encourage, 91%, that's a lot of SK Gaming fans.
The stage is set now for the very first match of this weekend, this 3-day event here. We're going to head into our very first draft, and we'll already see some picks flying in here. Hank, Gray, Charlie, those are the SK specials we know. Chester's going to be the first pick up here. He's been a super good spot in the last meta. We also see someone that did show up last month, though. It's going to be Jae Young.
Jae Young, he's so consistent. He has all this flexibility. He is a must for a first pick, because you can do a lot with your draft following that. But SK Gaming, they left this brawler open. They have a plan to deal with it. Like Sunny said, they have Chester on their team, whose hypercharge is still as strong as it was in the last patch. It's just that he doesn't get it as frequently since the charge rate is slowed down.
It's a scary brawler. Amber coming in with the hypercharge now. So much areas that, spray with the oil. And to burn that down, it's going to leave nowhere for SK Gaming to hide. So that Buster's going to be great in the early game, but not so great in the later game. Great to see Jay coming in so soon in the competition too. The two different modes of which he's going to be working around the work mode to have additional speed and those shots with the kind of slipstream to allow your team to get into position quickly, followed by then the party mode to have the heals coming in and that support factor. Janet, of course, a really great pick here on the side there of Revenant X Spark. I'm really quite liking their draft so far. It makes a lot of sense.
I'm seeing also some flexibility from Revenant X Spark in terms of which brawler they decide to put it mid. They can absolutely have Janet make a last-minute heist for some of these gems in a clutch recovery moment. Don't want to be leaning on that, but having that option available to you is pretty nice. It'll also be able to block that Gene pull if necessary. Gene has been such a crucial brawler in the meta right now. He's going to be a phenomenal mid. He'll be able to scout out the bushes and also have having a pull is never a bad thing.
It's going to be OPE on the Buster, and that's the scary prospect with this draft in favor of SK Gaming for me. You know, it's one of those brawler picks which he just plays so phenomenally well, and I think Revenant and Xbox have got to be very, very careful with how they tread again in this early game scenario, because if OPE wins that lane side, then it's going to be very, very hard to retake.
OPE immediately pairing up with either Yoshi or Joker, trying to stay in close vicinity. He's going to get that super and hypercharge for free as long as he stays close. Meanwhile, on the right side, Zar is immediately creating the pressure in. Joker out with Vengeful Spirits, one of the most powerful things in Jean's kit right now. Pressures Zar back just a little bit. And now OPE is going into the position he's going to be most comfortable in already. Kill on the right side, looking for another on the J, but he's got to keep the safe distance and pops the shield to stay alive.
I think a smart decision there from OPE to swap the lane side there as well, and Yoshi's done a great job on that left-hand side of clearing things up. X9J now in the middle with 5 gems. Got to retreat slightly to allow his teammates to pick up some of these kills. Good damage there from Zar going into Joker, who has got the magic hand, but nothing off the back of it as OP comes up off the back of things as well. Hypercharge is with him. 2 gems for SK Gaming, and now closing the gap.
SK own these bushes. They have Ope in position. And Joker now just trying to circle around and get that super. Ideally, they can get a pull onto X9J since he doesn't have anything to block it. It shouldn't be too hard. Also, with that gadget used from Zar, he'll be able to pull that guy too. Joker gotta be closing in on his next pull. He's already got one off and he's likely closing in on the hypercharge as well. SK Gaming are absolutely dominating mid. And Revenant and Xbark are having a real rough time at establishing any sort of presence.
Look at the aggressiveness of SK Gaming. They just left the gems spawning into the mid to hold down their positions, and it works fantastically well. 8 gems now, the lead by 2. And these kills from X9J can't come fast enough for a response, who's staying ahead just simply because of those. Now, slowing the pace slightly as SK Gaming have retreated back. Yoshi coming in now to that left-hand side into the mix. OP is still very dangerous. Has no shielding though. Would like to be able to obtain that by getting closer proximity with Joker. And this magic hand, it's got to connect from Joker, and that's a hypercharge to nowhere. And SK Gaming now are going to be taking all the gems. It's just down to response. And look at that OP there with the shielding. It's going to make that look a bit of an embarrassing moment for him.
Zar now closing in for the last dish effort, but they only got 5 seconds left and no chance at making it at all. Joker with 12 gems strong. Pull, one from Joker, the other from Ope. The gank out of nowhere on the right lane to take game 1.
This is what I love about SK Gaming, a team which just always exude confidence for me. And that first game really did feel like it, because in all fairness, Revenant and Xbox had a good early game. They had good lane control. But as soon as their confidence dwindled, SK Gaming really took advantage of that and turned the tide.
Once more, same lane matchup for SK Gaming. They're going to put OPE on the right side versus Zar. He has that pull, so he can totally get the kill. The most important thing in the Buster matchup is that he can 3-shot this brawler on the right side. Here comes 1, 2, 3, takedown, and now SK own these bushes.
A much more aggressive start for SK Gaming. 4 gems in the pocket. Response burned down this entire left-hand side, and Yoshi is struggling to get control over the situation. Going to be utilizing there the magic puff healing from Joker to get quickly back onto that lane side, and these heals from X9J onto response are keeping him in position. Yoshi now out of position, goes down 3 versus 2. And Revenant and Xbox are fighting back well.
The biggest mystery, though, is how are Revenant and Xbark going to recover these gems from Joker? SK Gaming have a method. They have a pull. They can also have Ope jump out of nowhere. But Revenant and Xbark don't really have that mobility unless you get a hypercharge from Zar. And even then, it'll be a recon mission, mostly solo. They've done a great job of forcing back Joker, especially response on this left side. He's been incredibly oppressive as this Amber, and he's also cycled the super.
What a great drop the base there from Zar, and Joker couldn't find the angle around the corner to be able to take care of it, so it took a little bit of time for SK to recoup and recollect themselves into the map. Nice connection there, the Vengeful Spirits. It will keep X9J back and clustered with Zar. 7-6. The gems, so little in it at this stage. Joker has that magic hand, and that's got to be a concern here for Revenant.
What a difficult matchup for Zar, but he manages to get out of it with the help of Jay. But they cannot get Joker. Can't risk getting pulled either. Joker gets a takedown. Jay in a bad position. Has to abandon the bush for a little bit before he gets the assistance from response on the left side. No Vengeful Spirits contact for Joker either, but it's all right. His 10th gem spawns on SK's side, and all Ope and Yoshi have to do is hold the line of scrimmage at mid while Joker remains safe.
Control the base has brought OP's awareness to Zar, but Zar's got to take to the skies the hypercharge, and we've seen this from Zar before.
He's able to get in and get up, but will he do so? No! The support is there from SK Gaming, and surely now they'll take the first set.
What a diff for SK Gaming right off the bat. They picked up that Buster so early on in the draft, and it turned out to be exactly what they needed to deal with that Janet on the right side. There was nothing that she could do in that matchup. Anytime she dared exist within Buster's range, maybe even within just a little distance of it, she was going to get 3-shot, and you saw that pressure that OPE applied throughout the entire set.
But if there was any man to be able to do it, it was looking back to the monthly finals, that absolute daylight robbery moment where he was able to come in with the Janet and then escape with the gems. But SK Gaming just so collectively together in that match for me, and the communication clearly absolutely on point as well. They said it coming into the game that we perform well at LAN, and so far they're looking pretty confident in things. Revenant Xbox had a good showing. They weren't stomped by any means at all, it must be said. But I think that SK, for me, that little bit stronger early on.
These were legitimately close games right here. Really, the only thing that started to crumble from either side was that Janet wasn't able to establish really any presence on that right lane. She had to trickle down Buster one little clip around the wall at a time, and got pretty close. We have to concede that at least. For Revan and X-Park, they also got some great presence around the left side. Look at how all of those bushes have been burned open in the final moment, where just a single shot from Zar would have actually interrupted that countdown too.
And a great draft for me as well. I think that Revenant played that really, really well in that regard. Moving from Gem Grab in to Hot Zone then. Open Business is our next map up next. And, you know, again, I'm really seeing some good signs from the draft. There's nothing that concerns me too much so far. And I want to see those kind of picks come back through. Again, still a heavy regard for brawlers like Lumi, for Kenji. I think those two, for me, are quite, sort of big up there. I think Lu, as well, as we saw, most played, number 3, if I remember correctly, as well. So I want to see brawlers like him eradicated. I wouldn't mind seeing a brawler like Bo, who's definitely kind of moving forwards a little bit in the meta, as one of those great brawlers for area denial. And the mines, of course, now with the Hypercharge addition, do take a little bit longer to trigger forwards. So in terms of the draft, some definite considerations there. We've got some fun facts as well. Secret skills. Joker can speak 6 languages. He's also incredible at chess.
I was going to say, he's like a child chess prodigy. This guy is just skilled in many different esports as well, because I think we can consider chess an esport at this point. And he plays chess in a way because he is a team drafter as well. And so far, he has been cooking on some of these matchups. Moved over to Hot Zone for a second set of this match. And I think Bo was a really great shout here. He's definitely a top brawler in Hot Zone at the moment, with the Hypercharge especially. It's not that you're really going to get enemies with the mines. It's more that you have impeded their progress. Enemies have to bait them out one by one. That's really irritating to deal with, when most of the time your objective is to walk onto the zone, exist a little bit, die, repeat. But as long as you do better than your enemies.
I was going to say Griff as well, but he is banned out. The Griff B combo now going to be ever stronger because of the Hypercharge addition now to Griff. So I'm liking to see that that's actually considered highly here. Lumi banned, as well as the Finks, the Lu, and the Grey on top of those. So good bans for me all round. And it might be that Lu ban give a little bit more weight towards the Bo potential pick here, but certainly tanks are going to be up there with that B ban as well. One of the best tank counters already in that regard. Yeah, Hank, first pick from Revenant, and already some cheers coming from the crowd who love to see the Milkman make an appearance.
Yeah, some cheers if you're prawn ready, of course. This guy is so strong in the current meta, though there are some pretty clear-cut counters, I gotta say. Oh, okay, yeah, nerf Hank. You know what? I support that one. This guy is way too strong, but there are some ways to deal with it. One of them I'm looking at is Draco, and I wonder if Revan and X-Park are expecting SK Gaming to go something similar.
I can't believe we're in the second set and we're already giving Adrian, the balancing guy, some grief in that regard. Nerfing Hank, and now Draco coming in as well. And Draco very much in a good spot as well. The last stand gadget, of course, is what makes Draco for me so prevalent in a game mode like Hot Zone, just having that additional ability to stay on the zone. And sometimes just that 1%, as we know, can be all it means between your loss and your victory. So I think that's a good start from SK Gaming. Heals for me, yeah, Kenji coming in as well. I mean, that's the brawl that wasn't banned that really kind of should have been, in my opinion. That's quite scary, but Poco is available. And I think when you're dealing with so many tanks, you've got to place a heavy consideration on that healing brawler, which for me at the moment in the current meta, Poco's the best.
I'm looking at Poco for healing. I'm looking even at a potential Barry, since he has fallen off quite a bit, but there are still walls to work with. No wall breakers just yet. I think SK Gaming are in a really great position to pick up a healer that makes use of some of these walls. Barley could absolutely cook here as well. I think it's a worthwhile consideration. Brevin and Xbark are looking to pretty much deathball their way all the way through this. They're going some of the highest health brawlers in the game, especially Frank, who's able to deal with Draco quite nicely, I would say. Gale, the end-all be-all tank count that remains in this draft, that hasn't been banned out, is simply available. And we've seen this before. We've seen this succeed. The Gale jump pad seems to be the method.
Yeah, getting into the map very, very quickly. The freezing snow star power to slow everyone down as well, but I think Gale's so versatile in his kit. Colette, though, from SK Gaming. I mean, I've got to be honest, I kind of prefer that as a tank counter myself. I feel like that knockback, that pushback potential that she brings to the table, and the additional healing of the Gotcha gadget as well. I think that, for me, Colette just has a little bit more of an edge, but Gale is not a bad shout at all from Revenant. Some very balanced drafting, I would say, on both sides. Kenji sways me. I can't help but deny it in favor of SK Gaming.
Kenji has a hypercharge. Now, not only that, it's pretty much the best in the game. You get essentially a Tara pull that brings everyone in, and you get to spawn the end of your super. So you're going to get to deal additional damage to anyone that you all brought together with gravity towards the middle. SK Gaming right out the gates with the aggression. Joker up to the skies, gets one hit onto Jay, and smartly escapes. At mid, Yoshi with the takedown, and now the pinch on a response. Response gets one. Jay now closing in from the right side. They're playing the range matchup well, trying not to give that much to Ope, who's now slowed and hit by the torpedo from Response for the kill. Yeah, great slow. We are seeing that freezing snow there from Zara as well, which is going to be a concern for SK Gaming, making them a bit more susceptible to damage, and being able to close the gap, of course, very key. But Joker is doing pretty well for the most part, coming back in now. Yoshi on that Colette pick as well. Now, hypercharge already. He's dangerous. Goes down, but he's going to be coming back in with that utility. We've gotten to see also why that Draco is so strong into the Hank, because he has that gadget that allows him to survive for a little bit longer. Response now wiggling the bubble around, getting the kill with the hypercharge as well. Has to stay around this obstacle to stay away from Yoshi, who's now sort of cross-eyed, goes for one kill on the left, hits the wall, but Joker has got it laid down at mid with a hypercharge and an advantage for SK.
Yeah, a bit of a shame about that wall hit, but prior to that, Yoshi was just juggling plates everywhere you look. Every single player was the target for him, and he was tapping away at them. But now, Revenants are making a little bit of home in this mid. It's OP versus the world here, as the Kenji's still going from Joker. Now they take back the zone, and at 70% now, little time for Revenant Xbox to get back on the objective.
It's impossible. They're almost getting spawn trapped. Joker, though, gets a little over-aggressive. Hopefully Yoshi and Ope have got this final few percentage. It's down to 13 between SK and Victory. But Revenant and Xbark are now setting up camp. They gotta hold off Yoshi for a little bit longer. Stun on the Joker. There's the kill as well. Ope barely alive. Jay looking for the kill, but here comes the gadget from Ope. A kill, a heal, almost enough. Just 4% to go. Joker dashes in. That's 1, 2, and up to 100 with SK Gaming establishing their presence on that point.
And you can see there the value of which that Draco gadget really brings. I think OP brought about 4 to 5% of time just by being there on 1 HP above his head. Crazy stuff from SK Gaming, but again, in what is very close scorelines, they are still remaining firm and getting the job done.
SK Gaming just has the matchups down pretty much. They're going to place OPE on the left side immediately. Yoshi with the takedown. Joker right on top of Jay, avoiding the stun as well. That mobility is one of the most difficult things for Frank to deal with. Doesn't matter if your enemy has low health if you can't hit him.
The respawn's in now. SK Gaming really are giving tough time here. The Revenant, Xbark, X9J now against that Kenji matchup. Going to work out too well for him. Joker's going to kill though regardless. Now that right hand side is completely opened up. Between Response there and Zar to take care of the Colette. The objective though is 50% now for SK Gaming. Revenant are definitely behind in this scenario.
They're hurting right now. They've only got 13%, and Yoshi is not letting them anywhere near Response. Looks for the kill. Joker in hot pursuit. He's going to get taken down, but Response is stuck in the enemy spawn. Ope all alone at mid, taking a bit of damage from Response as well, fighting the 1v3, the survivability as well from the Gadget taken down, but it's fine. The avenue's wide open for Yoshi. Can't get any contact on that super and shut down by Jay, as Revan and Xbark are now starting to claw back.
The map is so opened up now, but there's so much time to make up for Revenant, but they are doing so, approaching now 50%. SK Gaming are behind by 20 in this game now. The Revenant, they've got to hold them. If anyone goes down, it could be disastrous for them as well, so they are doing a pretty decent job of coming together to keep that communication on point. But Yoshi comes in, clears up the left-hand side, allowing OP now to come into aggress. Then on to Zar, a hypercharge, but it is a 1 versus 3 for Zar. And how much can he realistically do to keep his team in the set? Is SK Gaming going to ahead?
They knew just what to draft. The Hank appears. Go Draco. Get some tankiness out there. The Colette's wide open for that final selection. A tough one as well for Revan and Xbark. They knew that they had to take the Hank as soon as that was available. And it was a solved game from there on out. Check out this DPS from Yoshi. My goodness. But this is the expectation, because there is a wrong way to play Colette, and Yoshi was reliably hitting the shots, staying in the right position, and prioritizing survival.
Yeah, 688 DPS is quite a statement. I mean, sure, you know, you're playing into a Hank and a Frank, so if you're not kind of getting to that stage, then we're going to be asking that question as to why not. But, I mean, on the world stage, it's definitely still not an easy feat by any means at all. But for SK Gaming, they are starting to make this look like a little bit of an easier struggle than we were expecting so far. I want to see Revenant bring back a set in this next one to come. I think that they've got certainly the ability to, and we've seen some good drafting decisions, but playing the objective in Hot Zone there was where things started to struggle in that second game especially, falling behind just a little bit too soon for me to have too much of a back and forth in the later affairs.
Because we also discussed about what might the option be for the Gale. Is he going to run the jump pad? He ran Twister this time, and that actually wasn't a problem at all because Colette was dashing right through it. Didn't really give any protection for the home front. As well as we saw Frank breaking open some of those walls, which made Colette's job a whole lot easier. So this was a deliberate choice by Revan and Xbark in game number 2 because they broke open those walls actually so much more quickly than they did in game number 1. But it came back to bite them. They need to see if they can find some kind of draft with a real consonant, you know, some kind of convergence on what the MO is.
Well, on to our next map and mode. And for SK Gaming, just another day in the office so far. Calm, confident, composed. But Revenant, certainly some things to consider, to think about. Some morale, some confidence to find within themselves in this first match of the day. It's going to be Shooting Star, and the mode, of course, Bounty. The long-ranged affair, which, again, was Sergeant's specialty, in my opinion. So they're going to have to find that within themselves to kind of replace that edge. And keep themselves in this conversation, because they're going to have to take it all the way to a 5th and final now against a team like SK Gaming, you know, who made the semi-finals of the last year's World Finals. Spicy stuff and bold from Revenant, considering that they are behind by 2 sets.
It would be heavy commitment to go all out just like that. Revan and Xbark, I think they also need to find a good response for this Carl. It seems that can be quite frustrating to deal with. Maybe something that gets that blue star pretty quickly on that. They're just going to let SK have it here. Here comes Ollie, okay, and get a little bit of aggression there in case there is a thrower last pick from SK Gaming. Absolutely something that they have to consider over here. So Revan and Xbark have locked it all in. In terms of can they handle aggression from SK Gaming, sort of a question mark there. I think we're looking at something decently well-rounded from SK. Nanny, as a sniper on its own, is curious as well. That's definitely preemptive. They don't want to have to deal with something more aggressive. Hey, someone tell SK she doesn't have a hypercharge yet.
I mean, it's not what I was expecting to see, honestly, I'll be honest. I mean, the one thing that I would say is like that the Nanny to be hard to cycle peeps, because with the max rolling in, you kind of got to time that well.
And the big thing, I think, here for the PAN is that Max will be able to do pretty much nothing. into this. That's the most difficult thing. Max, she can't weave between these shots. No one's going to be able to do that. And you're also facing a Scrap Sucker that's going to be on cooldown. But this is pretty off-meta pick. Aggressively off-meta. SK Gaming are looking at something way more control-based. Check it out. They got that blue star. It's all about maintaining that lead as long as possible. They're probably not going to go to the enemy side unless they're feeling supremely confident. Ope's already going to be popping that gadget on the left side. Well, he knows that Max isn't there anymore. And look at how oppressive this is for Jay. He's forced to rotate over to the right side, keeping his distance from Ham as much as possible.
Yeah, it's a bold pick here from SK, but I trust their judgment on it. I think that if they are pushing back in the spawn side, having additional heals is never a bad thing. No connection there from Joker. Not going to be able to find the pickaxe swing in his favor. There's the Peep is circling around here in the backside. And Zar does find OP, so not going to find there. The Peep going to be going into nothing there as well. So not the best of starts from SK Gaming, who are behind now by 1 star. They need to go on the aggressive now.
I'm a little mystified because it felt like a bit of an unnecessary interaction. But SK Gaming can lean on Yoshi here, maybe Joker to establish something on the right side, get someone low if possible, and then use the healing station from there. Here comes the speed from Jay. It's time to go. Response in on the mid. Gadget out. A little bit of hypnosis onto Ope. Now going for Joker, who's not going to be hit by that at all. And Response now caught too aggressive, overextended, and SK Gaming ring it back in.
Good response now. Good connection as well down to X9J from Yoshi. As now Response is trying to circle around this left-hand side and keep that pressure on. Yoshi again has another peep. The hypercharge there for Joker. He's going to pop it early there as well. Nuisman, but gets it off the back of that interaction. Lovely stuff from Joker. Great confidence being displayed as we approach now. 20 seconds left on the clock, and it's Revenant that have got to make the push.
Hypercharge and any super out. Jay maybe thinking about, no, not even going to get to phase shifter into it. Response is taken down. It's drive time. Yoshi's picking up another. Man's got 6 stars. A dash in from Joker to secure another kill on the Czar. SK Gaming with a 12-2 lead. And Revenant X-Park with hardly enough time to bring things back. We're looking at an SK match point.
This is more than scary now. This is pure dominance being displayed here from SK Gaming. Of 7 stars to SK, to the 0 of Revenant X-Park, who have got to find their pace.
Manny and take down onto Czar, or perhaps not, hangs on by a thread. He's got this super ready to move, maybe onto Response for a bit of aggression. And speed's available for J2. They have 3 supers, plenty of utility for Revenant X-Park right now. They're staring down the barrel of 2.
Absolutamente todo, se mete el Carlitos, termina cayendo. No, termina cayendo Zar, 14-3. ¿Quién más va a caer? ¿Quién más va a caer? Cae Opea, 14-6, pero no hay tiempo. No hay chance, no hay posibilidad. Victoria por el equipo de SK.
Victoria por el conjunto de SK Gaming. Ahí estamos viendo el bueno de Pedro Guijarro, sus instrucciones pues que se terminan haciendo efectivas, el conjunto de los locales que se lo termina llevando por 3-0 en el marcador, y SK Gaming Neart, que yo creo que una vez más se postula como alto candidato a ganar esta Brawl Cup. Sí que es cierto que hay muchos equipos por ahí, está Try Gaming dominando la región de Norteamérica, está por supuesto Z, está Hmble, el campeón del mundo, pero de momento su debut Neart es que no se le puede poner ni un pero.
No, Bueno, no es lo que platicamos, lo que comentamos, pues Ar está ahí, ¿no? Está ahí tal vez intentando y tal. No sé, escuchemos la entrevista que le van a hacer a Joker, los dejamos pues para que se sienta, ¿no? La vibra que están en esta presencia.
Yeah, I mean, I think we couldn't have hoped for a better start. 6-0, we played really good, nearly no mistakes, and yeah, I hope we can keep it going.
And you've also got, you've got this time off now. You guys can actually relax for the rest of the day. Tomorrow, there's the potential for you to play up against Zeta Division or Elevate.
Bueno.
Have you already got strategies in place to go up against them, or are you going to start kind of prepping that now?
I think we will watch the match now, Zeta against Elevate, and we will see who the winner is, but we've already scrimmed the map for tomorrow, and we've analyzed our opponents, so we're ready for both.
Well, thank you so much, Joker. What an incredible matchup. DreamHack Dallas, make some noise for SK Gaming, your first victors at the BRAWL CUP. Let's send it back over to to continue day one.
Bueno, pues ahí estamos viendo lo que viene siendo este plató perfectamente configurado con las estadísticas. Y fíjate, Yossi con 7 kills, el jugador español perfectamente ubicado en esa zona y pues defendiendo absolutamente todo lo que llevaba. Y por otra contraprestación pues tenemos a Revenant de Spark, que no era capaz de conseguir pues hacer efectivo una línea de ataque que verdaderamente funcionase, ¿no?
Sí, no encontró por dónde. Sar también, obviamente, no estás con tus compañeros, no estás tan sólido o digamos tan suelto como estás acostumbrado, pero bueno,
hombre, eso es normal.
Intentaron hacer cosas, claro, intentaron hacer lo suyo, no les funcionó, pero bueno, ni hablar. Tenemos ahí a Joker como MVP. Y qué te puedo decir, partido que no esperaba que se fuera 3-0, pero ni modo, tienen que ir pensando en lo que sigue, porque si no, se van a ir a casa.
Sí, yo creo que sí, al final, no sé cómo estaría ahora esto, dejarme que lo diga porque lo tengo por aquí, ahora mismo, pues, espera, que nos lo ponen por aquí. Vale, Revenant Esport termina cayendo, por lo cual no nos lo está poniendo producción, pero tendría que caer al loser bracket, ¿no? Es decir, tendría que estar luchando por una plaza, es decir, por avanzar al día 3 por la parte inferior. Nos han quitado de nuevo el bracket, por lo cual no os lo puedo mostrar, pero básicamente en el partido que vamos a ver inmediatamente a continuación, bueno, no sé si es el que toca ahora, porque no sé si nos vamos al grupo B o si continuamos con el A. El caso es que se va a tener que enfrentar al perdedor de su grupo, ¿no? Del siguiente partido de su grupo. Ya estamos viendo las poquitas de repeticiones de lo que está haciendo, y le preguntaban al bueno de Joker si prefería para mañana a Z o a Elevate, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque uno de los dos va a jugar contra SK mañana, ya directamente en el winner bracket, y el otro va a jugar contra Revenant hoy mismo.
Claro. Hoy uno se queda fuera. O sea,
sí.
Hoy
uno de cada grupo.
Claro. Uno de cada grupo se va a terminar quedando fuera.
Dejamos la música near, que está muy alta.
Dale, a mí me gustaría ver mucho el partido de Revenant contra Elevate, pero no sé, Elevate creo que va a estar un pelín más fuerte, pero la venganza de Sar.
Sí, vamos a ver aquí las repeticiones, que lo que te comentaba, es que la música está muy alta por parte del clip, y eso suele ser síntoma de que nos callemos la boca.
Dame 2 segundos.
Bueno, pues ya estamos de vuelta por aquí después de esta breve pausa, pues que habrán sido como 10 segunditos, y ya preparado todo para lo que va a ser este segundo partido del día de hoy entre Hmble y Toxic Lotus. Efectivamente, nos vamos al grupo B, es decir, primero es grupo A, luego B, luego A, luego B, y así se va a ir configurando la tabla, ¿vale? tanto por el winner bracket como por el loser bracket. Y ahí estamos viendo pues el plató, que la verdad es que las luces están bastante oscuras. Yo no sé si a lo mejor está hecho intencionalmente. Y aquí estamos viendo pues los brackets y el sistema de funcionamiento, ¿no? Tanto del grupo A como del grupo B. Luego al final pues vas clasificando. Por el winner bracket va a pasar uno al día 3 y por el loser bracket va a pasar otro al día 3. Ahí estamos viendo el grupo A, el grupo B. Grupo A con el Elevate, Revenant, SK y Z. Grupo B con Hmble, Low, Toxic, Lotus y Thrive Gaming. Decía Nerd que al final pues esto es un bracket con loser bracket por parte de los dos grupos, y que uno de los equipos va a clasificar por el winner bracket y el otro por el loser bracket. Al final pues se enfrentarán en el día 3 el ganador del winner bracket con el ganador del loser bracket del otro grupo y viceversa.
Así es, así es, así es. Y acá, bueno, las predicciones, bendito Dios, ¿no?
Sí, sí.
Yo creo que si ponían una imagen de Hmble y le ponían todos votamos por el mismo, se vería menos abrumador esto. Pero bueno, un equipo de Hmble que sí, dímela, que son los actuales campeones del mundo, y un Toxic y Lotus que bueno, que vienen siendo los no favoritos para ese partido.
Sí, vienen siendo los favoritos. Sin embargo, Toxic Lotus le mete en scrims un 9-6 a SK Gaming, por lo cual a partir de ahí sabe Dios lo que pueda pasar, Lo digo porque, a ver, también es verdad que Revenant Spark pues le había metido un 8-2 a Space Station Gaming, es decir, que lo venía haciendo bastante fuerte en el screen pues de la región de Norteamérica, dado que están allí en Dallas, y aquí en estas scrims, pero quizás pues estoy viendo aquí, por ejemplo, que Thrive Gaming le mete un 9-3 a Toxic Lotus. Es que también lo de Thrive Gaming es una cosa de locos,
Sí. Thrive Gaming, bueno, escuchemos la presentación.
China didn't win a single game, but don't know, it's just the truth. They didn't win a single yet in LAN, but they were close to last LCQ. So yeah, I think it's just gonna be an easy win for us.
Bueno, pues ahí estamos viendo el conjunto que de momento es el rey. Near, nadie se lo puede quitar, son los campeones del mundo. Por lo cual, sí que es cierto que no tiene nada que ver este año con el año pasado, pero simplemente por respeto y el que es el vigente campeón, pues hay que darle eso, ¿no? Al menos eso. Así que bueno, estaba comentando antes el plató que se ve bastante oscuro. El día que hagan esto en vez de en Dallas o sitios así tan cool, que me lo hagan en, pues yo que sé, en México, en España, o yo que sé, incluso en Argentina, Colombia, eso se pone panza arriba. Es decir, no hay papel para imprimir las entradas que se venden.
Sí. La verdad que sí. Pero bueno, pues ni hablar, vemos la presentación del equipo de Toxic Lotus, equipo que, como lo menciono, ¿no? Ciertamente no es favorito, que tienen un papel muy complicado, hacer un buen desempeño.
Sí, Outalk y Engine 2. Pues un equipo que en teoría no es nada favorito, debería de caer con contundencia contra Hmble, pero sorpresa, no debería de ser así si atendemos a las scrims, y es que lo han estado jugando muy bien. Escuchamos a Toxic Lotus. Vale, pues lo que comentaba, ¿no? Y ahí estamos viendo pues lo que viene siendo la participación en los diferentes equipos con Nova, Berlin City Club, Toxic Lotus y Toxic Lotus, por parte del jugador que estáis viendo en pantalla, que es OU, jugador pues que es de primera línea de combate, Neard, pero que aquí pues lamentablemente para sus intereses les ha tocado en el cruce con el campeón del mundo.
Sí, desafortunadamente, ¿no? Desafortunadamente contra el mejor equipo actual. Y bueno, yo creo que, como dice, ¿no? Siempre vas a tener que demostrar ante los mejores. Si quieres ser el mejor, pues ocupas ganar este partido. Es complicado, no imposible, pero también vamos a ver los porcentajes y vamos a ver la gente que dice. Veamos lo que pasa a continuación. Hmble es cierto favorito para los que se van integrando, para los que van llegando. Bueno, pues el equipo de SK también se lleva el primer duelo ante el equipo de Revenant. Poco se habla, Spuk, que acá la gente está en la escuela,
Going up against Brawl Stars royalty. It's Toxic Lotus versus Hmble.
Bueno, pues ahora comentamos lo del tema de la escuela, porque bueno, aquí tenemos la presentación por parte de Toxic Lotus, que ya están saltando el terreno de juego. Y bueno, todo el mundo en silencio, porque suben al terreno del juego los campeones del mundo. Nada más y nada menos, Near. Se dice pronto, se dice rápido, pero tienes que coger un año, en este caso como es el 2024, y ganarle a todo el santo puñetero mundo en Finlandia en el plató. Hay que hacerlo, ¿eh?
Sí, lo tienes que hacer todo. Tienes que venir a demostrar. La verdad que las cosas pues están complicadas, o no complicadas, pero siempre está ese nerviosismo de ser los mejores y de demostrar. Lo han hecho, realmente lo han hecho. Un Symantec, un Boss y un Loki que yo creo que toman la mejor decisión de seguir juntos, de seguir con la misma organización y demostrar, y creo que hasta el día de hoy lo están consiguiendo.
Pues yo creo que sí, ¿no? Porque al final, a ver, sí que es verdad que de momento de 3 Mole Final europeas, cerote, ¿vale? Eso hay que decirlo, Neart, es una realidad. Pero bueno, gana la BRAWL League en la GKR. También la gana, ¿no? Han ganado la BRAWL League y la GKR. O sea, eso casi cuenta como una Mole Final en realidad. Por lo cual también hay que tener en cuenta que el conjunto de Hmble ha estado bastante regular en Mole Final, sin llegar a ganar ninguna de ellas. No sé qué pueda estar pasando ahí en el plató de Dallas con el público, pero les veo bastante contentos. Yo creo que se lo están pasando bastante bien, así que ni hablar del peluquín. Vamos a ver, porque esto va a comenzar en breves instantes y con el primer drafteo de este segundo partido del día de hoy. Os recuerdo que estamos en el grupo B y fíjate, si SK sacaba un 91% de favorito, pues aquí nos vamos con un 89%. Ahora bien, con Toxic Lotus, que como digo, ha estado funcionando perfectamente en Scrims, que sobre el papel es un equipo inferior, pero que aquí ahora y en el presencial es el momento de demostrar.
Claro, es momento de sacar todo lo que tienes, no te debes de guardar nada. Aquí o te juegas el todo por el todo o te vas a casita. Esto que está por iniciar, tenemos el primer mapa de Hudson, los baneos también que están iniciando. Veamos qué es lo que sucede. Y bueno, Hmble, bueno, no sé qué vaya a pasar con Toxic Lotus, como bien lo mencionas, en Scrims terminan ganándole a SK y tal, pero bueno, pues a ver qué pasa.
Bueno, pues vamos a verlo, ahí estamos viendo la cuenta regresiva para que comience lo que viene siendo el gameplay, así que el draft tiene que estar ya en pantalla enseguida y estamos viendo también al árbitro de la producción por parte de Brawl Stars Esports dando las instrucciones, compartiendo pues no sé si alguna anécdota o algo por el estilo con el bueno de Symantec. Que tiene dos caras, la triste y la contenta. Vamos a ver cuál es la que nos presenta aquí Near en el día de hoy. Esperemos por los intereses europeos y hispanohablantes de que sea la cara contenta, aunque sí que es cierto que de momento parece que tiene algún tipo de problema técnico o algo. Bueno, sí, se ríe, ya está, hemos ganado.
Venga, bueno, pues vamos a ver qué pasa a continuación, porque los baneos y digamos que el draft ya estaba listo, pero lo terminan ahí ajustando, qué sé yo, para que todo esté en igualdad de condiciones. El equipo de Toxic Lotus tiene un papel importante, la gente, bueno, que empiezan a interactuar y es lo bonito del presencial.
Yo creo que hay algún tipo de cartel de estos míticos que dicen aplaudan, y entonces yo creo que producción se está liando y los está poniendo random o algo. Bueno, bromas aparte, ahí estamos viendo la hinchada por parte del conjunto de Hmble, que por supuesto después de haber ganado un campeonato mundial, pues tiene sus fans, ¿no? Por así decirlo. Y los dos equipos que están ya perfectamente concentrados para afrontar lo que va a ser este drafteo de Hudson, mapa de During Beatles, y los baneitos que van a aparecer en breves instantes. ¿Cómo suena, la hinchada? Parece que tienen un micro o algo.
Sí. Parece ahí. Y yo creo que sí, ¿no? Porque creo que en el mundial se escuchaba el público, se escuchaban las reacciones.
Pero no tanto, yo creo.
No, aquí sí se escucha bastante fuerte, pero bueno, ni hablar. Hmble y Kenji no se quieren evitar, más bien se evitan cualquier tipo de problema de sorpresa. Y del otro lado, Barley,
sí,
y Byron,
Sí, ahí ¿Pero qué suena? Fantasmas, gente. ¿Algún sonido por ahí que se ha colado en los micros de la producción? Bueno, doble healer baneado, entre comillas, porque Barley no es un healer per se, pero ya sabéis que con el gadget puede realizar esa mecánica. Así que vamos a ver qué es lo que tiene en mente el conjunto de Toxic Lotus. De momento, first pick para el bueno de Low. Turno ahora para Hmble. Vamos a ver con qué cierran. Ya saben que no se pueden poner los brawlers baneados, así que no se podrán poner a Byron, ni Griff, ni Barley, que tampoco sé si es un drama near que se pusieran esos brawlers. Ya hay John que queda libre, no sé qué tal pudiera funcionar en Dueling Beatles. No sé si a lo mejor un brawler que es tan de support en estos mapas tan intensos donde hay tanto DPS medio pueda funcionar o no. Así que vamos a ver qué es lo que se ubican los jugadores. Y de momento tenemos a Finks con la super, yo creo que puede funcionar perfectamente. Así que Near, de momento esto que va tomando forma y el turno que continúa para Hmble.
Así es, así es.
Otra vez como en el mundial.
Sale Berry, amigo. Aquí hace falta un tanquecito y mira, y todo está bien, Está Finks, está Berry, del otro lado un Low. A ver, que también Low para los tanques es difícil, es complicado. Veamos cómo maneja esto el equipo de Toxic Lotus. Y bueno, pues nada más esperamos el drafteo y vamos a la partida. Espero que se la estén pasando bien en este inicio. Como
Seguro
te lo
que
comentaba, mucha gente de México está en la escuela, se están perdiendo esto, pero entre 12 y 1 de la tarde, bueno, pues vamos a ver, llegando todos y a ver la BRAWL CUP.
Claro, al final hay que tener en cuenta que es viernes, ¿verdad, Near? Eso no lo habíamos pensado nosotros.
Sí, es viernes, mañanita sábado, que bueno, que ya todos van a estar en casita, que ya todos van a estar listos para ver el día 2 y el día 3. Así que, bueno, ok, a ver, el equipo de Toxic Lotus va a meter un Grey con un tanque, con el TP, ¿no? Y ahí está, el equipo de Hmble van a tener a Berry, Finks y yo creo que también el tanque, pero hay que frenarlo.
Pues vamos a verlo, vamos a ver cuál es el last pick por parte del conjunto de Hmble después de ese Draco para los intereses de Toxic Lotus, que yo creo que tiene un buen draft con ese low que puede funcionar perfectamente. Y Frank, que yo creo que ya es la composición perfecta para acompañar con ese Berry, ¿no? Geal perfecto y además velocidad con Finks.
Bien, bueno, pues ahí está. Hay un muchacho, creo que estaba bailando ahí, brincando, todo.
Nah, se armó el desmadre.
Sí, se armó bien, ¿no? Pero bueno, nos vamos a ir al partido, nos vamos a ir al enfrentamiento. Simante que Luke y vos completamente listos. El equipo de Toxic Lotus también. Arranca esto. Arranca el segundo partido. Veamos quién se queda con la victoria. Jalaban a la Franklin, pero ya está metiendo daño. El equipo de Toxic Lotus que intenta pisar, pero no consigue. Y el equipo de Hmble que ya rescata ¿cuánto? 15, 16, 17%, 2 kills y tienen la zona central.
La verdad, Near, es que esta película yo ya la he vivido y fue bastante favorable al conjunto de Hmble. Cuando juegan con Berry en Hot Zone y más en concreto aquí en Dueling Beatles, se sienten muy cómodos. Vamos a ver, porque Toxic Lotus de momento ha sido capaz de recuperar el centro del campo y con contundencia. Ahí estamos viendo a Lucky rotar. Simante que termina rompiendo la hipercarga que se hace. Que se niega completa a morir, se niega a morir Near, pero que no le va a quedar otra de terminar cayendo. Y Toxic Lotus que le está dando medicina de la buena al conjunto de Hmble.
Sí, amigo, ahí el TP del Grey es muy complicado. ¿Lo va a ocupar o no lo va a ocupar? Simante que en la zona central, ojito, Grey que tiene el TP disponible. Están todo el equipo de Hmble pisando la zona, no pueden hacer nada. 50-41, se mete con todo Draco, le pegan con todo, me lo van a terminar borrando. Pobre Draco, nada que hacer. Y la super de Low que no llega. 64, ¿cuánto? A 50%. Porque se encienden las alarmas por el partido y toma la ventaja Toxic Lotus.
Que fíjate que pueden realizar una tarea defensiva perfectamente ejecutada y estamos viendo la super por parte de Box que conecta perfectamente la zona central del mapa para intentar esquivar en todas las balas de enemigas. Hipercarga por parte de U perfectamente lanzada también en cualquier caso. Parece que Hmble quiere aguantar. Cuidado, el low es favorable al conjunto de Hmble para intentar llevarse.
La super perfecta de low que llegaba, hipercarga del Grey. Para ellos, se llevan el primero.
Pues 1-0 de momento para el conjunto de Hmble en un bien que les han servido. En un buen porcentaje en esa victoria del año, lo que está consiguiendo Toxic Lotus, porque solo se ha dejado por detrás un 12%, así que vamos a ver qué es lo que ocurre en la partida y que ya comienza, y de momento el porcentaje es favorable al conjunto de... Pero eso no les va a impedir seguir farmeando puntitos en el centro del campo, y fíjate que continúa, y ya llegamos, y Hmble que se siente cómodo, y Toxic Lotus con problemas, de momento Neart solo un 1%.
Solo uno, ¿a cuánto? A casi 30%, hipercarga de Kian de Berry, perfecto Draco que entra el partido, no tan cerrado, sigue siendo para Hmble, recupera el equipo de Toxic Lotus, ojito, están dando con todo, el pero no alcanza, no hay tanto daño. Hipercarga también de Low que llega con todo, mejor el gadget de Cimante, que el partido una verdadera locura, 64-20%. Se queda el equipo de Toxic Lotus con la zona central.
Pues vamos a ver ahora Toxic Lotus si es capaz de revertir esta situación, porque el porcentaje de ventaja todavía es el doble por parte de Hmble. Ahí estamos viendo a Luke que tira la hipercarga, que conecta perfectamente con la super. El conjunto de Hmble que se hace fuerte en el centro del campo. Ahí estamos viendo al Draco que se queda uno de salud, pero termina cayendo. Hiper recarga por parte del Grey. Vamos a ver si la lanza. De momento no es el momento más oportuno, pero ni ahora ni nunca, porque esto se puede terminar acabando. Y la victoria...
Sí, no, esto es completamente diferente. Aquí el nerviosismo aumenta, aquí las cosas son distintas. Veíamos a Stu pasar a como 400 kilómetros por hora, mientras también estamos arrancando el drafteo, arrancando con este mapita de Sneaky Fields. Veamos los baneos por parte de ambas escuadras.
Sí, aquí tenemos Sneaky Fields, que es un mapa que ya sabéis que me gusta mucho. Y vamos a ver aquí, yo no sé si ya John podría salir aquí. Al final no deja de ser un Brawler Support, pero yo creo que aquí sí que puede ayudar bastante a su equipo, a pesar de que quizás aquí necesitamos Brawler. Mira, fíjate, Near, baneado. Ya está, no analizo más.
Sí, no.
¿Para qué?
No hay mucho que analizar.
Para un mapa donde me gusta el Brawler, lo banean a la primera, así que pues eso.
Así que te calles, amigo.
Sí,
que te calles,
callo.
amigo, y que ya no analicemos. Things, yo creo que Hmble es el único equipo que lo juega demasiado,
Sí.
O sea, lo juegan y bueno, pues les termina funcionando. Creo que le terminan encontrando la llave o el acertijo o algo por ahí.
Sí, te voy a decir una cosa, Near. Si Hmble utiliza mucho a un Brawler, tienen razón. Porque
Claro,
acuérdate
supuesto.
que en el Mundial solo usaban ellos a Berry. Al final Berry es tier... A ver, no sé si ese, pero desde luego es tier A. Y yo creo que Berry es el Brawler revelación del Mundial 2024 gracias al gameplay que hizo Hmble con él. Así que bueno.
Sí. Así que bueno, como bien lo dices, como bien lo mencionas, si lo lleva Hmble es porque está fuerte. Y claro que está fuerte. Sale Nita, también un Brawler pues complicado. Y un Frank, dos tanques, bueno, dos tanquesotes. Dos tanquesotes, y ya con Nita no sé si termine funcionando el primo, pero yo creo que debería de salir, mi queridísimo Spew.
Sí, a ver, sí que es cierto que contra Anita el primo no pueda... O sea, quizás no sería el pick que te pondrías, ¿no? Porque al final igual prefieres para destruir el oso algo que tenga un poquito más de rango. Pero es que contra el Frank, ¿qué te pones, Neaz? Aquí una Colette yo creo que no va a ser. Eso es más propio de mapas donde pueda haber un poquito más de rango. Y efectivamente pues va a ser el primo, que yo creo que al final es lo más lógico. Lo que sí que tengo ahora más dudas es, por una parte, con qué va a cerrar Hmble. Y por otra parte, cómo va a parar Toxic Lotus al primo. ¿Con otro tanque o...?
¿3 tanques?
Oye,
no
save
creo, ¿no?
por parte de Toxic Lotus. Bueno, vamos a ver qué saca Hmble lo primero.
A ver.
Oh, doble counter, Pues...
Vale, a ver.
Yo digo que es un Shade, venga. Con la nueva skin, que está guapísima. Oye, o una Jackie también, pudiera funcionar. No lo sé. Vamos a ver qué es lo que saca Toxic Lotus, porque ahora mismo el draft para mí es para Hmble. Sí que es cierto que, claro, falta un pick, por lo cual eso es trampa. Hay que ver todo completo para saberlo. Y ahí estamos viendo cómo el público pues celebra que está saliendo ahora mismo en pantalla. Y de momento va a ser Max con velocidad, un Brawler que yo creo que puede funcionar perfectamente, pero que no sé realmente si es lo que yo pues más ganas tenía de ver. En cualquier caso es lo que está piqueado en este mapa de Sneaky Field. El Spike, que estaba completamente fuera del meta el mes pasado, aquí da un paso al frente. No es la primera vez que lo veo durante lo que va de mayo. Y bueno, a mí me gusta Neard. No sé si se pondrá la pasiva de curar. Yo lo he visto con ella, con la de curar, y ha funcionado muy bien.
Nos vamos al partido, nos vamos al enfrentamiento. Arranca con todo el equipo de Toxic Lotus, que quiere sorprender con Anita, Frank y velocidad. De momento Simante, que no le importa nada y va para enfrente y termina reventando, no. Termina cayendo el Nita en la parte derecha. A vos que le está costando un poquitín de trabajo, Diosito, el pase se viene con todo. Van a tener que hacer algo increíble para poder marcar ese gol, que al final no termina llegando.
Bueno, pues ahí estamos viendo cómo Hmble intentaba penetrar por la línea izquierda. Finalmente Symantec terminaba cayendo. Buen counterpush por parte de Toxic Lotus, pero no hay las chichas suficientes, no hay la energía como para poder hacer una ocasión que sea representativa de una ocasión real. Así que de momento el conjunto de Hmble que se conecta, porque al final no terminas conectando a portería y no consigues la ventaja de destruir las defensas, ¿no? Por parte de Toxic Lotus.
De Max, ojito, Lucky, que el partido completamente igualado. Nadie se puede despegar del ataque con todo. Simante que va a presión, el balón a donde, el balón a donde. pasa? Vámonos con todo, Simante, ojo que le está pegando a la Max, la va a terminar borrando. ¡Sí, señora! Le hace falta el oso, le hace falta el osito. Y el partido que sigue 0-0.
Bueno, pues ahora mismo yo creo que se acaba de lanzar Simantec, pero al final sus compañeros yo creo que no estaban ubicados perfectamente para poder hacer pues un apoyo suficiente como para que esto pudiera conectar, pero fíjate que el ataque continúa y estamos viendo como Simantec se tira. Y ahí está la presión de ataque, que es buena ahora por parte del conjunto de Hmble. Se viene la hipercarga para la Anita, que viene con el osito para intentar defenderse de los problemas que estaba ocasionando el conjunto local. Y de momento Near, a falta de 25 segundos para la finalización de la partida, no hay ataques, no hay gol, pero cuidado porque ahora sí que Toxic Lotus lo podría cerrar. Y ojito porque de momento Luke y despeja.
Sí, aún así tienen toda la ventaja, tienen todo el balón. ¿A dónde? Un elefante en el terreno. ¡Ay, no! Que está completamente nervioso, pero van a terminar marcando. Y gol para parte de Toxic Lotus para llevarse el partido en el último momento, en el último segundo. Y poner el marcador 1-0, espion.
1-0 en el marcador. Toxic Lotus que se pone por delante y el conjunto de Hmble. Near, que aquí me ha faltado que tuviera un poquito más de sinergias, no sé, ha habido momentos puntuales, jugadas estratégicas por parte de realmente pues han terminado perdiendo la partida, ¿no? Tampoco sé hasta qué punto romper todos los muros como para Toxic Lotus. No, va a ser perfectamente neutralizado por parte del conjunto de Hmble. En cualquier caso, Near, Toxic Lotus le está metiendo en bastantes problemas a Hmble, que yo creo que si se centran un poquito sí que lo pueden sacar adelante.
Sí, pueden sacar el partido. Ojito que ya tienen todo el control. Perfecta la ulti de Spike para no dejar salir ni a Max, ni a Anita, ni a Frank, ni absolutamente a nadie. El partidito que sigue 0-0, intenta Tog, ojito con O también en el centro, mejor lo de Voz, mejor la super de Voz, entra Simantec, sale el elefante con todo de Nita, Simantec. La ulti que llegaba no impactaba el partido que sigue 0-0, pero ya pierde la zona central.
Yo creo que Hmble lo está jugando mal, fíjate lo que te digo, Near, me aventuro. El ataque de Simantec los está haciendo muy solo y cuando consigue algo o necesita soporte de sus compañeros no lo está obteniendo. Sea culpa de Simantec, que se tira full YOLO cuando a lo mejor no hace falta, o la hipercarga. Simantec que tiene que lanzar el salto para contorear el Frank, y lo que está es una verdadera barbaridad. Vamos a ver si el Max termina defendiendo perfectamente. Y te vuelvo a repetir, necesario como para poder generar una ocasión de ataque real.
Ya no hay nada, velocidad ahora, se viene Frank, quiere ir por la pelota, pero no los van a dejar salir y revienta, termina cayendo la Anita. Ojo con
ahora
el
sí,
perfecto,
¿o no?
Tendría que ser gol,
ahora
¿o no?
Sí, ahora
tendría
sí.
que ser gol, ¿no? Claro, Lucky que marca el gol para ellos. Y nada más tienen en 20 segundos para empatar. Vamos a ver si lo consiguen. Y 15 segundos ahora. Frank con la super revienta, no le pega a nadie. ¿Qué está pasando? Hipercarga de quién, de Voz. No hay chances, no hay posibilidad. Y el equipo de Hmble que va a empatar el duelo 1-1.
Pues efectivamente, y al final Nearth, el gol ha llegado en una ocasión de ataque donde verdaderamente había un push fuerte a 3 jugadores, ¿no? No a un jugador. Esas cosas que se hacían de antes con el primo de hacer autogoles con autopases milagrosos, porque cualquier conjunto con un mínimo de calidad te lo puede revertir perfectamente, y yo creo que es por eso también por la Anita. Near, muy buen trabajo de Sanita. Si no llega a ser por ella, yo creo que aquí pudiéramos estar hablando del que set estaría ya cerrado.
Por ese oso, bueno, pues diferentes. De momento el partidito arranca nuevamente. El equipo de Hmble,
a ver la super de Voz.
Perfecta la super del Spike. Y también esto con el
peligro,
que
peligro.
Gol, sí. Y gol por parte de Simante que marca esto. 1-0, Espio.
Pues vamos a ver ahora cuál es la respuesta por parte de Toxic Lotus, porque ahora va por detrás en el marcador, a diferencia de la primera partida o de la segunda, donde terminaron encajando el gol, pero ya finalizada la partida. Ahora tienen 1 minuto 30 para intentar revertir esta situación y por primera vez se encuentran pues por detrás, así que vamos a ver qué es lo que ocurre. Y se viene la presión de ataque por parte del bueno de Simante, que termina rompiendo el muro. El pase del Spike, que es correcto. GG well play, victoria para el conjunto de Hmble.
Ahí está la victoria para ellos. ¿En qué momento? ¿Cómo recuperan el partido? Y bueno, pues se lo terminan llevando. Buen bailecito, papá, buen bailecito, Todo bien.
Sí. Mira,
14
kills.
Ay, sí, man, vos jugó de maravilla, Vos jugó de maravilla, controló de un lado, del otro, la super, la hipercarga, demasiado daño. Y todo muy bien. Todo bastante, pero bastante bien. El equipo de Hmble que se lleva este partido.
¿Cuántas finales mundiales ha competido? Oh, bueno, pues la respuesta correcta es 2. Hay que decir que, a ver, este tipo de preguntas que nos van poniendo en medio de los sets dan 10 puntos, gente. Así que yo pasaría de ellas olímpicamente, porque 10 puntos es verdaderamente poco. Pero bueno, ahí está la pregunta lanzada y aquí estamos viendo unas poquitas de repeticiones, Near, de lo que ha sido este set que acabamos de ver en pantalla, donde Hmble devuelve, pues para mí devuelve a demostrar por qué es el campeón del mundo, Near, porque al final la primera partida la pierden y todo parecía fatídico. Vuelvo a repetir que yo creo que la primera partida a Hmble le faltan sinergias, las cuales es capaz de recuperar en la segunda y todavía más en la tercera, donde ya finalmente pues terminan ganando esa partida con bastante contundencia. Nos vamos al last stop, Neard, mapa de atrapagemas, y aquí podemos empezar ya a pensar en la posibilidad más que real de volver a ver un 3-0.
A ver, Spug, me están corrigiendo que son 50 cosos los que dan,
¡Ah!
A ver, son buenos,
Son
10
50.
cosos, no.
Vale, es que,
Sí.
¿sabes qué pasa? Que Supercell le gusta hacer las cosas complicadas. Y en vez de poner 50, lo que pone es un 10 en grande y en chiquitito un más 40. ¿Por qué no me pones 50 de una? Que me pones un 10 en grande y un 40 en pequeño. Me han baiteado total, o sea, pensaba que eran 10. Vale, 50 puntos, cambia la historia. Eso ya sí está bien, razonable. Pero tú me entiendes, ¿no?
Ya con 50 hay que votar. Ya con 50 hay que votar porque hay que conseguir 6500 de esos cosos para un drop legendario.
No, la verdad es que está horrible eso, Eso te lo tengo que decir, que necesites 6500 puntos para un drop legendario, que menos que 1500. Near, ¿dónde van con 6500? Pero bueno, yo qué sé, no voy a protestar, que me quitan el código. No, es broma. Near, atrapagemas, mapa de last stop. Nos ponemos un poquito más serios porque la ocasión lo requiere, sobre todo porque aquí se puede acabar, ¿no? En caso de que Hmble sea capaz de hacer un drafteo correcto. Yo creo que con un drafteo correcto y el nivel de gameplay que está mostrando en el día de hoy y que ya viene siendo habitual en el conjunto, pues sería suficiente como para poder avanzar ya directamente a la siguiente ronda. Y ahí estamos viendo los baneitos con Lily, que vuelve a estar aquí baneada en este mapa de last stop. Kenji, Oli, también tenemos los baneitos por parte del conjunto de Hmble con Amber, con Hank y con Janet.
Vale. Pues baneos listos, ya platicados, ya comentados, y el draft que arranca y el draft que comienza. Tendremos otro 3-0, mi queridísimo Spug, mi queridísimo chat de todas las plataformas. ¿Les gustaría? A mí, no.
Yo creo que a mí sí, porque, a ver, lo que voy a decir es durete. Pero si verdaderamente Toxic Lotus va a perder, que no lo sé, porque, a ver, tiene que ganar 3 sets seguidos, Near. Es difícil. Entonces, a ver, ¿a mí me gusta ver el quinto set? Sí que me gusta, pero cuando la partida va 1-1, 2-2, no sé, tengo la sensación, que me corrija el chat, ¿creéis que verdaderamente Toxic Lotus, cuánto porcentaje creéis que tiene Toxic Lotus de ganar el partido, no el set? ¿Cuánto porcentaje creéis que tiene Toxic Lotus de ganar el partido? Siendo 0, nada, y siendo 100, pues todo. Pues si el porcentaje es menor de 10, yo prefiero cerrar esto 3-0 y ir al siguiente, Near. Si el porcentaje
3-0 y al que sigue. Vamos.
Sí, porque me voy a otro partido. Es decir, si me dirías que aquí se acaba el día o se acaba la región, no, aquí qué, si estos son 6 partidos el día de hoy más un showmatch que vamos a tener, tenemos también mañana el día 2 y pasado el día 3, ¿no? Por lo cual, si verdaderamente no hay opciones reales de que Toxic Lotus se pueda llevar el partido, pues prefiero avanzar en la siguiente ronda. Ahora bien, esos son suponeres, porque ahora mismo te gana Toxic Lotus 3 sets seguidos y ya está. Yo encantado de la vida de que eso pase. O sea, yo me voy al quinto set perfectamente. Pero si hay opciones reales de ganar. Venga.
Vale. Bueno, pues ni hablar. De momento, la situación que sea... ¿Qué te digo? Con un genio, con un Finks, con una Tara, Lumi. Y hay Lumi por parte de Hmble. Y hay Tara por parte de Hmble. Ay, Diosito santo. Del otro lado hay un genio y un Finks. Yo no lo veo, Spew. Yo no lo veo.
A ver, aquí la clave Near de momento va a ser el genio, ¿no? Yo creo que si el genio ejecuta bien lo que tiene que ejecutar, sí que se puede llevar la partida a Toxic Lotus. Lo que pasa que, claro, Hmble evidentemente es conocedor de este dato y va a intentar hacer absolutamente todo lo que esté en su mano para intentar que no le dé la mano, nunca mejor dicho. Y Piper por parte del conjunto de Hmble para utilizarlo como Gen Carrier en esa zona central del mapa bastante alargado, donde además es un brawler que aquí precisamente funciona mejor que en otros sitios por la capacidad tan buena que tienes de poder ayudar a las bandas.
Claro. Pero mira, acá yo te puedo decir una cosa,
Dímela.
Tara te voltea la partida en un abrir y cerrar de ojos. El genio sí, pero tienes que atinar la mano. Y para que falles una ulti de Tara es complicado. O sea, y más, bueno, a este nivel tan profesional. Así que yo creo que Hmble esto lo tiene cerrado. Le sacan a rango, creo que al Finks con esa Piper. Hay un Squeak que bueno, que sí puede lastimar, puede estar ganando líneas y tal. Pero bueno. No, el draft que está listo, el partido que está para Hmble favorable 2-0. Y veamos si lo cierran ahora 3-0.
Vale, pues vamos a ver qué es lo que ocurre. Ahí estamos viendo ya el drafteo en la parte central del plató y la partida que ya comienza, el espectáculo que está perfectamente lanzado y vamos a ver dónde se ubica cada uno. De momento los Gen Carrier que están bastante decididos. Yo es que Near, te digo que Lumi para mí tiene una ventaja brutal. Fíjate vos, cuidado porque puede terminar cayendo porque se acercaba demasiado al rango de ese Finks. Y en cualquier caso Lucky es el encargado de recoger las dos primeras gemas. Vamos a ver si Tok es capaz de hacer lo propio.
Vale. Tok. ¿A dónde? Engine también que quiere. De momento 3 gemitas en el campo. ¡Arriba! Con permiso, que me llevo todas las gemas, sí señora. Soy del temote. Y tiene 8. Era complicada la composición de pilotos, ya que no hay tanque en el guión de la pelea. En el guión, ¿no? Y va de esa manera. 10 segundos. Rapidísimos.
Sí, match point para el conjunto de Hmble después de una partida que yo creo que no ha tenido absolutamente ningún atisbo de oposición. Quizás por decir algo en la primera parte, línea de derecha casi ganada por parte de Toxic Lotus, pero es que claro, el analizar en favor de un conjunto que casi gana una línea, pues yo creo que no deja en buen lugar el papel realizado por el conjunto chino, que yo creo que sí que está cerrando un buen partido, Near, pero en particular no un buen set número 3.
Sí. A ver ahora, ¿cómo terminan borrando a vos? Oh, que fue completamente agresivo, regresó con el gadget y gana la línea derecha. Lucky también que está intentando, se lleva cuántas gemas, 1 a 1 y 2 en el centro, nada para nadie, completamente empateado. El cronómetro, el gana. Y Lucky que, bueno, Lucky, las caderitas, padre, que tienes, el partido sigue favorable para Hmble.
Sí, espectacular el trabajo por parte de Lucky. Fíjate que termina cayendo el genio. Lo que está jugando Lucky en el día de hoy es una verdadera barbaridad con esa Piper. Y fíjate la línea derecha, si mantén que puede terminar cayendo. Las taritas que van a hacer que ese PvP se alargue un poquito más. Las 7 gemas que ya están del lado favorable al conjunto de Hmble. Pero cuidado porque ahora se viene y otra vez la mano que se lanza cuando no es necesario. Near, 2 manos que no cumplen su mecánica.
Sí, dos manitas que guárdatelas, ¿no? Mínimo sabes que tienes la presión. locura, ¿eh? Le tienen ahí el counter terrible y el partidito que está a punto de empatarse. Ojito porque está encerrado Boss, está encerrado Lucky, el equipo de Toxic Lotus, la super que llega, no impactaba, la termina fallando y creo que acá el equipo de Toxic Lotus se puede poner con demasiada ventaja.
Sí, porque fíjate que el porcentaje ahora, en las gemas, perdón, son favorables al conjunto de Toxic, pero no solo eso, sino también el posicionamiento y estamos viendo cómo recoge la novena, la décima que va a caer en su campo, pero cuidado porque se viene Lucky con la hipercarga, termina cayendo, las va a tener que recoger alguien porque si no esto se va a acabar, si mantenga que va a terminar cayendo y ahora sí, Toxic Lotus que encuentra la mecánica, que encuentra la herramienta para intentar llevarse la partida o para intentar alargar el set y el partido. Y de momento ambos conjuntos NEAR que están dando un poquito de cátedra de lo que viene siendo pues giros, emojis, bailecitos y demás mecánicas.
Sí, de todo un poco. Creo que tardaron demasiado en hacer el cambio de líneas, ¿eh? Creo que tardaron demasiado. No sé cómo lo notaron ustedes, pero ojo. Bueno,
este señor está...
Bueno, vamos.
Señor está que lo da todo, ¿eh? Nadie nada que... Nos vamos a la tercera, es recordar que estamos en el tercer set en caso de ganarlo Hmble, pues nos iríamos ya directamente al siguiente partido, lo cual no sería bueno por parte de Toxic Lotus, que a buen seguro quiere avanzar un poquito más el partido, termina cayendo Simantei, la línea izquierda que está completamente perdida, y en cualquier caso en el centro del campo está un poquito mejor ubicado Lucky.
Sí, ahora siguen con las líneas muy igual, pero ahora el que termina ganando la derecha es Boss. Vale. El partidito 4-2, Tara que sigue sufriendo, pero también del otro lado, el Finks que no encuentra por dónde. Las taritas para molestar, tiene la super Diosito santo. Bueno. Ahora sí que lo hace centro, que va, que pega, que impacta, 6-3 el partido, nuevamente las taritas, el cambio de líneas que ya es... Como esquiva Uva y esto que está 7-4.
Bueno, yo te digo que Boss en la línea derecha está aguantando bastante bien. Simantei que en izquierda de momento lo está... Madre mía, Simantei por los clavos de Cristo, ahí no te puedes meter, querido hermoso. Y el bueno de Lucky, que es el que está intentando que Hmble no se derrumbe, porque ahora mismo la presión de ataque es completamente favorable al conjunto de Toxic Lotus, que empata ya la contienda con 7-7. Hipercarga en línea derecha por parte de Manteiga, así que esto puede ser una situación ventajosa para alguno de los dos conjuntos, pero de momento no sé para cuál.
¡Ojo! ¡Ay! La manita, la super, empiezan a gastar las habilidades, los recursos. El partido 10-7, no hay empate, como bien lo mencionas. 14 segundos, se está acabando, se está terminando. Ojo con el equipo de Hmble que se lo quiere llevar a 9 segundos y hay que ir a buscar el reinicio. Hay que ir porque no les va a alcanzar el tiempo. Punto, sí señora. Ahora el equipo de Hmble se llevan la victoria, los actuales campeones del mundo avanzan a la siguiente ronda.
Victoria para el conjunto de Hmble después de los problemas encontrados en este tercer set. Son capaces de rearmarse como hacen los campeones, como hacen los equipos que tienen ya cierta experiencia. Y ahí estamos viendo al bueno de Simantei, que está contento, que está feliz. Las cosas han salido bien. Aquí pues no hay tanta felicidad, no hay tanta gente contenta. En cualquier caso, yo creo que ahora lo que falta por NEAR que sigan trabajando, porque todavía van a tener una oportunidad de torneo.
Claro, se están enfrentando ante un equipo bastante grande, bastante fuerte, y bueno, al final lo hacen bien, terminan ahí sacando ciertos partiditos, ciertos sets, ciertas líneas, que todo puede pasar. Escuchamos la entrevista a Simantei mientras pues vemos, ¿no?
It was quite difficult at some points until we adapted again and then got the win in the end, yeah. But they definitely played really insane good.
They did play extremely well. I think they surprised a lot of people here and obviously the community that are watching online now. A lot of people, they tend to mention, you know, pressure of performing when you are world champions at anything, right? But actually, having spoken to you over the past few days, you seem to be under a bit less pressure. You don't really feel it right now, do you? Unless it's, you know, maybe retaining that world title.
Yeah, I mean, we got what we wanted being a world champion. That's our only goal for now. So like all the pressure I had over the years is just gone. We're just playing to win. We're playing for fun. So it's like way easier to tackle something like a LAN like this now, which is really, really cool. But yeah, it's just, pressure is just so much easier now.
You're looking relaxed, and obviously you're doing the right thing because you're in the competition. Tomorrow you live to fight another day. Semantic, thanks so much for joining me in this post-match interview. We're going to send it back over to the desk to continue day one.
Pues efectivamente, el bueno de Semantic que ya estaría clasificado para el día de mañana, y aquí producción que nos muestra lo que han sido el espectáculo de Lucky Near. O sea, yo creo que aquí en este tercer set Lucky ha sido quien ha salvado a su equipo, porque de no haber sido así, las cosas yo creo que hubieran sido muy diferentes. Fíjate, 300 DPS, 10 kills y además recogiendo todas las gemas, ¿no? Por lo cual, bien jugado por parte de Hmble, que avanza al día 2. De momento Toxic Lotus no avanza al día 2 y va a tener una oportunidad hoy.
Sí, sí que sí. Hoy se queda o se va. Hoy se queda o se va. No,
dejamos
no hay de
el
otra.
audio, Near.
Vale, vale.
Bueno, pues la celebración por parte del conjunto chino, pues que a lo mejor yo creo que ha durado poco, ¿no? Porque al final no ha salido las cosas como yo creo que ellos esperaban, ya no solo por terminar perdiendo un partido contra el campeón del mundo, que yo creo que eso es algo que podría estar en el guión, sino porque al final te han metido un 3-0, Near.
Desafortunado, ¿no?
Sí.
Desafortunado ese 3-0, como bien lo comentas, como bien lo mencionas. Yo creo que, bueno, no lo sé, o sea, no lo sé si esperábamos eso en ese aspecto. Pues de 3-0 el primer partido, 3-0 el segundo partido. Tal vez mañana esté un poquito más cerrado, pero el día de hoy el nivel, como, bueno, alcancé a leer por ahí en el chat, esperaba un pelín más de nivel. Tal vez un 3-1, tal vez algo así, pero bueno, igual es el campeón del mundo, ¿no? O sea...
Es que lo que te quiero decir es que cuando el campeón del mundo habla, el resto calla. Y eso es así, que tú le puedes ganar al campeón del mundo, faltaría más, claro que puedes, pero... aquí tenemos a Toxic Lotus que cae, y esto es lo que en el grafismo del grupo A no vimos bien, porque en el grafismo del grupo A vimos el conjunto que avanzaba, que era SK, pero no vimos el round 2, así que como digo, tenemos que ver todavía en este grupo el Try Gaming contra Loud, y el que pierda jugará de nuevo contra Toxic Lotus, por lo cual llegamos a un 33% de la jornada, que no es real, Neard, porque de momento los dos primeros partidos han caído por 3-0 y a buen seguro no van a ser así todos. Y además, después de los 6 partidos tenemos el showmatch con el nuevo modo de juego MOBA, del cual luego hablaremos porque, bueno, pues pasan cosas. Os dejamos con las repeticiones y volvemos ahora. Bueno, pues ya estamos de nuevo por aquí para afrontar lo que va a ser el tercer partido del día de hoy, que corresponde a este segundo partido del grupo A entre Z Division y Elevate. Near, Z Division, Elevate. Elevate, un conjunto que está muy fuerte en la región de Norteamérica, pero claro, ¿qué te voy a decir que no se sepa ya por parte de Z Division?
Sí, como bien ahí lo mencionas, ¿no? El equipo de Levate que viene fuerte, pero el equipo de Z que tiene un 94% de porcentaje en la página. Así que hay que tener en cuenta eso, eso, y bueno, un Z súper
quiz.
fuerte. Vamos.
¿Cuántos países diferentes tienen representación en la Brawl Cup?
Uy, amigo. No sé, te puedo decir... 12.
11. Vamos con un vídeo y seguimos con el quiz. Y aquí tenemos la presentación por parte de Z Division con Shizuku, Levi y Shite Tampo, conjunto que viene como candidato a conseguir grandes cosas, a ejecutar grandes actos, incluso a ganar, ¿por qué no? Y que va a tener enfrente un duro rival, pero yo creo que el favorito aquí hoy es Z Division, Near.
Sí, es favorito, pero favorito, ¿no? Del otro lado, pues Dieguito Gamer lo estará viendo desde su casa, Vegeta y Vixipachi. Escuchamos.
Vale, pues a ver. Vale, perfecto. Nearth, ¿seguimos con el quiz?
Seguimos.
A ver, ¿cuántos países hispanohablantes tienen representación en esta Brawl Cup?
Hispanohablantes.
Hispanohablantes.
Dos.
Un segundito, que estoy contando. 3.
Me falta uno.
No has contado a Puerto Rico.
Claro.
Pocos, tendría que haber más países aquí de hispanohablantes. A ver, hay que tener en cuenta que esto no es el mundial, por supuesto. Y ahora te voy a decir, ¿cuál es el país con más jugadores en esta...? Bueno, espera, vamos a presentar esto. El Levate con Pachi, Vegeta y Ebbs. Ya sabéis que este es el equipo de Diego Gamer, pero que no ha conseguido la visa. Lo sustituye el bueno de Pachi.
Así es, ahí el equipo, ¿no? de Elevate que está listo para este enfrentamiento complicado, difícil. No te puedo decir que imposible, pero casi imposible.
For our upcoming match in Zeta Division, we're pretty excited. They're obviously veteran pro players, but we wouldn't be here if we didn't beat veterans already. So just really excited for the game.
Bueno, pues aquí tenemos a Pachi, que queda completamente contratado para afrontar lo que va a ser este tercer partido del día de hoy, porque no lo que queda de jornada competitiva en este año 2025, el tercer partido que va a comenzar en el día de hoy. Y perdona mi despiste, Near, ¿me contestaste a cuál es el país que más representantes tiene?
No.
Tiene mucha trampa, así que si quieres te digo yo la respuesta.
A ver.
Mira, el país que más representantes tiene en esta Brawl Cup es Brasil, China, Alemania y Japón, empatados con 3.
Bueno, yo te iba a decir Brasil, así de una, pero bueno, escuchamos la presentación de los equipos.
Bueno, silencio por favor. Salta Z Division al terreno de juego y salta el Levate también. Bueno, os he dicho nombre invertido. Y tenemos en el plató a Shite Tampo, el mejor jugador de la historia de Brawl Stars. Y yo creo que eso es algo que nadie cuestiona, Near. Yo también quiero una playera de esas,
Oye, Spill,
dime.
El glow up que termina haciendo todo este conjunto, ¿no?
Sí.
Shite Tampo, yo no sé a dónde fue, amigo, que en el primer partido no alzaba la cara. Y ahorita, bueno, es un rockstar, bro. Es un rockstar, amigo.
Sí. Se vino completamente el desmadre. Sí.
Playeras, grito, gesto. La verdad que que me gusta
claro.
estos cambios, ¿no? Que terminan haciendo los jugadores. Así que bueno, bien para ellos. Y el partido que está por iniciar. Esto está complicado. Ah, caray, tenemos a OG de coach. ¿Qué está
¿Dónde
pasando?
está que no alcancé a verlo? ¿De qué equipo? ¡Hola! Sí, sí. Oh, pues oye, no está nada mal, ¿no? Al final se tira un viajecito de la mano del conjunto de Elevate, que supongo que pague los gastos. Y si puede aportar conocimientos al conjunto, yo creo que van a ser completamente necesarios para afrontar otro partido, Neard, que, bueno, esperemos que no sea un 3-0. Más que nada porque Elevate viene muy fuerte, Neard. Uy, la camiseta está bien buena, la playera.
Que te manden una pa. Que te manden una, Padre Santo.
Sí.
Bueno, pues el partidito que empieza a tomar forma, el partidito que empieza a calentarse. Después de este enfrentamiento nos vamos al de Tribe Gaming contra el equipo de Load. Y si no me equivoco, de ahí bajaríamos.
Es el mayor de todos, Es una barbaridad, un 94, Nea. No es real, A ver, tampoco lo sé. Es que a mí me da muchísimo miedo este equipo Z. Me da mucho miedo, yo lo tengo que reconocer. Es un conjunto que al final no está en las regiones que nosotros solemos controlar, que son Europa, Latinoamérica y Norteamérica. Y por ende no tenemos tantos conocimientos de estos jugadores. Pero lo que sí que sabemos es que cada vez que saltan al terreno de juego, el nivel de gameplay que muestran es diferente, ¿no? Al final yo creo que sí, de Tampo histórico casteamos en París, parecía que jugaba a otra cosa diferente, ¿no? Porque incluso andaba diferente. ¿Te acuerdas?
Sí. Acuerdo al 100%, pero bueno. Sale ahora el poderosísimo de Finks para
es que hasta mira cómo draftean de bien, tío. Mira cómo mueve la mano drafteando. Es otra liga. No,
Panadito de shock por parte de ambos, hay que tener en cuenta el shock.
Sí, al final en este mapa de Cabón Cañón, fíjate que no nos hemos hartado a decir, Near, tú y yo, que hay que banear al Chuck, ¿no? En estos mapas. Pues bueno, aquí doblemente baneado. Así que bueno, ahí estamos viendo pues la base de seguidores por parte del conjunto de Elevate, haciendo especial énfasis en el bueno de Pachi, que viene aquí sustituyendo a Diego Gamer, que ya lo hemos visto en otras competiciones donde se está utilizando como refuerzo y también para él mismo, para entrenar para este día de hoy, y que está funcionando espectacular,
Sí, está funcionando de maravilla, de la mejor manera. De momento esto, bueno, pues que está con Carlitos, que está con Finks, uno mapita de atraco que hay que ver cómo lo manejan, cómo lo llevan a cabo, ¿no? Sale Lola también por parte del equipo de Elevate, y bueno, pues Z yo creo que va a combinar el Finks con algo de daño o algo ahí por el estilo, porque las cosas están interesantes. Sí, claro, están interesantes. La super, no sé, qué sé yo, algo por ahí.
Un hard DPS, ¿no? En este mapa de Cabón Caño, no sé si pueda ser. Mira, la coleta está baneada, que es precisamente el brawler que se me estaba viendo la. Que vamos a ver qué es lo que sacan, si es algo que vaya directamente a caja, alguna mecánica que pueda servir para. No sé qué opinas de Angelo.
Angelo carga el básico, pega, se puede, o sea, para mí me gusta, envenena. Bueno, estas composiciones, amigos.
Bonnie, después de los cambios.
¿Te gusta? Bueno, pues, ¿no te gusta?
A ver, el Angelo me gusta porque puede atravesar esos lagos. No sé si ahora quizás el Elevate quiera romper los muros para intentar que esa mecánica pues no sea favorable al conjunto de Z, porque fíjate, al final atravesando los lagos puedes hacer muchísimo daño en caja, o al menos lo puedes hacer demasiado cómodo y utilizar todas las coberturas, ¿no? Me pregunto si me gusta la Bonnie. A ver, ya sabéis que recientemente fue cambiada con mecánicas adicionales. Tengo que verlo porque no es un brawler que competiciones anteriores esté siendo utilizado, al igual que Meg. Tampoco sé si me lo esperaba demasiado aquí en este mapa de...
Yo creo que no, no, yo digo que no, pero bueno, pues ellos deben de saber algo, ellos deben de el partido que está por iniciar, el equipo de Levato tiene una tarea y una...
Ángelo no mucho. Cuidado con la hipercarga de Lola, esto va a doler que no veas. 45-55. Cuidado con el evade. Cuidado con el evade que se va.
36-55, ojito con el equipo de Z Division porque le
empieza. Lola que seguía con la hipercarga,
Estos hombres
Meg que tiene la hipercarga, que no sirve para nada, pero bueno, la tiene. Dato informativo.
36-55, esto que
yo pondría con Finks la ulti a la derecha para defender a Bonnie, que es la única que hace daño. Es la única que puede hacer daño. 25-55. 16-55. Pues primer puntito para Elevate, gente, Primer puntito para Elevate. Primer puntito para Elevate. Durísimo. Combo raro. Vuelvo a repetir, para mí un combo rarete. No digo malo, digo rarete. No llegan ni de coña. No llegan, ¿sabes por qué? Porque falta el 25. Que no llegaban. ¿Se le ha desconectado a uno? ¿Se le ha desconectado a uno?
Pero Pachi no se movía. 1-0.
O sea, pero entiendo muy fácil, Ángelo en este mapa, cuidado. Va a quedar ahí todo el día, 82, 48, 46, cuidado con Bonnie. Yo salto, yo soy él y salto y saco la vida. ¡Póntela! ¡Uy! Llega a entrar con la ulti y creo que resucita con la mitad de la vida de esto, ¿sabes? Cuidado. Muy buena por parte de Ángelo, uno menos. Esto puede ser... ¡Ay, Dios mío! ¡Ay, Dios mío! ¡Que sigue vivo! Madre mía, tú, Shizuku. Qué bueno que es. Qué bueno que es. Madre mía. Y ya está. ¿Se desconecta? Ah, se dejan. Ahí está, gente. Bien. Gracias. ¿Qué pone? Estupendo, gracias.
División.
Pues sí, se activan las placas de la caja de atrás. Y mira al Carlitos que le van a hacer el 2-1 y lo que está pegando Bonia no tiene nombre. Levi lo está jugando de maravilla. Ojo, 36-75 el equipo de Levate que no encuentra. El equipo de Levate que está noqueado porque Z Division está en la zona central. Quítenme la pantalla que ya no estamos viendo nada, pero por favor. Gracias, Diosito Santo. Hay que despertar. Si te tampo que quiere, terminan bajando a Ibs del Mega. Ojo que Levi se va a meter, impacta el daño, regresa,
eso está
controlado, y el equipo de Z, Division que se puede quedar con este primer partido.
Pues 75-25% y ahora mismo el conjunto de Z Division que tiene que hacer un push adicional. Y que tiene que hacer lo que tenga que hacer con buena letra. Y cuidado Levi porque vuelve a terminar cayendo. 35 segundos para la finalización de la partida y en cualquier caso solo por tiempo el conjunto de Elevate tiene que empezar a pensar en atacar.
Sí, creo que ya no les da tiempo, creo que ya no les da tiempo. 24 segundos, 57 a cuánto, se escapa Levi, se escapa la Bonia. Y el partidito que va a ser para el equipo de Z, sí señor, el equipo de Elevate, que lo sabe, no hay más. Punto para ellos y primer partidito, 1-0 en el marcador global.
Bueno, pues 1-0 en el marcador global. Z Division que se lleva la partida. GG set, victoria para Levi, para Shizuku, para Shitetampo, jugadores que a lo mejor no estamos tan acostumbrados a ver porque están al otro lado del mundo, pero en cualquier caso sabemos de su calidad. Sabemos de su nivel de gameplay y aquí, una vez más, lo vuelven a demostrar versus el segundo mejor equipo de Norteamérica.
Claro. Yo creo que Bonnie hace su labor, hace un papel importante. No tenía tanto DPS el equipo de Elevate. A ver, sí había DPS con Mech, pero no había rango. Lola no podía llegar. Se encargaron de defender muy bien la zona central y no conseguían pasar. No sé si hubieran tenido un Colt o algo con más DPS. Bueno, pues las cosas eran distintas. Pero que te estén pegando y lastimando cada rato con esa Bonnie. Bueno, pues es una estrategia que el equipo de Z Division nos viene a mostrar en esta Brawl Cup.
Bueno, pues ahí estamos viendo las repeticiones de lo que ha sido este primer set del día de hoy. Nos vamos a ir al segundo, que si no recuerdo mal es el noqueo. No sé si hemos tenido noqueo, Neas, creo que hoy no. Creo que es la primera vez que sale el noqueo.
Sí, creo que sí. Primera. Mira, escuchemos.
Sí, escuchamos, pero no entendemos, aunque siempre es bueno escuchar. Ahí estamos viendo, pues, un niño con la camiseta de Z Division disfrutando de sus jugadores favoritos a buen seguro. Y efectivamente nos vamos a ir al mapa de noqueo, mapa de O-Team de Open. Aquí las cosas son un poquito diferentes a lo que acabamos de ver en el ataco. El meta es radicalmente diferente, aunque sí que por supuesto los brawlers más fuertes pues van a estar seguramente baneados o piqueados, y el bueno de OG que se cuela, ¿no? Aquí en la Brawl Cup de la mano del conjunto de Levate, que además yo creo que, bueno, pues es norteamericano, por lo cual será un viajecito, pero nada difícil para dar una pequeña ayuda a los que en el día a día son sus rivales.
Claro. Y la verdad que, bueno, el draft no fue malo, pero simplemente no no lograron contender a esa Bonnie, ¿no? O sea, trataron de dejarla que hiciera daño y ellos también ir a la caja a hacer daño, pero no lo conseguían. Trataron de hacer también ciertas cositas y tampoco salía la situación ni la estrategia ni nada. Así que nada, arranca nuevamente esto. Arranca el draft de Lumi Jae-Young, genio fuera, al igual.
Vale, pues efectivamente ahí estamos viendo los baneitos en pantalla. Y bueno, también recordar por supuesto que por si hay alguien que no lo acaba de entender bien, el tema de que OG esté aquí con Elevate, lo primero corresponde a que OG no tiene equipo, puesto que está FA, aunque sí que es cierto que América haciéndolo con cierta calidad. Pero lo segundo, porque ahora mismo a ellos solo les interesa muchísimo, ¿no? Que Norteamérica sea capaz de ganar o de otorga slots para lo que viene siendo la región de Norteamérica, por lo cual es importante la región que gane aquí, no solo el equipo y todos los equipos que están visualizando la competición desde sus casas estarán seguramente pues en favor de todos los equipos que son de su región. Near, de momento tenemos el Ángelo, turno por parte de Z Division.
Vale, bueno, pues tenemos el Gus, Ángelo. Saldrá algún tanquecito, saldrá algo ahí por el estilo con ese Gus, aunque Gus también es muy fuerte, bastante fuerte, tiene mucho rango y tal. Sale Ivix también para poder atravesar lo que es el lago, ¿no? E igualar
que Pachi pues termine llevándose esto, a ver si son capaces, aunque de momento rival lo está poniendo muy difícil.
Sí, arranca con todo Cite Campo, parte derecha. Ivix también que está intentando con ese hang. El partidito cerrado, nada para nadie, todos intercambiando daño, intercambiando básicos. Ojito con hang de un lado del otro. Levi también, no pasa absolutamente nada. Spiok y creo que a menos de que alguien cometa un error, se van a jugar todo al cierre, al gas, a lo que nos guste, ¿no creo?
Vale, pues ahí estamos viendo el gadget por parte del conjunto de los locales, que de momento, bueno, me está gustando por parte de los dos. Está bastante controlado el centro del campo, está bastante dividido. Yo creo que es más bien la palabra que buscaba. Cuidado porque se tiene que tirar el Ángelo de gadget, porque si no puede terminar cayendo. Si te tampoco está perfectamente ubicado, termina cayendo Pachi. Y yo creo que Vegeta también va a terminar cayendo. Madre mía, Near, lo que termina jugando Z Division cuando llega la hora de la verdad.
Sí, como bien lo dices, cuando llega el momento decisivo, el equipo de Elevate que no supo qué pasó. Pero bueno, ¿qué te digo? Ay, le están metiendo mucho daño a Pachi en la zona central. Vegeta con Ángelo de un lado, del otro, tira la super, empieza a envenenar, le pega dos básicos, si no me equivoco, así te tampo, lo obliga a retroceder. Está cargando el básico de 4K. Pachi que avanza, Ivix también que intenta. Hay que aguantar el cierre, ojito con el gadget de Pachi, los van a terminar encerrando, sí señora, pero no hay super, no hay absolutamente nada, así que todo bajo control, hipercarga de leve, se viene todo, se viene el duelo y van a empezar a salir crías en las crías, tío.
Y fíjate, hipercarga por parte de Siete Tampo para intentar embotellar al conjunto de Elevate, que de momento no se está sintiendo cómodo, y el gas que empieza a apretar, y estamos viendo la horda de crías que se viene para apoyar a los intereses del conjunto de Z Division. Pachi que tira de gadget para intentar encontrar una llave que le lleve hasta la salida, pero yo creo que en esta salida los cocos son muy grandes. Nearth, aquí no hay mucho que rascar. El conjunto de Z Division está jugando a un nivel que no tiene sentido.
Sí, no tiene sentido. Tiene el Hank se queda sin rango y Hmble también, ¿no? O sea, sí deben de esperar el gas por completo, pero el equipo de Z no lo hace, ¿sabes? El equipo de Z sabe que tiene que ir antes de que se encierren y antes de que los dejen sin posibilidades. De momento, el equipo de Z se lleva el partidito, ocupan el trampolín, creo que pasa, cambian la estrategia, veamos si funciona.
La cambian a full ofensiva porque de momento cuando llega el gas no están sabiendo tener el control, ¿no? A pesar de que a lo mejor quizás con ese Hank pues tienen una buena baza. Fíjate, Pachi que queda muy tocado de salud, Eps que tiene que venir a tanquearlo para que no termine cayendo, y en cualquier caso es que yo creo que aquí ahora mismo no hay nada que hacer porque el conjunto de Z Division es que está ganando todos los hits.
Sí, está ganando absolutamente todo, no pueden salir. Shizuko que está muy bien con esa vía, Levi también, Siete Tampo también, todo está controlado, todo está controlado, Así que bueno, pues ¿qué te digo? El equipo de Elevate tiene que hacer un milagro, Speed.
Pues vamos a ver si es capaz de hacerlo porque ya viene apretando el gas. Vamos a ver si ese Han conecta. Cuidado porque ahora puede ser favorable al conjunto de Elevate. Doble kill por parte de Eps que termina conectando perfectamente. Vegeta que lo hacía de manera espectacular. Y por fin Elevate consigue encontrar la llave de la victoria.
Sí, es esperar el gas. El gas, que los contornos estén con el gas. Sí, exacto. Si te tienes que aguantar y retroceder, bueno, ni hablar. Y creo que lo saben. Mira Hank y mira...
Están jugando a una partida de mus o algo. ¿Se juega al mus en México?
No sé, creo que no.
Bueno, pues a la flor o al póker, a lo que sea que se juegue allí.
Sí.
Pues ahí estaban los dos jugadores completamente alejados de lo que viene siendo el terreno de juego. Ahí estábamos viendo a Levi también en la línea izquierda plantando pues esos huevitos. El gadget por parte de Shizuku y la presión de ataque que vuelve a ser favorable al conjunto de Z Division. Yo no sé si a lo mejor el debate aquí se pueda encontrar tan cómodo como lo que hicieron en la partida anterior.
Veamos porque viene el cierre, la super de Poche, están encerrados. ¿Qué pasa, Hank? Que infla la burbuja. El equipo de Z retrocede, mete daño, regresa, cae uno, cae otro. Ojo con Pochi, el uno para uno. Que te termina ganando.
¿Qué hiciste?
Y Siete Tampo que se comía el gas y no lo conseguía, y el bote que empate el partido, espío.
Qué hater la señora con el cartel del nerf a Hank, por Diosito santo, si ya la han nerfeado 14 veces, señora. Bueno, pues me gusta lo que acaba de hacer Elevate. Eso sí, seguramente Z Division ya haya apuntado todos los errores que acaban de cometer y con buena nota lo van a intentar corregir. Decían por el chat dónde está el entrenador de Z Division. Es que esta gente no usa de eso y ganan. O sea,
no lo se están ahorrando un sueldo.
De pasta, si ganan. Claro.
Claro, por supuesto. Bueno, pues el equipo de Elevate que de Z no los debe dejar salir. El detalle es que Hmble, sabemos que el básico no es tan difícil de conectar, así que una vez que tiene el rango a Levi, bueno, pues lo termina borrando, lo termina desapareciendo. El partidito ahora favorable para el equipo de Z. Ahí se viene el gas, se viene lo bueno, trampolín en la derecha. Vámonos con todo porque Ibix recibe bastante daño de un lado, del otro, daño, tapa, no consigue. Lo terminan borrando a manos de Levi.
Espectacular, y yo creo que la clave es Eps. Ahora se tiraba por el trampolín, no conectado. Visitante no se puede permitir ese tipo de errores. Vamos a ver la hipercarga por parte de Levi en la línea izquierda. La presión de ataque que es favorable. Z Division, por Dios querido hermoso, que estás completamente metido en la base enemiga.
Vienen las crías y se viene de todo. Encerraban a una cría, pero simplemente para salir de toda la presión que les está ejerciendo el equipo de Z Division. Fantasmita, que bueno, que a veces puede ser clave, a veces puede ser determinante. Pachi, que no puede hacer absolutamente nada. Y se viene el cierre nuevamente. Todos dependemos del hang. Gadget de Pachi. Ahora sí, avanza compañero. Avanza compañero. El partido se empieza a hacer. Ojo, hipercarga de Citetampo. Le pegan a quien, al pobre de Ibix. ¿Qué pasa, Vegeta? No pasa nada. El equipo de Z Division que da cátedra, que da clases de cómo se juega esto. Se llevan el partido 2-0.
Bueno, pues partido para el conjunto de Z Division Neard, que lamentablemente para los intereses del conjunto norteamericano y más en particular hispanohablantes, gracias a Pachi, cuando Z dice que no quiere dejarse ganar más, pues no hay ese puesto de Juan Carlos, aunque creo que alguien lo superó por ahí, pero uff, muy mal,
0-32. 0-32.
Muy mal. 0-32 no lo hago yo ni en 1000 copas.
No, pero...
Si acaso te hago una kill como mínimo y 80 DPS no me los quita nadie.
Yo hago un
Division y no hago un 0.32. Te apuesto la cifra de dinero que quieras.
¿En serio?
Vamos,
con Han.
0.32. Ay, con Han ya me pillas, pero yo no me pongo Han, cada uno que se ponga lo que quiera.
Vale. Bueno, pues qué te digo, 2-0. Escuchemos.
Otro 3-0. Venga.
No quiero.
Bueno, esto más que escuchar es música de ascensor, ¿eh? Aquí no hay mucho que rascar. Así que bueno, no sé qué toca de tercer mapa. Voy a ver si lo ubico por aquí. Bueno, ahí nos lo pone producción ya directamente, así que me ahorro el buscarlo. Ring on Fire, tercer set de este día de hoy, Near. Sí que es cierto que si te fijas, al menos el Evade aquí ha ganado 2-1 y ha perdido 2-1 y 2-1. Es decir, si tú sumas lo de los dos sets, da un set. Por lo cual, al menos yo creo que la participación del Evade, a pesar de que está contra un gran Z Division, nadie puede cuestionarla, ¿no? Nadie la puede poner en cuestión porque yo creo que está siendo bastante correcta y está moviendo, supongo que sean aficionados del conjunto japonés, entiendo yo. Y la guía y el tutorial para padres que va a dar ya paso directamente a lo que va a ser el drafteo, que puede ser el último de este primer grupo, del grupo A.
Así es. Tenemos este tercer enfrentamiento. Una verdadera, pues no lástima o no,
lata.
tener 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Yo espero que este sea partido para el equipo de Evade. Comentamos los baneos de Grey, también de Jaeyoung, Low, Lumi, Kenji y esa Bea por parte del Evade. Sale Finks. Y ojo, porque aquí Finks lo juega Z y Hmble, nada más.
Dicen por el chat que si yo jugando contra Z sería capaz de hacer el primer 0-0 de la historia, y creo que no, porque, o sea, no sería el primero porque ya le ha habido un 0-0. No sé si alguien puede decir dónde fue, pero fue en Asia, estoy seguro. Y no sé qué partido fue, pero eso ya ha pasado. No sé si fue con una serie. Near, nos vamos con el Evade, tenemos a Last. Que ya ha estado comentando el buen ya no va a haber más oportunidades, Near. Si terminas aquí derrotado, pues te vas 3-0. No vas a ser el primero del día de hoy, por supuesto, porque es que hoy todos los partidos, Near,
Sí, todos los partiditos, todos 3-0. Yo me esperaba otra cara, pero bueno, puede pasar y acá lo estamos viendo. Van a meter a Draco o no sé qué vayamos a ver en Ash, Lola, Draco, Finn.
the bubble, or I guess shrink the size of it as well. Draco could suffer into that as well. There's still going to be just huge balls of health, but that's fine. There's plenty of DPS on Elevate's side. We're in for set number 3. Zeta Division has picked up 2 in a row. They could cap it off here.
Well, Avex already in a tough spot here on the left-hand side. Campo trying to be going in here on low HP. Got to be cautious himself. Meanwhile, G-Spin in the mid has already a healing station to help him stay healthy, and the ego as well. Like I said, Zeta are going to struggle to push into this many heals on the map. So again, popping the ego there as well, allowing that to tank the shots and staying full HP. 34% already in favor of Elevate.
Looking good for Elevate, but they're going to have to deal with Suzuku taking down that turret from Patchy. Suzuki once more pushing in, has that super to stay alive. Take down on Patchy at the hands of Levy. Zeta has really wrought control over this point, now eclipsing Elevate's percentage earned so far.
Zeta have done a very good job of catching up, no doubt about that. Levi trying to find Patchy, just getting time warp on the zone. It would be a great amount of utility, and now he's earned it as well. So now, much easier to dodge and juke those shots while staying on the objective as they approach 60% now. Evix trying to get a little flank on the right-hand side, choosing to go deep now as Levi and Suzuki are very low here, going into the robotic rats as well. They go down, hypercharged in. Love that from Evix, goes down, but look what he did for his team!
Now that's a trade with massive value, positive elixir trade if I've ever seen one. The rats in once again, and Ash is bound to spawn with a ton of supercharge on his side, but he's still sentenced his teammate to fight a 2v3. Shitetampo and Suzuki have been properly whittled down. They have established their point on the zone. One takedown, no issue. They're climbing up to 90%. Levy needs to stay alive for a little bit longer, keep the control. He has no eyes on Evix, but I don't think Zeta really care. They're very single-minded here. It's all about getting to that zone. Staying alive, not a consideration at all, because they are making so much health happen on this point. 3% to go, but Elevator looking to clutch up.
Might as well do it as well. Look at that, what a turnaround, what a seizing of the capture for Elevate there to turn it around, to seize the moment to keep Zeta off the zone. What a clutch play.
Excellently done in the final moments. And I think that might have been some tunnel vision as well from Zeta Division. They knew that all it took was a few bodies on that point to secure it for themselves, but they forgot one thing, which was the urgency. Taking a moment as well for Elevate to get in here. A bit idle as well. Mysterious if that's a strategy employed by them or not.
We've got an admin on the stage, so probably just having some few words there, as I think maybe one of the connections might be in question, so we'll find out how that fares. But it seems like at the moment Zeta are still also aware to it and kind of giving them the time that they need to see through any potential issues on their side. And of course, we want to be as competitive as possible, and if there's an issue, we've got to solve it. So we'll check in with them shortly. But certainly looking back to that last game and how things fared, this is the closest one that we've seen so far in this series between these two teams. And Elevate now up against a lot of heat. You know, this is a really tough spot. Having seen as well in the past 2 matches, both teams get swept. To be in that position themselves, to be able to stand and stand firm and come back is going to be really tough, but they're doing well.
My goodness. Just an aside here as well, if you missed it, Shitetampo graduated from Tokyo University. That's like one of the best schools in Japan as well. He remarked on his teammates that he feels like this is the union of some genius level players in Brawl Stars. And I think we've had it spelled out for us all that he's a genius in more way than just the draft and the mechanics. There's no doubt about that. But Elevate have shown them up in just a few regards. They've made it clear that these drafts are not one-sided, okay? They can draft to the level of Zeta Division, which is such a message to Sin because they've consistently brought things to game number 3 within the sets. Now, within set number 3, for the second time this match, they've gotten game number 1 under the belts already.
Are we just going to brush off the fact that you're aware of the schooling system in that region? Like, that's like honestly kind of wild. I would never have spotted that myself, and you're just being very modest about that.
This is the BRAWL CUP. We're bringing everyone from around the world, featuring the regions.
Well, we're just getting the match reconnected now for the players, so it shouldn't be too long, and the crowd's still very much in good spirits. Great to see, great support there for Patchy as well, and some balancing choices being made known by the community. Adrian is here, can confirm, so if you support him, feel free to pester him and give him all your balancing tips and advice, because he loves that event. He loves to get stopped and talk about balancing.
People approaching him and telling him how to do his job, I think is one of the highlights of these events for him.
It's great to watch, and I'm really impressed that he always has a smile on his face for the end of it as well.
You know, it's nice to get feedback from people, but you know, sometimes we don't need a reminder to nerf Edgar.
You're never off the clock, are you, at a Brawl Stars event? But again, this might be actually, for me, time for Zeta to recollect. It's actually going to be going in their favor. For the first time, really, that we can Elevate, just kind of gain a really key moment, really, to have that kind of clutch finish in Hot Zone of all maps and modes. I mean, that's the sort of thing that can turn easily into a set. So I think it's actually going to favor Zeta, unfortunately for Elevate, who are the ones that are just kind of getting reconnected as we kind of set up the lobby yet again. But you know, I don't think it's out of the question here for Elevate. They can bring this back. It's not going to be easy, but this comp can absolutely work, and Evex is the key for me. We saw with the Ash pick, and he's that aggressor. He's that kind of like player which is going to be able to help open up doors for Elevate. If they can just get him in that right-hand side yet again, cause some problems, and that was why Zeta couldn't really push back in. You know, they were just too concerned as to where he might be lying in wait, and that keeps them off the zone. That's power for Elevate.
And that's intel that they can sort of consult in these down moments, you know, amidst any confusion and things being resolved as well. It's a moment to sit back and let System 2 and your brain do its work, solve the problem for you while you have other things on your mind. This is, I think, one that can be solved intellectually, because at the end of the game, I think Zeta Vision, they simply became too focused on getting on the point, and they ran out of time.
Well, once we get the players all back and connected, let's check out a player profile there of Shitampo.
漫画が好きなきっかけは、アニメとかで見るとやっぱ続きとか気になっちゃうんですよね。それで続きが気になるにつれてもう早く見たいっていう性格なので、それでも、自然と漫画が好きになったという形ですね。好きな漫画が、バキですね。バキっていう格闘技の漫画があるんですけど、それを見てブロスターにつながったので非常に感謝します、バキには。まず YouTube を頑張るようになったのはヤピマルさんっているんですけど、その方を目指して一緒に動画撮るにつれて、俺もこんなんなりたいなとか思ってやりました。できりたんぽさんは僕の中での神様です。メンタル面とか、それでこそもう落ち込んだ時とか動画とか、何かしら見れば元気出るので、ブロスターってゲームってメンタルゲーなんですごい助かってます。そういう存在です。でファンアートに関してはもうとても嬉しいですね。やっぱ応援にもつながっているので、これからも書いてくれたら嬉しいです。これとかめちゃくちゃ可愛くて、ちゃんとシェードも号泣してなんか嬉しくしてくれてますし、これとかもちゃんとなんかシェード多いの。シェードめちゃくちゃ多いですね。シェードもめちゃくちゃいいですし。 こういうのめちゃくちゃ可愛くないですか、ほんまに。ちゃんとゼータポーズしてくれて。めちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。まあ、シェイドがいたからこそ、まあ、3月のマンスリー勝つこともありますし、まあ、とても大好きですね。でもコスプレに関しても、ゼータと話し合ってもゼータがするってなるなら全然します。ゼータ次第です。
I'm so glad he said it, because I was literally going to say, like, Zeta wear shades when they win the monthly final. Get shades on you for that that sort of screenshot to be taken. But yeah, great to see the fan art and the respect and love that Tapo has for it, because it's really has captivated the community. We've seen a lot of it coming through, and you know, it's such a character in the BSC for us that's so humble, and you can see how much it meant to him.
A main character who is super down to earth, knows the method, which is hard work and playing smart and being respectful as well. Incredible stuff, and what a guy. Really glad that we have someone like Tampo as one of the centerpieces of Brawl Esports.
He's a legend, the man, the myth, the legend. As we're just getting the lobby finalized as well, let's take a little look back as well in this series of some of the voice comms on the side of Zeta in that first set, because that was really quite a key turning point for me.
OK OK ここ2枚いるよ OK マジキープ15枚キープやで OK 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 ナイス次のよだいぶいい気して OK ナイスナイスナイスナイスナイスだいぶいいナイス次のこと考えよう次のこと
A lot of OKs, a lot of nice. I mean, we've seen that across various games with Zeta Division specifically. That is a Zeta special for me.
I've heard that their comms are really, really frantic. I don't know if each of those OKs communicate something different as well, because that's a lot of repetition of the same fact.
Depends on the cadence, you know?
Yeah, yeah, as well. Is it a rising tone? Is it a falling tone? Is it flat? It means something completely different, folks. So I guess we'll have to, get a translator to work on that as well. See exactly what's going through Zeta Division's mind. What we do know is that whatever it is that they do, it's helping them win.
We can take a look back at the bracket as well whilst we are in the finalizing stages of getting this back in play for Hot Zone as well. And if you are just joining the stream, a very warm welcome to you. It's been sweeps across the board so far. SK Gaming for me was the cleanest of the sweeps versus Revenant X Spark. Revenant, of course, not out of the game just yet, down in that elimination phase. And in the lower stages of the bracket for Zeta versus Elevate, the loser will go on to play Revenant X Spark, and that will be an elimination match.
Okay, plenty of exciting stuff coming up along here. Elevate could find themselves sent down to that lower bracket quite soon, unless they can withstand the might of Zeta Division. They've got one game victory in the set already, and that could potentially be another one coming up along the way. But you saw in those comms what Zeta Division were saying, Tampo especially, hey, let's think about the next game. As soon as one game is done, they are using that downtime to its maximum potential. And there's no doubt that they are doing that right now, trying to think their way through, play through that game in their mind, and find the solved game.
Yeah, they already know that they're a little bit in trouble. They're maybe not expecting to be quite as close on the scoreline for the objective. And like I said, FX is the problem on this Ash pick. And if he gets into that bottom right-hand side pocket, it's a really tough thing to come back into the map to contest the mid. So they know that they've got a problem with him. They've got to really iron that out, get the mid control, and try to hold on to it as long as they can. Not allow Elevate to get into the positions of which they are going to be powerful in. So as we're just getting the draft up again, just getting the players to repick the same brawlers, we'll be shortly into the game and finalize this set. But for Zeta as well, again, these kind of bit of downtime will definitely go into their favor to be able to iron out some of their strategy. But I think that for me, a set has been brewing for Elevate in this series. I think this will be a prime time for it.
Well, we have a listen in with Elevate, especially considering how they were communicating in that second map.
Boxing the Eve. Okay, he used it. He jumped.
I couldn't jump.
I hit the B, I position. Come right.
I hit Gus.
Levi's one.
I got B.
Alright. Let me get the Eve. I think I can beat the Eve.
Okay.
Well, here they come. Elevate. My goodness. Some frantic comms as well from them. So seems like a different flavor as well. We've seen Zeta be quite communicative. A lot of OKs. More words that are not contractions coming out from Elevate especially.
So I'm just distracted by the height diff of Patchy and Evex there. Patchy's a tall guy for sure. But we are back in. We love to see it. Let's see how the early game plays itself out. As again, Levi has to pop gadgets, get back out of the mid, Suzuki going forwards, getting a lot of time on the zone, but again, it's these heals that are on the side of Elevate and Evex, of course, which are definitely on my mind.
Zeta Vision off to a good start. 0% for Elevate so far. They're getting quite threatening though. That's 1-2 takedowns. Evex thinking about going in that back right pocket where he was so difficult to remove earlier. But heavier emphasis being placed on just finding the matchup specifically. Looking for Shtetampo, trying to play the range matchup as well. Elevate so far in a good position. They're continuing to come closer to Zeta Division's percentage so far. No one really wants to make the first move unless it's Shtetampo moving forward on the right side. And here comes a hypercharge from Vegeta to attempt to push in versus Shtetampo. He's used his gadget already. He couldn't survive that. And Elevate are looking to be in a strong position.
It's absolutely bodied there as Elevate now all over the objective, 41% apiece. And Dragon's Breath of Shtetampo coming forward with the healing of that PAM turret is the problem. Zeta all low now and could be easy pickings here for Elevate if they want to go on the aggressive. Suzuki trying his best to stay firm in this mid, but Zeta have got nowhere to go. They've got to come back. They've got to replenish their health.
Looks like that downtime helped Elevate more than Zeta Division, unless Zeta are about to make the greatest push of a lifetime. They're slowing down tons of stuff, but Shtetampo still can't push in. Those projectiles are still going to land somewhere, even though they're slowed down. Shtetampo with just 1 health to his name, taken down by Patchy. Vegeta, Evex now storming the point, equipped with hypercharges, but they have not been able to establish a firm lead over Zeta Division just yet. They're only barely holding on.
Very, very good here for Elevate, who've got a very good chance of taking this if they can just hold firm. Now that Elevate's coming back into the mix, there's a chance for Zeta to be able to collect themselves, but everyone on the side of Elevate is full HP. 90% now and closing, and they should be able to get this done. One final dish attempt by Zeta, and it's not going to be enough. We see a set. It's not going to be a sweep.
The second best in North America is on the map. Been here before though. He's taken a set off of these Titans in the past. Needs to make it happen another time so that hopefully they can get over to Gem Grab, a comfort map for them in Hard Rock Mine. Only one more stepping stone to get within the reach of victory. And oh my goodness, Evex on the Ash pulling off insane stats, especially by comparison to Zeta Division.
How rare is it to see donuts on the side of Zeta? Not just once, but twice, and Suzuki only had 1. I mean, that is probably the worst stats I've ever seen for Zeta in any set in the BSC. Unbelievable, but I mean, that is the epitome of an outdraft. Let's be honest. I mean, the objective was very much closer in that regard. If you looked at those score lines and those stats, you would never believe that that was the way that this played itself out. The matches were incredibly close. Their job wasn't to really necessarily, kind of get kills in that regard. Just stay present, stay on the zone, get the objective. But for Elevate, what a crucial set to gain. And certainly, I mean, they wouldn't be necessarily seeing the stats, but if they were, even more confidence to them.
The playstyle of Hot Zone, I think, was more accustomed to what Elevate are comfortable with and was a deviation from where we usually see the prowess emerge for Zeta Division, because this was all about running it down, surviving on the point. The survivability from Patchy on that PAM was huge. A super off-meta pick that has seen an uptick just recently and has won both times.
But I'm not going to lie, Reddy, or beat around the bush. Brawl is a Zeta special map, and I don't think that Pinhole Punt is the worst shade map, but it's definitely not the best, I would say, by comparison to like Triple Dribble and others. So there is that saving grace for Elevate, but I think that, in the hands of Zeta, you still will be so careful around it. It's one of those broader picks where you think that maybe it's not going to work too well, and then they just prove you wrong. So they've got to be very, very cautious, I think, on that front. But the right time for Elevate to get a win on the board, to bring back their confidence, to make them realize that they've got what it takes to go all the way in this series. And if they can get through this set, going to the 5th and final set, I mean, that's exactly where they want to be. They're going to have a lot more confidence and a lot more faith in themselves, but they've got to survive Brawl.
They would be within 1 set of victory. They have to make it through Pinhole Punt over here. Notice the Indestructibles. They can be useful. They are going to go down around overtime, so play control until then, and you can still get a wide open map. Top ban priorities out here. Gotta be thinking about that B. It can be so oppressive. Anything that makes good The bush is also going to be a high priority.
They haven't banned Shade.
Shade's open.
It's open.
But they don't have last pick. I think that's going to be a difficult one to pick because Shade can churn out some damage, but the reload is a little bit suspect. The damage itself can sometimes be tough to lane. You know, you need to hit the critical zone to be quite reliable. Finks is coming out again. This is a pretty good one. We saw the Finks and Lu interaction earlier, where everyone gets to clear out before they get frozen. And Lu is going to be a pretty popular pick here, one that's really good at shoving off some of those tanks.
For a brawler which does not have a hypercharge, to be this well picked so far in this series is kind of interesting to me. But again, that's because Kenji's banned every single game for the most part. So I think it's a lot for that reason. It's just the brawler which survives the meta pick bans. Mode's getting a lot of play today so far, which is quite interesting for me as well. And Elevate don't hesitate to pick that brawler up. Some good splash damage, and of course the ego is a great thing to be able to potentially even TP with as well. So in a map like BRAWL, that's not a bad brawler shout. Not necessarily the first pick that I was expecting, but there's plenty of time more for tanks to come.
Could be a Carl moment as well, since that would be a big threat to that. Slice right through her and the ego at the same time. You get massive damage, especially if you're using the gadget. Ashe is the math once again for Elevate. They love this duo by the looks of things. Hey, if the Ashe works on Ring of Fire, then, you know, try and get that aggression going once again. But it seems like Elevate knows something that we don't, that the Ashe is better than it looks on the surface. We were shut down by Levy, who clips the corner on the left side with a pickaxe.
Montage coming in for Suzuku, but doesn't really find or need much off the back of it, just simply having it there for good measure. Actually going to struggle, I feel, unless they can push some forwards. The Zeta really are quite attuned to it. Nice pick up there for Suzuki, who's got hypercharge already. Ball push forwards now. And a nice time right where it matters as well. Patchy stuck in there. And the continued aggression. There's the hypercharge montage there for Suzuki, and the ball slotted in. Very nicely done in the opening 45 seconds.
The team play from Zeta Division has been impeccable. They know exactly when to stay together and when to scatter. This would be one of those scattering moments. Patchy's looking for one, now two. Close range against Shedampo and a takedown. Levy, the last remaining bastion of defense for Zeta Division, but it's fine because this is a slow moment. Elevate need to reposition the ball forward and find their footing before they can attempt another push in.
Patchy's in dangerous territory here. They can get the ball through to him. It might go wondrously well, but Fujita passing to the right. Evix will be healing up, though. Can't really do too much here with the ball. And Zeta should be able to defend this quite straightforwardly. Hypercharge for Suzuki. Might even pop it just for the speed and the additional buff. We're going to hold out for his teammates now. Patchy in the mid has super. Hypercharge there for Evix as well. So Zeta will be pushing cautiously into the wind here.
Evix ready to throw down these rats. Doesn't want to do it on Suzuki or Levy. Suzuki with the hypercharge, that's huge damage and speed. And now Evix down with the robotic rats. It's going to take him a while to make contact on a Suzuki, on a Shitetampo. He ends up falling as well. Mid-control belongs to Zeta Division. Elevator going to reposition the ball in front of their own goal to keep it out of Zeta's clutch, so they can hopefully reassemble and get some kind of control. Just a solid push going would be paramount. But another super out from Shitetampo. Hypercharge available for Levy. Everything's closed out. Patchy's going to get this kill, but a pass up to Shitetampo secures it, and a match point for Zeta.
Like clockwork for Zeta. Pinpoint precision on that passing. And now just one singular game away from getting this series locked up. For Elevate, we didn't really see enough from them in this map so far. I need to see more aggression, some opportunity made along the way, and Patchy's that person to be able to knock down and break down that door. So be able to get the ball to him, really, in my opinion, or have Evix just use that HP to push it through. At the moment, Zeta are looking very calm, really like composed, and look at Levy cycling already.
That's impressive as a Carl as well, and he's getting massive value with the gadget around the right side. Patchy's going to be burning down a little bit more, and here comes Shitetampo to keep on the pressure!
Come on!
What a pull from Suzuku to get a goal solo, only 34 seconds in.
A double pull of that. Nice from Zeta, and now Elevate really are on the back lines. Hypercharge in, and it should find Evix in a nice way. Now Suzuku and Shitetampo coming in for support. It's going to be a goal. It's no way around it. Zeta get the match and leave Elevate in the dust.
Only one set conceded. A showing for Elevate, but the kings of East Asia have already established some dominance here in Dallas.
There was a glimmer, a little bit of hope there that remained there for Elevate. It could have gone the distance, no doubt about it. But they did not seem stirred by that draft. It was a winning one for them as the way they saw it. And they didn't hesitate to get it done. Clean stuff from Zeta.
Especially that final game. They ran all through those guys, all the way to the enemy goal. Oh my goodness. Especially Carl making it to the enemy side. They've certainly earned some fans as well. Those t-shirts go a long way when you throw them into the audience.
I think now, getting ourselves ready to head over to the stage. Barney, take it away.
I've got Suzuku here from Zeta Division. An impressive performance. You guys came out with so much confidence. You seemed extremely relaxed as well. Now, speaking to you guys before, we all know that you're mechanically extremely gifted, but you've been working on improving other elements of your game, including the draft phase. Do you feel like you had a strong draft phase against Elevate?
素晴らしい一戦でした。お疲れ様です。素晴らしい一戦でした。お疲れ様です。入場の際は非常にリラックスした様子で、自信に持った様子で入ってこられてました。で、評判通りの技術を見せつけてくれましたけれども、一方で前のインタビューでドラフトをしっかりしたいということをおっしゃってましたけれども、思った通りいきましたでしょうか。
ドラフトの面では思った通りいったマップと、予想外のことが起きたんですけど、修正して勝つことができたんで、明日はもっとドラフトいいピックしてスキルもいい感じにして絶対勝ちたいと思います。
In terms of draft, there are some things that we totally expected, but also there was something that unexpected in maps, in certain maps. But of course, we're going to improve ourselves, fix the issues like for tomorrow, and then we're going to go get the game.
Well, speaking of improving, you've got a clash of titans tomorrow. You've got SK Gaming in your second match of the tournament. Are there any things that you want to specifically work on ahead of that match?
明日はSK ゲーミングという強敵と相手の試合が待っていますけれども、何か特に明日に向けて準備したいことなどありますか？
いや、ゼータは最強なんで絶対勝ちます。
We're of course the strongest team ever, so we're going to go win it.
I love that confidence. Give it up for Zeta Division, everyone! Thank you so much, Suzuki, for joining us here in this interview. Let's head back over to the desk to continue day number 1 of the BRAWL CUP.
Thank you, Barney. Congrats again to Zeta Division. They move on out of their group today. Looking very good today. Also with the draft, we talked about it heading into today, how they were always our mechanical wizards. Now, they also seem to have the draft down, bringing in some things that is shaping up to be one of the most picked brawlers across all day. We saw some Pam from the side of Elevate. I really like that idea as well. And then the Bonnie especially, she can now, with the recent change, super straight back into her cannon form, made her super good in Heist.
Yeah, I think this is the Latox difference for Zeta Division. They have an analyst and they trust in him, especially Shitetampo, the real brains for the whole team. I think his teammates, Levi, Suzuku, they really trust in Shitetampo. They know if they follow him, he's going to go in, that in any situation, he's going to figure something out. That sort of mutual trust in the team and the trust that they put in their analyst too is what led them to victory here and has virtually eliminated their weaknesses by the looks of things.
But we've already heard they don't have it easy for their group stage here tomorrow. They're going to face off against the SK Gaming arc.
Yeah, that is going to be such an incredible match, isn't it, really? I mean, SK have never looked better, in my opinion, against Zeta. Whew, that's going to be a spicy one.
I'm going to make sure to tune in for that. And you should do too. Also, head over to event.brawlstars.com and get your prediction in one last time here for the next group. We also, unfortunately, have to say goodbye to the two of you. We're going to see them later, though, for a little treat. And yeah, we're going to take a little breather, switch out the casters. We're going to be right back. Dallas at the DreamHack. 8 teams from around the globe made it to the BRAWL CUP. Now, with Group A pretty much established, we've already seen which thrillers are still going to unfold tomorrow and also later today. We're going to head back into Group B, and I'm back with Uber. And Kenny this time around. Uber, we haven't seen South America so far today. You're excited to finally see their energy.
I think a lot of people have questions about this region. We want to know, like, are South America just this crazy, bubbly region where we can't predict a winner? Does that mean they're great on the world stage? Or is that something that's just restricted to infighting?
Kenny, you've costed all 4 of the regions. Do you have an eye out for some of them?
I mean, I think North America is certainly somebody to keep an eye on. In the GSL format especially, there are 2 lives. It's going to be a tough one here. Obviously, a little bit of Group A, now moving over to Group for America is certainly going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, looking through this, right, again, already we're looking down the barrel of potential elimination games later today. Only 2 teams can get out of each of these groups, which means that we are going to be saying goodbye to some really quality outfits today.
Should be a fun one to say the least. Very excited to see. I mean, obviously 2 polar opposites in terms of the regions that we're getting here. Tribe Gaming have been undefeated, and Loud have definitely had a rocky year so far.
You have a couple of seconds left to get your predictions in for our next match of the day. You already see ours, and there's one of us dancing to their own tune, Kenny.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't blame them. Obviously, these guys have a ton of experience at LAN. It's just been a while since we've seen South America really do well at an international level. So maybe Loud are the difference makers. They certainly have the experience. I'm not betting against Tribe Gaming here, though. They've been phenomenal this year.
Kind of based. I do think the Barney prediction is pretty based. We don't know if Loud are, you know, how they measure up, I think, globally. So it's fine to take a flyer here.
Tribe are undefeated so far in 2025, winning 3 out of 3 monthly finals. And as the top NA team, Tribe aims to translate this success also onto the global stage now, leveraging their home field advantage in Dallas.
It's going to be an interesting one. I love seeing this squad. I mean, they've been undefeated and carrying on to last year as well. They won 4 monthly finals in this region in a row, well representing the #1 seed in North America this season, last season. They've done a really good job.
We also had a little chat with them. Let's see what they have to say about their opponents and their own success today.
No es por subestimar a Loud, pero creo que podemos ganarle 3-0.
A quick 3-0 wouldn't be the first one today, would it?
No, I mean, look, this is pretty natural on the first day of competition. We get our top teams matched up against some slightly weaker squads, but a 3-0 in a game like this feels the least likely outcome, I think, of potential 3-0s that we could have today. I think that this North and South American clash should be our closest match so far.
It's going to be a super exciting match for sure. North versus South. On the other side, we have Loud. They've had a little bit more of a struggling run, you could call it. They secured the BRAWL CUP spot with the reverse sweep in April, and they had to win that one. Otherwise, it would have been Casa BRAWL taking it.
I mean, generally, like, we've not been able to predict what team is going to win in South America. We've had the same 8 teams for basically all of our monthly finals, but a different winner every single time.
Let's hear it for them as well. We had a chat with them before their match.
A partida contra a Tribe, eu acho que vai ser uma partida bem disputada aí, né? Todos nós sabemos que não vai ser fácil, mas é isso aí, né? Eu acho que a gente tá bem preparado. E vocês? Acho que a gente tem bastante chance de ganhar da Tribe. Mamão com açúcar.
They're pretty confident that they can beat even Tribe Gaming. But we talked about it before, Kenny. They didn't have it easy in their own region. Can they now put this into a global stage and win?
They've been up, down, and all around. And it literally came down to one match. It was win for them or Casa BRAWL got an entrance into this competition. And instead, they're the ones flying in Dallas. Look, I'm looking forward to see what they can do. I think both of these regions have had a really interesting storyline revolving around them. North America, of course, having Tribe and Elevate be so consistent this entire year. Well, they're seemingly maybe a weaker region, maybe not. I mean, I think today is going to be a telling point of that. It's been the same 8 teams in South America. We just haven't figured out a real victor.
It's time for North versus South America. We're going to head onto the stage now. The players are already ready, and so is Barney.
The heat is about to be dialed up once more. It is time for the battle of the Americas. It's Loud versus Tribe Gaming. On the side of Loud, it's Kyodog, Edinio, and Firecrow. And they face off against RBM, Luffy, and Zeus.
Another 8 players and coaches that are super ready for their match here, North versus South. And we have a little bit of a switch of a hair color in one of those two teams. We got a chance to talk to them in the elevator today.
We did, yeah. We wanted to know what the hair was about. I suspected it was like a Neymar Jr. sort of homage, but no, they just promised. They said if we actually managed to qualify for BRAWL CUP, we're going to dye our hair, all of us, except the coach. He obviously was able to be exempt from that. So they followed through on that promise. That's all, just a little bit of fun.
It's just super fun to see those teams sticking together like that. They even share the same hair color now. We're going to head into Double Swoosh as our first map. We have seen that one before, and I'm super excited to see a new draft coming in now. Because before, we had EMEA drafting on here. Maybe NA and SA is going to bring some new ideas to the table.
It's going to be an interesting one for Double Swoosh. I feel like this is one that's brought in a lot of new brawlers. Pam, one I'm certainly going to be keeping my eyes on. It seems like that buff has really changed the way that she's played. The healing has always been solid. I would possibly expect this. Tribe have frequently picked it in practices.
The premise of Double Swoosh is that there's a safe side of the map on the left and a less safe side. So picking a strong brawler, a really strong 1 versus 1 brawler for the right side of the map, or someone who can reliably light the bushes up and get information about the enemy brawler that among them, or brawlers as it may be the case, is really important. Have a safe mid, a strong laner on the right-hand side, and that's half the battle.
That was the first map we've seen today, and it was the first time we ever saw Jae Young in a big competition. They lost with him, so let's see if he's going to show up once again. What we see on this map is a lot of Ember, Janet, a lot of area control. Chester is really good, and the probably best mid still is going to be G.
Yeah, I think like Jaeyoung gives you like a bunch of axes to play on. His weekend warrior gadget actually gives you, for a brief time, like a big damage increase on his auto attacks, like at 15%. So he can contribute, and obviously he can, pierce through with his shots. So he can actually be a really decent fighter in a pinch, especially when he has that up. But trying to make sure you're on the right version of the super, either the speed or the healing at the right time, is really important.
I'm curious to see how he does too, because some teams have almost viewed it like a big 3 in the ban stage. It's been Kenji, Jae Young's been in that mix, Lumi, of course. I mean, if you were with us last month, you understand the strength this brawler has. 0% win rate, but whatever.
Not in it.
But still, I think those are kind of your first 3, and then as we go down the line, it's these more unique bans, these targeted bans. What strategy do you want to employ? And that's going to determine a lot. 86-14. Look, Loud are certainly a solid squad. While I do think Tribe is going to win, this seems a little harsh.
Many people, I think, have Tribe Gaming. There was a top 4 team here at BRAWL CUP in Dallas, and for very good reason. Where Loud had to fight tooth and nail to reverse sweep to even make it here. Tribe had pretty comfortable 3-1 wins in every single and final game of monthly finals.
Loud seeks to showcase South America's strength here. They're the only ones that can take it home for their region. So let's see if they can do that against the team that has won 3 monthly finals in a row. Bans are in already. We have Jae Young out of the calculation, Kenny.
Yeah, there's those big 3 that I was talking about. We've got Kenji, Lumi, and Jae Young. And again, it's going to be a little team dependent, but I love the callouts here of Chester and Amber as well. Those are going to be frequent early picks, especially with Amber's rise more recently in the meta.
Amber with the hypercharge here, but just their ability to actually remove the bushes on the right side of the map, eliminate the dangerous zone, and allow you to take those fights. Lily, another brawler that's also benefited from a hypercharge coming into the game, and Tara's always used hers very effectively. Both teams have gone for very powerful side laners, and Hank's things out.
Look, Lily is somebody that's really escalated up the meta ever since she got that hypercharge. It's just so difficult to dodge, and especially on Gym Grab in a map with so much coverage. And right now, not a ton of wall break outside of a Tara super, but I like the boom bust potential of both these squads right now. I love where Hank's at in the game. Tara has a game-changing super if you get it onto the gym carry, and Lily's the exact same way. Both of those brawlers play a similar role in the sense that they are trying to get a big swing for your team. All you need is one massive play to take over.
Remember, that Amber hypercharge now, you get an extra 3 seconds of burning on that oil, which is pretty important. It's great zoning. It also will negate healing for a time. And Boombox is an amazing gadget here for getting information, right? Spotting out the map. We've seen the Janet brought in, another brawler that has piercing damage, but the ability to go in with that super, try and eliminate the gem carrier. Or if you've started the countdown, have that frame of invulnerability if you are the gem carrier for your team.
Curious to see if this is a Pam. It's been a frequent Tribe Gaming brawler, and on top of that, the Scrap Sucker does so well in the Hank. Instead, it's a Crow. Definitely did not expect that. It's a fan favorite at home. It's going to be great for the vision, but honestly, other than that, it's not a very frequent pick in Brawl Stars right now.
Yeah, again, I mean, you have a little bit to work with. The slowing Toxin gadget gives you some pick potential. It's fairly dangerous, but Crow really seems to imply an all-in approach. If you're trying to go after the enemy gem carrier, of course, a hypercharged super can allow you to at least reset the cooldown, but it's rare the Crow gets out of that dive situation alive to scoop up the gems and bring him back to his team. It's going to be an all-in effort from Luffy as well. Draco is going to round things out. I love this look here for Loud. That last stand gadget to give you that bit of invulnerability. This is a Tribe Gaming favorite brawler. RBM has played this so often throughout the year himself.
I think my biggest concern with this Tribe Gaming roster right now is, do they have the damage output to deal with a Draco, especially with a gadget, and then Hank on top of that? I mean, Hank alone's already a problem. Sure, you have Lily, but it's going to take you a while to get that hypercharge, and Lily can only really focus one brawler at a time, especially with how close range it is. It's hard to duel multiple brawlers.
Yeah, she's slippery, of course, can duck into the Shadow Realm, but here we go. It's not North versus South America, folks. Tribe Gaming versus Loud. Take to the stage now in their first group. One of the best counters to Hank. Lu eventually can freeze whatever target he's able to put sustained damage down on, or if they are lingering inside his super. Doing so cancels the current bubble that Hank is trying to charge up. So you do not want to run headlong at Lu if you are Hank, and it will be a very, very straightforward first pick here for Tribe Gaming to take. Contested in basically every region.
Fink's also on the board here too, I think, and that's exactly where they're going to go. Those are kind of the top two that came to mind. It's just a really specialty ban. Lose somebody that I wouldn't call a top the tier list. Very solid brawler, but more selective into Hank. There's a few ways teams have figured out to ban Hank, or at least counter him. It's going to be B, lose some common ones. Ash gets in the mix a little bit as a tankier brawler, and Pam one of those new resurging ones. But I just think Finks is such a solid brawler. I know there were teams last month that didn't necessarily believe. Hmble, of course, as we saw earlier today, and when chatting with Semantic, loves this guy. Believes he's borderline a top 5 brawler, and honestly, from what I've seen in scrims, I'm with him. This is such a tough brawler to deal with.
Frankly, both of these regions were among the slowest to pick Finks up. Over in East Asia, of course, Shtampa already made a name for himself on that particular brawler, and we saw a ton of it in EMEA. On this side of the pond, though, much less of that Finks. But as we come together, as these teams start scrimming, exchanging ideas, we start to see, you know, a bit more of a homogenous idea of the strongest brawlers in the game. So Finks definitely has been added to that list. Juju is the second most picked brawler for Loud this year. She's a very, very potent thrower who on most maps will outrange any other thrower.
I like this 1-2 punch because now you have Hank traditionally going to be dealt well with by Lu, by B. B, not necessarily a layer cake kind of brawler, at least the top of mind, but even if they want to try and counter Hank with that stereotypical option, well, they have Juju, a thrower, and add on top of that, a extra long distance thrower. When they're in that grass, Juju is able to just propel shots at such a range that B's not going to be able to keep up. She can't hit around walls.
The two of the other most picked brawlers are Carl and Chester for Tribe Gaming. They're still in the mix. Quite often when you see the Juju come in, you need to pick up a brawler with comparable range. Barley does not outrange Juju when she plays from the bushes, but has healing tonic, so adds a little bit of extra utility and sustain to a team that's likely going to need it when they're going to be under pressure from the long-range thrower, but also those Hank bubbles. Always looking to chunk them down.
Looking for health points here on Tribe Gaming's side. Finks is a great mediator. We've got Barley, who's good to match with the Juju, at least have something. And Buzz is going to be that option. This is a little bit of a wild card. I see this occasionally, but I think this has to be their option to deal with Hank. I mean, I don't know why they would have chosen this otherwise. There's so many tanks on the board. This is clearly one that either they feel is a skill diff or just a believe in the matchups.
Obviously, you can charge your super from the other side of walls on this particular Buzz pick, which can be good, but RBM needs a clear shot with that torpedo in the direction of Firecrow. It's another brawler with a hard stun that will interrupt whatever bubble is currently being charged, so sometimes Hank can be baited into popping it early without having full charge, full damage on that bubble. But I kind of like this. Loud do now see the Tribe are trying to engage on them hard, go after the Hank, so adding an extra layer of durability here in this Gus will make it a little bit hard just to blow up Hank, who's already relatively tanky, with a super that gives him health back.
Pretty well-rounded compositions for both of these ends. I think Tribe Gaming have to pick up a set here, though. I mean, being down 2-0 to a #1 seed in another continent is a really tough thing to go up against. I don't care what level of international competition. I don't care how good you are. This second set, very important for North America's champions right now. They have yet to lose this entire year. Loud have an opportunity to shut them down.
I just think this draft goes awkwardly for Tribe. They try and pave the way for a good Hank pick, but they realize that Finks is available, so they take him first. They give the Hank over while taking away some of his most natural predators. Then they've got to pick the weaker thrower, I think, up against Juju, because they aren't able to pick her first. It was like Loud kind of get away with everything they could ask for in this draft, and Tribe again have an awkward third pick. Not quite as bad as the Crow, but still not exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, I feel better about their odds, but nonetheless, it all comes down to how they play it on the battlefield. Luffy releasing his super and now can slow down all those single projectiles, which just makes it so easy to dodge.
I mean, it also slows down thrower projectiles as well, which is kind of wild. You see them sail through the air and you have a lot of warning to get away. Firecrow, though, looking relatively oppressive. RBM has a super ready to go. In on Firecrow, stuns instantly. That's Tribe now out to 5. Adino's trying to push up, but healing tonic gets used, and that's clever from Luffy, juking the bubble with his gadget.
Now they've cut off this left-hand end. Is Tribe hunkering down, looking for defense. This is something we'll frequently see at a professional level. Once you have a star lead, especially if the blue one's all your side, they've got 5 right now. They don't have to push the objective at all. They just need to hold back, play the clock, and hope to run out with the win.
Firecrow, okay, Grigri deployed. He has a shield, which makes him pretty hard to bring down, and healing tonic can be used, but Tribe have lost a lot of map control. They've got to fight their way back in now, but RBM doesn't have a super ready. It's going to be Zeus with a hypercharge last call. Firecrow takes a ton of damage and eventually burns down inside that massive AoE. Loud give away stars as they try and take space. It blows up in their face.
Loud needs Zeus and RBM. It would swing the blue star their way. 15 on the shot clock and Loud moving forward. Hank, bubble, burst. Luffy left hand in trying to defend alongside his teammates. Now RBM lets loose, connects with Firecrow. It's a trade 9-4, and Tribe Gaming will hold on in the opening game of set number 2.
Honestly, for me, the standout brawler there is the Barley from Zeus. The healing tonics came up at such important moments, and that was a hypercharge that punished the overextension from Edinho. If Loud allow themselves to fall behind like that in the early rounds, it's hard to come back when Hank is just going to eat so much poke damage.
Blue star, an easy one for Tribe Gaming as well. They've got the gadget with RBM, so that's kind of their Carl flying hook, if you will. Maybe another motivator for selecting this brawler. But Edinho getting real aggressive on this right-hand side. Thankfully for him, Barley can either focus Hank or has to focus Juju. Can't turn his attention both ways.
Firecrow wants to soften up Tribe without exposing himself to too much of this poke damage, which shouldn't be an issue, considering when in bushes he has extremely long range. And this is what we're looking for. That's forced out a healing tonic. Loud probably have to just let that go and now try and poke Tribe down yet again within the cooldown of that gadget.
RBM is charged up that super. Bowie ready for action. Fire Crow moving to the right-hand side, joining along with Gree there. Tribe Gaming have been put in a corner. One goes down. Gree gets another. This is disaster for Tribe Gaming.
And this is the oppressive look that Loud's composition is supposed to have, right? Like Hank being so effective at zoning, and Kyodog being able to inoculate them against any unexpected turnarounds. Here's Fire Crow, softening up RBM. He can't go in right now. Luffy went deep. Has to recall away, and Adino's going to get some chunk here on Zeus, which forces the gadget out of the barley yet again.
Now the herbal tonic in combination with last call will allow Zeus to retake this right-hand lane. Luffy in the mid, and RBM's just not going to be a great brawler to deal with the extra spawner on the map. Gree is such a nuisance, especially with that shield on. I mean, it's just so much to shred through.
Yeah, virtually like 10k HP on Gree. So it's basically map control in a can. You just pop it, and you're able to move back a little more. Kyodog has hyper charge ready. Tribe are threatening. They're behind by 3 stars, and they've got to make a play. RBM Super's ready to go. Clearly looking to wait this bubble out. Luffy also starting to posture a bit further forward, but Zeus is struggling to get into the game. There goes RBM stunned out, but Adino's going to push back. He tries to go in, but he gets caught. 6 stars now for Loud, but it's a blue star difference. Adino's trying to cut them off for the pass. Luffy's so low. Zeus tries the super, it works out. Loud almost get there. But it's the blue star that gets Tribe Gaming the set.
That's the Tribe Gaming we're used to seeing. Back and forth they go. That was some exciting bounty action. Look, RBM on Buzz, that could have been a problem of a matchup. That is not an easy brawler to play by any means. He's responsible for the blue star off the rip, and he's the aggressive brawler. He's the one that has to dive in, make calculated trades. Honestly, phenomenal job by him. He's a stud when it comes to tanks.
Here are your match stats from that game. Kyodog's obviously able to find is a lot of this poke down damage, but when push comes to shove, Zeus ends up being a big difference maker. RBM Super has an AoE stun component, but right there, Loud was sort of lined up in a line. So RBM was only able to stun the Hank in front and not the 2 brawlers standing behind him, which is what gave Loud a chance to fight back in that game. Really close though. This is definitely what we were hoping for. In a day of 3-0s, in a day of kind of one-sided matches, these 2 teams are leaving it all out there for us already.
Well, you said it at the top, but this just felt like the most unpredictable of our 4 starters today. I mean, again, so many question marks about both these teams. Is North America super stacked and Tribe just happened to be the best among them? Or maybe it's a lacking region this year. Loud, inconsistent, up and down, didn't even make the grand finals every month after last year having a dominant start, representing this region on a world final stage. They squeezed by to get here. I think both these teams have a lot to prove. I think the issue is Loud Gaming don't have nearly the pressure Tribe Gaming has.
No, that is quite true. I mean, whichever group of players dons the Tribe jersey, it comes with a whole weight of expectation. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and in NA, it is a particularly gilded piece of headwear. Triple Dribble, going to be our next map in this series for our set number 3. And the end, that sort of buzz pocket pick here for Tribe. Their drafts so far have looked like 2 meta brawlers and maybe a bit of a comfort pick for them. Something usually to set RBM up. Worked out for them big time on Bounty.
Triple Dribble's got plenty of options, particularly for Tribe Gaming when watching their practices this week. One that stood out to me was Lily. And I'm not particularly sure why it's such a brawler for them that they go for here. I actually think Lily's a little tricky to play on non-bushy maps, but this is one in particular where I noticed it a lot, so I'm going to keep my eye out for that. There's plenty of other tanks that get in the mix here too. Hank, Ollie. I think Chester as an early pick makes a lot of sense, not only for Brawl Ball in general, but just his coverage for those tanks. And of course, it's Triple Dribble. I mean, there are certainly throwers that could get in here.
A map dotted with bushes and boxes. In South America, Juju's been pretty readily picked on this kind of map. Here comes Chester. Honestly, another brawl that both teams have actually been playing a lot in their home regions. Still quite powerful, with a hypercharge that definitely catapulted him back into relevance. Getting the guaranteed effects of the bomb, the destructive ability, plus the fuel that leaves behind, makes Chester just all round a bit of a menace in the damage dealing role.
Great job for Loud for doing their homework, eliminating Lily right there in the band stage. So they knew they had the first pick. They get the luxury of removing some of these less overpowered brawlers, if you will. I think with Kenji hypercharged, don't expect to see him a lot today. Lumi still at the top of boards. Jae Young's been back and forth depending on the team, and today it doesn't seem like the big three that some players felt has really shown up when we're getting into the actual maps and modes. Finks is just a solid brawler. I really just have no complaints. I think he's in a great spot in the game right now. Really difficult to hard counter, if you will. You just have to find combinations that work into him.
But again, just amazing at dealing with this poke back from their opponents. So it's the team that doesn't get Lily needs to take Barley if you want to have a throw. Triple Dribble is a great map for it. You don't want to take like a Larry and Laurie, you know, someone who's really outranged by the juice. Like it feels oppressive at that point until you can get a good super up. And the map control that Grigri gives you is something that has to be respected. Now Kaido wants to round things out with the Jackie. That might even make you wonder about your choice of star power here if you're Zeus. You might opt to go for sort of acupressure to sort of slow down those tank brawlers with Grigri.
It's a really interesting combination. Wow, Mo gonna come out here. So I think typically in this 6th pick, teams are debating brawlers like Shade, like Buster to kind of get that aggressive and the health points, but Jackie's fantastic into both of those options. So Loud, I think, put Tribe Gaming in an interesting and tougher spot. Mo still has a little bit of a goal scoring mechanic. Obviously, I'm a little concerned. They don't have a ton of HP on that left-hand side. DPS coming in from Mo, though, so I think a little bit better. Honestly, not entirely sure who won this draft. I do think I like seeing Chester. I like seeing Jackie on that map. Juju is solid. Clearly, that's the thrower of choice in this set and on this entire match. It's been Juju then Barley both times we've seen it now. I think it's interesting both ways.
The strengths of Tribe Gaming's composition, probably a little more subtle. A lot of it revolves around the playmaking ability of this Mo. Being able to score some of those goals out of nowhere, and Triple Dribble's the kind of map where you can just circumvent those boxes by burrowing under them. Kydog will have a slight range advantage there against Luffy. That's why they've been shoved back into the goals. Loud looking really scary earlier on, and Adino's going to get involved in some of this fighting. Last call popped, Kydog eventually deals with Luffy. And this is Loud just feeling like on every axis they've got the edge.
Fantastic start. Early goal. Took about 30 seconds. That's always something you love to see. Kydog with a super in the pocket. Jackie as well. RBM dives in though. He's looking for two. A pull from Jackie to counteract it. Luffy drops a super of his own to take over left-hand lane.
Atram have some map control. I think the problem is when Chester comes back off respawn, Kydog is going to be able to go back to bullying Luffy on the left side of the map. Zeus going very, very low. Kydog with the range and damage. He's kind of got everything in this matchup. And RBM isn't very threatening without that super. He needs to generate it pretty quickly. And Adino's happy to shrug off this poke damage, which from Mo is... it's pretty middling.
They get a trade. Luffy trying to press forward. Zeus gets stunned though. What a great pull from that hat. Now Luffy still holding. Zeus dribbling, electing what to do here. But Adino already back in action. Loud's rotation of brawlers has been really good in this map.
Hyper up for Adino. Pops it straight away, trying to stop RBM in this tracks. Would like to look past Mo if possible, but RBM's happy to spend his super for the hypercharge of Adino on that Jackie. Firecrow took a direct hit there from Zeus at the bottom side of the map. And Kydog will corner the ball for now. Loud don't feel like they've got enough of an edge to come forward with.
Mo has just not been enough of an answer into Adino so far in this game, and now all three members of Loud stand tall. That ball is so far away. It's going to take a lot for Tribe Gaming, but here's a breakthrough, looking for a kill. Oh, he's dangerous! He's getting away! Top right-hand side, breakaway for RBM. He's sprinting for that ball. Zeus, Luffy, there to assist. Low HP, knocks it through. No! Stopped at the goal line! Blunder from Tribe.
Close but no cigar. It was the Barley that came out. Theoretically, the lowest damage brawler of Loud, but he's able to stop the goal attempt. And now with 14 seconds left in this round, Luffy's trying to dash forward with that gadget, but he won't get close enough. Great start for Loud. They've got the oppressive comp with great front-loaded damage, and it's more in his first round than Tribe can really handle.
Tough beat there. That was almost the greatest escape. I mean, that's what Mo can do, though. Burrows underground, gets away just out of striking distance, and stopped at the goal line. I'm not sure if that truly could have gone in. That's one of those buzzer beaters. You just have no idea. Had about 900 HP, went down right at the line. So credit to Loud. They almost made a big mistake. They didn't, though. Now they come away with the game here in a crucial set number 3.
Ordinarily, Mo is just able to pass to himself, right? That's kind of the strength of that brawler. And then sort of follow it with a burrow from his super. Speaking of which, here comes RBM. Stepping forward now, Adinho getting clobbered with the damage from both sides, but Luffy has to pull back. Concern Firecrow's damage, but Grigri now is going to make the map control issue a non-factor for Tribe. Luffy takes the ball. Adinho's scary, though. He can strip it with a super, and he does! RBM tries to go in with his burrow, but won't be able to walk away. Another legitimate goal-scoring opportunity for Tribe goes begging.
Definitely a blunder. I think that was a real opportunity once again for Tribe Gaming. The first one, I think, a little more excusable. That one, tough look. I don't know if that's a miscommunication, too many passes. I love the teamwork. I love the unselfishness. But sometimes you just got to be the guy that knocks it in.
Will Tribe get another opportunity like that in this round? RBM is trying to manufacture one. The poke is reasonable. Another Herbal Tonic has to be used, and now the pressure on Adinho, but Firecrow is poised to punish the defenders from trying to move out from their goals. Kyodog's able to whip around and deal with Mo, who was in their backline. But Zeus finds himself in no man's land.
Luffy just has to put this one in the bottom left-hand side. Firecrow from the distance as the thrower, and Adinho trying to creep forward. Now a last call goes down. Zeus nowhere to walk. Luffy has to flank right. RBM diving in out of desperation. Adinho trying to encroach. Not enough. Now RBM can grab this ball, thinks in prime position up top. And they're going to let loose on this left-hand end, give themselves a little bit of a better glance.
Kyodog really wanted a bit more damage than that, ideally to keep these Tribe Gaming heads low. RBM, subtle, but he's able to dig the ball out of the corner and move it down now to three-quarter field. And he'll just play from a position to poke and develop another super. Time, though, is short. 44 seconds to play. Adinho comes forward now, starts to take some of that damage. You can see the counter crush triggers going off, but nobody close enough to the jacket to be affected by them. There's the dive from RBM, which would have looked great with the ball not cornered. Adinho now trying to camp on it, but this might be a problem now for Loud. Their spawners won't get there in time, and Tribe show the patience pays dividends.
That's just great discipline, Brawl Stars. Held position, and now with less than 30 seconds to go, Loud have to react. Adinho on the left-hand lane, battling against Luffy. Plenty of HP to work with. Now a dive in from RBM. Kyodog, a slow down hypercharge. Will it make contact? Yes, it does, but it's not enough. That ball did not bounce in. Tribe Gaming are going to be tying up our third set.
Talk about a game of inches there. It's Grigri that gets them over the line. Very, very close round there for Tribe Gaming. Already being forced to dig their heels in on day one, game one. No easy games for this team. And they should have known. Given that Loud emerged from their region, beaten black and blue, but ready to throw down with their brothers from the north.
Biggest test so far of the season for Tribe Gaming. They've had 1-3-2 in 3 different monthly finals, and it was against number 10 seed Eternal. Now they're taking on Loud. I want to see them tested. I think this is a good growing moment regardless of what happens, and if they're meant for the challenge, all the better to them.
Adinho trading his health for map control, but unfortunately RBM able to work him down very quickly. Now Kyodog and Micro aren't really able to negotiate from a position of power. They've got to give this ground. And Zeus down with the Grigri. The timing of this is going to be pretty important. It comes down into a face full of damage, so Zeus can't leverage it for more map control, but at some point Tribe have to go for these eliminations now, and Luffy's looking low.
No blood lost so far. Tribe Gaming just slowly being backed away. A pass over to Kyodog. Zeus raining down shots. Now a dive in from Mo. Not enough. Loud now in a 3v2, but it's Tribe pushing the ball forward. Drops the super, looking for Kyodog. The super speed shots aren't quite enough to bring him down.
Still though, it's a problem. Loud have much less time to dodge these fixed shots. It makes a pretty big difference. There's Firecrow falling those Zeus to able to win that throw battle. Loud just outranging the Barley. Adinho trying to back away, but here come Tribe. They're poised. They're threatening a goal here. Firecrow off the respawn. Luffy tries to go around him, but Firecrow able to defend. Clear the ball to Kyodog now, who just wants to get it out of these goals. Zeus brought to his knees by the damage of the Chester. And Kyodog says for now, job done.
Another great RNG roll for Kyodog. Manages to buy some time. RBM, Luffy, Zeus, all recovering. Last call goes down. That's great for area denial. And a little more control to Loud. Luffy left hand in, just trying to guard this ball their best. It's been an even battle this entire game.
The next goal threatens to break the entire series open. RBM has a super. That's something you've got to be wary of, but Adinho has one of his own. The stopping power could be useful, but RBM's going to drive by straight up the mid. It's Adinho falling. Kyodog's healthy. Sends a super out. It's dodged. Ficro getting peppered down by RBM, who just wants that next super for a real attempt on a goal. 20 seconds left.
Tribe are going to take a breather. Zeus needs some HP. Kyodog low. They smell blood in the water. They're looking for it. A double team there. Adinho branching out. They know they're in trouble. He has to grab a frag and quickly here. That ball is all the way on the top right-hand side, but Tribe have numbers.
Ficro can at least zone this right side of the map, even if he can't guarantee hits on Luffy because of the super. Folks, we are headed to overtime on this one. Luffy's already trying to threaten on the left-hand side, but Zeus has to get Grigori into the game now. Adinho pops that hypercharge just for the raw stats, but it expires at an inopportune moment. He's brought down. Tribe with the player advantage now as Kyodog gets to pop his own hyper, but it's respected. Tribe just back away from it. Kyodog's caught out in the open. Makes some space, but again, Tribe come in looking for another goal.
This is where health points matter, but Luffy has broken away. Oh, he missed the mark! Denied! And now that ball's gonna sit on the top left-hand side. Tribe have to do it all over again.
Still 30 seconds to play. Ficro dropping the gadget, but he himself is brought down. It's Kyodog getting aggressive. What super does he have? The gas. RBM goes in with the burrow. Adinho's got to clear the ball away, but there might not be enough time now for Loud, who are on their last legs. Ficro low, brought to heel. Tribe with the numbers and the goal walk in to secure a hard-fought second set.
Tribe are just men of content, I guess. They just like making things interesting, folks.
It's all about the content.
Front row over there. Tribe Gaming, the home crowd don't mind. Win's a win's a win.
It's all about the watch hours, baby. Keep them eyes glued to the screen. Don't want to be going anywhere because these two teams are throwing down. I think both, as we heard from them at the start of the day, or yesterday I think it was, that it'll be a pretty one-sided game. They're both called 3-0, which is pretty common. But here's that Mo difference. RBM, constant pressure. You know, Mo's been changed a lot. He's had his range reduced. His fire rate's also been tweaked to make him less oppressive at that mid-range. They really wanted to put his power in his burrow. You can see RBM, when he's able to go and get more than just a one-for-one trade on those supers, that's when Loud really get put on the back foot.
Look, I feel like it took RBM a little warming up in this set, if you will. I feel like Jackie was able to at least go even, which you definitely don't want to see if Mo is your damage dealer, your direct answer, and obviously a couple missteps there. Look, Tribe were a little sloppy, I mean, to say the least. Obviously, the overtime goal stands out, but there's just several moments where we called it out. Had a goal-scoring opportunity, just couldn't quite get it. I'd like to see him settle in a little bit. I mean, they still have a 2-1 lead, and if they played that sloppy, they could come away with one still here.
We're going to talk about it. That goal for Luffy, he had a super shot, and he missed. He missed an open goal.
Let's go!
Because see what the idea was, right? It was a defender about to spawn out, potentially to take possession of the ball. We thought it might have been sort of curtains there for Tribe. That would have been a fumble that could have sent them spiraling. But instead, they recover, they win Brawl ball out. They got the better overtime comp, so we're headed over to Heist now. Tribe Gaming trying to get this series done and dusted before Loud get too powerful for them to handle.
Tribe Gaming definitely want to end it right here. I think for them, this is all about, let's move on to tomorrow. Big benefit of our winners today, of course. If they win, it's on to day 2. They don't have to worry about any elimination match, don't even have to enter their second life. So Tribe Gaming can end it right here, right now. Before you get to a set 5, you just never know. Especially with two teams as powerful as them, it's always a coin toss.
This might be the best that these two regions respectively have looked. I think like there's a lot of chatter over in NA about this Tribe team being, in the current era of Brawl Stars, the best look that NA's been able to put forward. And let's not forget, South American teams since 2023 have basically been finishing dead last in every international tournament. So for them to come out here, put on a show like this, with players that we saw back in 2021 at the World Finals, right? Let's not forget that INTZ run controversy might have surrounded it, but it was much the same players still showing that they are true legends of the game.
Since that 2021 World Finals, 0 quarterfinals appearances for SA as a region at the World Finals. Crazy.
So just getting grouped every tournament.
Yeah, grouped or just not making it out of the round of 16 back in the day. And since the group stage has been invented, unfortunately SA has not made it to a championship Sunday. Kenji going to be the first overall selection. And when you just look at this, Lumi gone. So yeah, I mean, you almost want to take advantage of Kenji. We haven't seen him a ton today, but I just feel like he's so good to the point where you don't question it, you just grab it, you deal with the ramifications later.
I mean, they literally took a Tara super and just added it into his hyper.
It really is.
Now, not only does Kenji appear in the epicenter of that Slakshimi super, but also just draws people into it. Makes him unbelievably powerful, but that's a brawler that, you know, since World Finals, even before that, it's been tweaked pretty heavily, right? The damage reduction on the first projectile that comes in has been sort of turned down. His healing from his gadgets also been taken to 50%. It used to be like 80 or even more than that. Gonna be a Bell here locked in for Tribe Gaming. pretty decent for this map, being able to set nest eggs up, especially when you get that map control, you turn it into this minefield that your opponents have to, get slowed when they try and break back in. Feels like it's another way of snowballing your advantage.
Control brawler for the left-hand end, and aggro for the right. Tribe Gaming on the 2-3 turn. Just a few seconds ago, we'll deliberate what to do here. I always hesitate a little bit. I don't want to see too much control out of a Heist comp, but I feel like now with the way that Heist has changed, you're only doing 25% chunks at a time. You don't need a big burst of damage anymore. You just kind of need map control. So it's definitely been a trend, I would say, at professional Brawl Stars to see brawlers like Bonnie come in here. Belle even more frequently than she already was, especially with that damage amplifier to Kenji. I do think it makes sense.
And Bonnie now has such a quality of life increase. Now, when you use a super and she gets ejected from Clyde, she can actually jump back into the cannon straight away. This means that now you have a defensive option. In the past, you would have to shoot yourself backwards away from your attackers, and then you'd be in Bonnie form and have very short range and basically be useless. Now you can jump back in the cannon and go back to being like a long-range threat. So that's really done a lot to make her relevant in all phases of the game. She's an oppressive pseudo-sharpshooter. She has all-in potential on the enemy safe just to be able to dive in, and now has the option to use that dive more defensively to put the enemy back at arm's length.
Really unique comp, I would say, for Loud. I mean, B might be just to steal away from a potential Tribe Gaming pick just so Kenji's not dealt with even easier. Penny, definitely not a frequent pick. To your point, I think Bonnie's really found a home here on Heist. This is a frequently picked brawler at a professional level. I know there are many fans at home that have been waiting for the day that Bonnie makes a return. Well, this weekend's probably that weekend.
Absolutely. And both she and her counterpart, Janet, have found their niches here in competitive Brawl Stars. Gonna be rounding things out here for Tribe Gaming. Again, another brawler that can really punish the walk up and beat you in the head strategy that Kenji often tries to employ. RBM just really wants to make sure that that Samurai cannot close.
Fam, we have changed up Heist a little bit in the game, so it's going to be dealt with in 25% chunks, a little bit of indestructibility, just to make it a little bit easier so there's not a runaway, say, from a Crow Sweep or a Colette Sweep or anything like that.
That was pretty big, actually. RBM couldn't trigger the safe. Okay, now they've actually used the whole super to do it, but the fact they picked up Kyodog is kind of massive. That invulnerability on the safe is now expired, so Tribe can go back to damaging it, getting it close to its next stage of invulnerability. Should be one more tick of that fire, and there it is. It's down to 49 now.
RBM being pesky in that Leon-esque form, back in the cannon immediately as well, and Stu's firing down the middle. Luffy from range, now working on the brawlers, back and forth. Shots go from Belle. Kyodog just forced to use a hypercharge, grabs the kill, but there's so many nest eggs at this point, it's gonna be hard for Loud to approach the other side.
Especially for Firecrow. They can poke it down from a distance. Most of Loud can outrange those traps, but not the Kenji. Firecrow's already been marked up, which means he's taking increased damage from all sources, and yeah, he's brought down right in front of Tribe Gaming. Luffy with the hyper guarantees a mark hit on a Kyodog, and he might be shielded by the Honeycomb Star Power, but Luffy's still gonna run him down regardless. This gives Tribe the room to clear this oppressive Penny turret, and Firecrow eats another trap. There's nowhere to go, and that Belle map control continues to snowball.
This could be a simple case, the old out draft. And now with 30 seconds on the clock too, one of our changes in Heist, obviously it takes a little second to cool down on that Heist save, but they're just gonna try and end it right here, right now. 3% on the top, one shot away from Bonnie, but nonetheless, Loud are gonna have to push forward at an unprecedented speed.
Yeah, hyper there from Zeus, much more coverage off that fire field. 13 seconds left in the round here, and Tribe have no way to come back, folks. They can only trigger the next stage of that safe, but then they'll not have another opportunity to do that damage. Very strong showing, and you already invoked it. Outdraft is what Kenneth Barlow III uttered at the start of that round, and I don't blame you.
Just trying to make my ancestors proud.
Yeah.
I learned from a great line and lineage
of how to draft. Dynasty of great
how to draft in this darn game. Nah, I think that was part of it. The second we see Kenji's awesome. This isn't the easiest map, I would say, to play Kenji, and as a result, well, they're just gonna go defensive. It's long range from Belle, bounce shot, nest eggs, especially with Tribe gaining possession of the map early, they can just keep adding those as it goes on. The longer that Belle stays alive, the easier it is to charge Gadget.
Daniel might be low, but he is in a position to threaten this safe. It's a 2v1 little race at the moment, though, and of course, Zeus's piercing damage ignores Firecrow's advance and gives him some extra tickle on that safe. Adinho, still alive, by the way, as Flashimi committed entirely to safe damage, does get Loud within striking distance of Tribe's total. And in fact, they trigger that first stage of invulnerability. RBM needs to come forward yet again. He's got to go after that Penny turret.
They're going to take it down rather quickly. A recharge. So RBM back in the cannon alongside Clyde. Penny, right hand in. Trying to keep up with the distance here. Zeus gets some gasoline down on the ground. Looking for a wildfire to say the least. Luffy and RBM, now a takedown. There's that dive, and it's just instant contact with that save. That's what Brawny can bring to the table.
There it is, though. The hypercharged super from Firecrow decimates what remains of Tribe Gaming. RBM comes back, though, and it's back to business. Poking him down at long range on this Bonnie. Firecrow dashes forward. And another super developed. RBM trying to avoid him now. Dive over towards Kaidogi. He brings him down. Tribe safe, though, down to 50. Much better showing here from Loud. Zeus can't clear Firecrow on his own.
Firecrow's been a problem. Look, it's still a great brawler. It's just not the easiest thing to play into these matchups. Penny, right hand in. Gets a tag, now B back in the mid as well. Not necessarily the best for high safe damage, but can keep up the range of somebody like Amber and Bonnie. Now a dive in. Immediate takedown. Great play out of Penny.
And now the turret getting deployed. There it is. Last stage for that Tribe Gaming turret. As Firecrow's just straight chilling. Always a Penny turret in play, that incendiary field ticking things down. Tribe Gaming have lost control of this game entirely. It's been a snowball one way and then the other. A convincing take here for Loud.
My family lineage of great drafters may have led me astray. No clue. Sometimes it's just how you play, though. Look, it's one thing on paper, how it plays out on the map, entirely different. Great adjustments out of Loud. Kenji was much more of a nuisance. Did a great job of not being dealt with so early on. Once he made it to that back left-hand side, he was there constantly, putting pressure down. Then you had B in the middle with control of the map, dishing out long-range shots. Penny turrets were getting on the ground. If Penny can kind of just cycle in these supers a little bit better, I think that's half battle.
The gadget use there from Firecrow, not enough to give him the sustain to advance under the scrutiny of multiple Tribe players. Rattled Hive here, really just a feint from Loud. RBM dives in, looking to try and get first stage on the turret. Doesn't quite. Kaido can double back, find some damage, has a big shot developed. Salty barrel there, allows Adino to block the mark and be a real nuisance here in terms of damage, playing it diagonal, just chipping the safe, little by little.
Those nest eggs by the stage. Gonna make it really difficult for Firecrow to approach. A dive. Bonnie off to the races, goes down immediately though, and Kenji's still there. Nicely done. Loud now with an opportunity to respond. They're trying to get it down even further past that 75% marker. Tribe just have to find a way out of spawn.
But they have no one that can 1 versus 1 against Firecrow if he's playing away from those nest eggs, Kenny. Again, another win for Firecrow. RBM now's got too many things to worry about, and these penny shots coming in are a real problem for the Bonnie. Another pickup for Adino now, and Firecrow starting to run rough shot over them. Second stage, active on the safe now. We're down below 50%, and still Tribe are floundering. Loud have got them, caught them red-handed, and Kaido continues to apply this pressure through mid. Hypercharged super pop now, and RBM is being utterly ignored by Firecrow. He's only got eyes for that safe.
Tribe are rattled right now. Finally, just getting into the mid zone. Adino goes down as well, but with 1 minute on the clock, it's not just about bringing it down 100%. You have to go through several layers now of this onion on the high stage.
Yeah, they haven't even triggered that first stage. So they've got to get through 3 more. It can't just be 1 push, 1 all in. No, it's got to be consecutive assaults successful on that safe. And I really feel that's asking a little bit too much here at Tribe Gaming. Here come Loud, thundering through. They know they can end the set right here, right now. We are headed to a decider.
We were due. We were. The folks of Dallas were due one. Donuts all around. I'm tired of breakfast. It's time for dinner, folks. Give us a set.
Wait. Yeah, but who is having donuts for breakfast?
3-0s, lots of 3-0s.
I know, but that's not.
Welcome to America, pal. Welcome to America.
Is that a Dallas breakfast food?
No, that's just America, period.
I'm going to reserve judgment on that nutritional decision. Let's have a look. Sink our teeth into something a little bit more of sustenance as our stats coming out of this game. It's Luffy. Pretty dominant stuff in terms of that damage output. And RBM on multiple occasions, right? You can see he's the culprit when it comes to that safe damage, looking to all in over and over again. But after that first round, Kenny, it feels like Loud wised up to the strategy.
I'm really not sure who had draft. Maybe it was more even than I thought it was. It just, even on paper, I just felt like Tribe's strategy, especially after game number 1, looked pretty sound. I mean, you're seeing some celebrations come out there too, a little too early, unfortunately. I think Loud came equipped with Kenji. Kenji's a phenomenal brawler, played very well. If you have a good player on a good brawler, sometimes that's enough.
I mean, I love this. You see why the B was something you hinted in the draft is still being a really powerful brawler. You've got a great straightaway through this middle of the map. And Kyodog really just wants to pepper that safe down, because if you're not paying attention to the B, or if you're not winning that long-range sharpshooter duel in mid, you're just going to end up putting more damage down than Tribe can reasonably recover from, triggering multiple of those shields on the safe, getting way ahead. So it's open business. We're leaving it all out there now on Hot Zone. Obviously, the winner will be a huge step towards coming out of this group with a great seeding. Tribe Gaming and Loud, though, they are locked in Death's Dance.
It's hard to pick apart the resume of Tribe Gaming this year. Have not lost a single BSC match. 1-3-2 matchup the entire 3 monthly finals. For the first time, they're being tested in international waters. Sure, they have the home court crowd, but let's see how they respond here. I think this is a big telling moment for the weekend, and honestly, unfortunately, could have ramifications for how people view North America. If the undisputed champion gets beat by Loud, who has a 1 monthly finals win, nearly got reverse sweep, had to reverse sweep to literally win their monthly finals, I think this could be disaster for the PR department.
Yeah, not what you're looking for. Good luck spinning this into a positive NA story, especially after Elevate already suffered at the hands of that Zeta Division team. Would like to at least get their top seed in a relatively commanding position. One that could stand on even footing with the best teams in the world. Conversely, though, people have been underestimating this Loud team because that South American region is so hard to make heads or tails of. Open business, though, is exactly the kind of map where, I mean, you can really control that space. I expect things to still be hotly contested here, even from these two regions who are a little bit later on the uptake. That brawler can be incredibly oppressive when you've got mid control.
Things certainly at the top. Going to be one of those 1 or 2, 3 turn kinds of picks, and could even be one of those selections in the ban phase. I'm looking out for tanks and anti-tanks. Hank, Draco, Frank, some combination of those could possibly show up here. And then as a result, you have to look out for those anti-tanks. We've got B, Lou, and now Griff with a hypercharge certainly goes to the top. And if I see tanks, I'm curious if we get a gray tank composition, because those can be pretty deadly and really pesky to deal with.
Draco are really sort of common dalliance for Tribe Gaming. They've mixed that pick in on multiple occasions. It's one of RBM's personal favorites. Even when there are maybe other tanks that are stronger available to them, RBM likes to go in that direction. He's also one of the most prolific Ashe players, in the Americas region in general. A brawler that's fallen off a little bit more now, so we see less of those single-shot brawlers that can be really overwhelmed easily by those little helpers. It's still pretty powerful when it comes to trying to run down an enemy Hank, for example. One of the brawlers that can deal with him. Of course, here are our bans. So we've got Poco taken away, so already that sort of double tank kill strategy nixed. Kenji not allowed. Loud have obviously made sure that they're the only ones that can make an abusive case of that one. Lou comes in, so already this is Tribe saying, if you pick the Hank, you'll have a bad time.
Yeah, and in terms of order of operations, if you don't pick either Lou or Hank here, the other team could just take them both. And now you have Lou plus Hank, no B available, and you're running out of options. So this is good to prevent tanks. It's already good for the game mode. The Lou Winter Wonderland covers up an entire hot zone. So I think this is one of the safer first picks, and also on open business. I don't mind it.
The Barley ban also might be Tribe angling for a later Juju pickup here. Just outside of Barley, there isn't really any brawler that can match the impact of Juju. Stu getting picked up here for Loud. I like this. It's going to give them the option to go up a gear. It's a brawler that can really overwhelm that Lou. Someone who just doesn't really have the damage output and can struggle to keep up with the mobility that Stu can engage in.
I've seen some teams go for wall break with Stu just to get real cheeky, but I don't see Tank on the other end. Yeah, there it is. Look, typically you're going to see Griff plus B, but B obviously removed from the equation. So part of the influence here may to give the Stu a flex option, because they have a speed zone gadget. If they don't need to use it, they're not going to use wall break. But if they really want to tear these open and really not allow them to go Hank on that left hand end, this is one way that teams have tried to deal with that. I believe that's the mindset they're going for. Lou obviously on that left hand end, this is their next best bet to try and deal with these tanks, and now they dare Tribe to do it.
Tribe do have still some sharpshooter adjacent options. The Bell is decent on maps like this. You can always think about trying to... Okay, so here it is, that RBM Classic. It's going to be Draco picked up now. Commonly, we've actually seen Loud go for this pick, but Berry was a good complement to some of these tanks, but has fallen off a little bit lately and is outranged pretty aggressively by some throwers. So that was something that was, we saw that at Worlds. It was SK Gaming really pushing that idea. Hmble also leaning into it. That's fallen off a little bit now. And one thing that used to be a struggle for Griff was closed-in maps. A lot of those walls. Well, he has wall break, but now his hypercharge actually ignores terrain. In the past, his super used to be blocked by walls, but now with that hyper, it goes straight through and guarantees you big damage. So here's that Amber pick. This might dissuade Loud to go towards one of those tankier or upfront brawlers.
Ice Fire and a brawler that enjoys fireworks on stage. It's going to be Draco. A little bit of everything here. I mean, I think they've got their range DPS. They've got their control option with Lou. Obviously, if Loud wanted to get tanky, well, Lou's going to be a great option. And of course, the last stand gadget is a big reason why Draco shows up here. Crow, wow. Now the second time we've seen this. And honestly, I'm not sure how to feel about it. Obviously, in the first set of this match, it didn't work out too well for Tribe Gaming, but Loud see something in it.
Okay, our draft here finalized. A Song of Ice and Fire for Tribe Gaming, but there's more than just the 7 kingdoms on the line. It's bragging rights and, of course, the ability to slap down their brothers from below the equator. It's going to be Loud, looking to close this series out now. We got what we wanted from this America's Clash, a 5-set series. So we head into open business. Will Loud look to open the map up quickly and try and run into Tribe Gaming? And can they handle the Draco?
Fire Crow dueling Luffy in the mid. Dog goes straight through. There's that wall break. It's the Griff and Stu coming in for a big time punch. Zeus goes down as well. This is going to be an instant wipe here if RBM isn't careful. Has the gadget. An easy dagger there from Fire Crow to bring down the entire roster of Tribe Gaming.
And Luffy can't match the output of any of these brawlers in the 1-to-1, not even the Crow. So he really needs to wait for the rest of Tribe to get here. Zeus needs to be fairly sparing with his ammunition. You can shoot through it quite quickly when your opponents are strafing a lot. And Dog's already worked his way through the back. Look at that little 1-2 punch on towards the Crow. And Zeus says, I don't really want to be the one standing on the point. I don't want to have to accrue that progress. And so Loud have gotten so far ahead already.
Less value out of that Lou super as well. With everybody going down, they could still skate a little bit. No brawlers aiming at them. Dog hypercharge keeping him up. Andy survives, now flanking left hand in. Down goes 1, 2, 3 brawlers for Tribe Gaming. Loud exploding here in game number 1.
There's a problem. There isn't really enough support by the looks of things for RBM, and he's outranged pretty heavily by this Griff. All too easy for Adinho. The Draco's down. Dog strafing forward, soaking up this damage from Zeus, damage that otherwise would have gone in the direction of the less mobile Griff, who now pops that hypercharge. Walls ignored. Luffy down 87. RBM's in trouble as well. 96% and counting for Loud. What a draft, what a comp, and what a start in this last set.
Demoralizing. North American fans at home, gotta be disappointed. I talked about it in pre-show a little bit back in the green room, but I just feel like if you're Tribe Gaming, if you don't come away here with a 3-1, a 3-0 win, I feel like the expectations are just so high for these guys to go undefeated in a region that has a lot of pride, and to be in a situation now where they have to win 2 straight games just to survive. Not a good look.
And there are no easy games in these groups. At least there aren't 2 in a row for a team like Tribe if they were to fall in such a fashion. But Loud looks so indomitable in that first round. Adinho, a real problem for the Draco to deal with. RBM comes forward though, makes use of that last stand gadget and creates space for Luffy to stand here, giving Tribe an early lead on this point.
A much needed early lead. Dog punches right through the middle, dashing back and forth. Adinho flanking left hand side, and Fire Crow just can't keep up with the range for now. They're going to open up this map even more. Down goes Luffy, and as a result, Loud take over.
Look at how effortlessly the Stu outranges the Draco. There was really nothing that RBM could do to command the attention of Dog, and Adinho sits in the backline, just peppering that rather tanky brawler down. Luffy pops his super, lets it go. Loud have got to respect, get off the point, and RBM now gets in the face of Adinho, but who's got the damage? It's all about the gadget, really. Once again, RBM's able to surprise. Dog touches the point. Loud have a slim lead, but this cycling of loose supers has kept Tribe in the game.
Dog just elusive, looking for that super, and he's cycling it to perfection. Just keeps just out of range of RBM. Luffy falls as well. Now Dog going up the middle of the map. Zeus goes down as well. RBM falls, and Tribe Gaming may have a lead, but it's complete control of this map for Loud.
Dog shifts forward now. Hypercharge at the ready. It's going to be basically impossible to hit this two, and in he comes. Zeus pepper down a little bit. RBM takes the hit from the Crow. Dog runs his circuit. Hyper from Adinho. The cards come through now. The gadget has to get forced early out of RBM. It's not what he was looking for. Loud have got themselves in the lead. 20% away from taking the series.
Griff holding strong in the middle, has a super available. Dog pushing forward. South America looking strong. A super goes through, and Dog goes skating. Tribe though trying to take a final stand.
Loud Need just a couple of seconds on the point to lock this series up. Tribe now can't give them even a moment. Firecrow dies on in, he's able to find the one, he pushes through. Through's a little bit low, but loud. Get the job done. South America explode back onto the scene after a couple of years under the thumb of the rest of the world. And they do it by upsetting the hometown heroes. The air just got sucked out of the room. Apparently it just fills the lungs of these loud players as they cry out in exultation.
That front of the arena got real quiet. Some disappointed North American fans here. And now North America, 0 for 2 on the day. Looks Zeta Division a reasonable win. This one, I think, Tribe Gaming were baking in a little bit. This is now a brink of death for North America as an entire region on day number 1 of our Brawl Cup.
Loud have got to be feeling elated about this. This is such a big hurdle for them. All of a sudden, the group seems a little bit more reasonable for them. They've only got to win one of their next couple of games. They can definitely get out of this GSL-style group and get into our bracket phase. And it's honestly a great showing from them. I thought the drafts were really good, considering that, you know, in their home region, when Lao were able to win these games, they looked so convincing. And when they lost, we wondered what the heck was going on with them. It was very, very hard to follow. We've got to hear more from these guys. They've got to be cheering. They've got to be feeling good, better than the crowd here, that's for sure. Let's head to Barney on the stage and get some words from the victors.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Roll and Kyodog here. What a match we saw here on the main stage. South America reigning supreme. Congratulations. I feel like after the gem grab match, that's when you kind of felt like you gained some momentum, and also, you know, that's where an extra bit of confidence came from after the first map, gem grab, right?
Yeah, I mean, the first match, it was really crazy. It was really good to start winning. When you start winning, you can feel like more relaxed for the next games. The nervous, it is like less annoying for us. And we started really good. Later, they took 2 sets. We still keep the mind in the position, and we took it over right after. So yeah, I'm really happy. Thank you everyone. Thanks la torcida de al lado de ahí. Obrigado ahí por apoyar. Obrigado a todo el mundo que está telando. Y você quer falar algo, Caio, aí?
Obrigado. Also, you know, the casters were talking about the Juju pick quite a lot, right? How it being such like a regional pick. And do you feel like that you guys are just playing so comfortably with it? Or do you feel like the choice is just that a lot of people at home on the other regions don't understand how good Juju is?
Like, we really like Juju. We have the best Juju in the world, Erinho, everyone knows. And yeah, when there is a good opportunity to pick it, we always try to bring it.
Well, we lost Kyodog. He disappeared, but that's absolutely fine. Thanks so much for joining me in this interview.
I'm sorry.
We'll send it back over to the desk.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barney. I mean, he got to say obrigado, so everything is fine, everything is said. He's gonna go celebrate now because they are done for today already and they made it through. On the other side, Tribe Gaming, you said it so perfectly, Kenny. They were tested for the very first time on a global stage here now outside of their region, and they were yet to lose a single match in all of the BSC this year. Well, now they did.
0 for 1 in international waters. Look, this was the biggest concern coming into this. They played last year 1 and 2 at Worlds, went down to a nail biter against second place Crazy Raccoon. Could they propel themselves into another year of great action? Unfortunately, this is not the start they wanted. Look, it was a solid match, but I think they were reasonable favorites there. They're undefeated in their region. They're undefeated on the year. To lose their opening match, gotta hurt.
Set number 1 was a close one. Loud won it in the end, and we got their final moments caught in their voice comps.
Nice. Vamos, porra, vamos. Bem jogado, velho. Vamos, caralho, velho. É isso, porra. É isso. Vamos.
We're usually seeing a lot of, okay, nice. This was more of a, we got it, easy boys.
I mean, look, I think like the South American region is in a really exciting space right now. It's all these young teams that are turning up and they're forcing teams like Loud to really improve, to stay at the top of the heap. So, you know, not too surprised about this result. I think in the end, we both said it was like reasonable either way, but now they've put everyone else on notice. This Loud team are legit. Tribe is not a small target to topple at the start of this tournament. So a lot of teams are realizing there might be a shake-up here in the pecking order of some of our teams at Brawl Cup.
The one that we just said that we just saw say thank you is also the one that got the MVP vote. For everybody that voted on events.brawlstars.com, they said Kayadog deserves that title, Kenny.
He's got the hair, he's got the biceps, he's got the gameplay, and now he's got a win for his region. I was just shaking my head. Barney just certainly knows ball, and that's all it is to it. We all got cooked up. Yeah, he's the only one. We were the caster hive mind the whole way, and he had to get real cute with it, but he was absolutely right.
He was super, super humble about it too. Barney's the guy that you just saw interview Kayadog and Brawl, and he didn't say anything about the fact that all of us casters that have been doing Brawl Stars for like 5 years now
would you have done
no
that
idea
in an
who would
interview?
win that one.
Would you have done that in an interview? Would you have just like...
I would have mentioned like, hey, just to mention I believed in you actually.
That's crazy work, honestly.
But yeah, Barney, props to you. Looking at the bracket now, Group B is where we're at right now. We have Hmble and Loud move on to round number 2. The match that we're going to watch tomorrow is Toxic Lotus versus Tribe Gaming. About to be a banger as well. Tribe Gaming should take that one, right?
Maybe? I don't know anymore. I feel like Toxic Lotus had a solid performance already today. I mean, I feel like I believe in them maybe a little more than the general public, especially given what they did at LCQ, undisputed champion in mainland China. Who knows?
I talked in the back actually. Ark is now voting for Toxic Lotus. So after their performance today, I think they have swayed that prediction meter a tiny little bit. We're going to be back in a second. Just going to give the players some time to rest. And also our 2 casters that did a phenomenal job with that 3-2.
You could do this all day.
We're back here. DreamHack Dallas, are you ready for some more Brawl Stars? We're now out of the group stage, and now we're heading over to our elimination matches. Revenant X-Park versus Elevate, and then Toxic Lotus versus Tribe Gaming later on today. So we still have 2 matches today, and now it really is right where the money is. It's about, will we lose one of the regions? Which teams have to say goodbye already to this tournament on day 1 already? That hurts.
Yeah, I mean, that's competition for you folks. We're in a format where we have 2 teams getting eliminated in the first day of competition, but go 0-2, you're out of the tournament. It's cutthroat out here because the stakes are high.
Seems like we are agreeing once again, even Barney this time around. Kenny.
I feel much more confident. Barney knows ball clearly. Look, this may be an Acopium. Elevate's a very good squad, though. I'm going to keep choosing to believe, maybe ignorantly, that my region has a chance here, and I will keep believing.
I mean, look, I think this Revenant X-Park team has got some really quality players on it. I think the only difference is they just haven't had quite the same time as some of their contemporaries. But this Elevate team also, in this permutation, have only had a little bit of time to come together. They played that last monthly final with Patchy. He was able to get them across the line and qualify. But this is not that same look team it's been for the year. So if you are looking for 2 teams who are, I guess, similarly underprepared, it could be these 2.
Now we have 2 teams that have to play with a sub, but both of them are legends. So I don't think it's going to hurt them too much. Both of them now are on the elimination match. Whoever loses this one is out of the competition. The absence of the team captain Sergeant is going to hurt Revenant X-Park a tiny little bit, but with an experienced player like Zar amongst them, I think they're going to be fine, Kenny.
I mean, this is kind of a revenge arc moment for Zar, right? Elevate just dropped this dude, and now he stumbles himself into an event where he's going to be playing against them. I'm all eyes on this one.
We have a super short statement from them here. Let's hear them.
estar aquí
Yeah,
7 horas
we won't face them, right? Because they're going to
y
lose.
después un show match para ver el modo arena.
I told you it's going to be short. Well, they did not think that they would actually...
the rat guy gets old and he's holding hands with the Ninja Turtles, they all grow up. Yeah, that's a really roundabout way of describing, but it is the next generation in NA. Revenant X Sparko, they open with the Draco here on Dueling Beetles.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Finks out of the equation, and honestly, I think makes a lot of sense as a ban even. Lumi, Kenji, must bans for me. But seeing this left-hand side, this is where those get more unique. Specific bans into Ashe, Hank, and Lou. So I'm curious what's left on the table, because clearly they're trying to avoid a 2-3 turn that would be out of their hands. I think B is going to be great here, especially now that Finks is out of the way. So now B can deal with Draco adequately. We have Finks, who would have been great into B because of the slowdown, the single projectile. So Finks oftentimes going to be seen as a matchup into that B.
Yeah, real nuisance it would have been for Vegeta to have to contend with that. Neither team have opted to go for any throwers yet. In the past, this has been the kind of map where, you know, tanks plus berry or tanks and healers in general have been, you know, go-tos. Poco hasn't been banned. Jae-Yong's been used on occasion, just as a pretty decent support. Don't know if he finds a home here because you really want staying power more than anything from these dueling Beatles comps.
Gray plus tank, a frequent strategy.
Amber is really popular here.
Amber could be decent into the Frank in particular. I'm curious if they want to go wall break, if they just want to keep these things up, because B obviously sharpshooter, Frank going to be tearing those walls down, so that's a nice synergy on that right hand in. There's the Gray. I think it's just so annoying for another team. If you've seen it on ladder, we get these big beefy brawlers. I see it a lot of times with Rosa, Draco, whatever ladder tank you were wanting to play with a Gray. And by the time you get that hypercharge, you just have such a quick access into the middle of the hot zone. And obviously playing the objective is everything, so it's kind of a cheesy but very legitimate pro strategy.
Yeah, the biggest issue for Draco, especially in Dragon form, is actually being able to get access to his targets. He's outranged pretty easily. But step through the dimensional door, and if it's a hypercharge, then you can add a shield on top of what Draco has to offer, and you're pretty scary. So you raise the question, are we looking to open up the map a little bit? I think now, you know, Revenant have that option. They've got that mode. They can come in there with the piggy bank and try and expose like the Frank a little bit more to this poke damage that Response and Jay are going to be consistently looking to put down.
I think if Revenant X-Spark give up that Griff too, I mean, that's a lethal combination there of B plus Frank plus Griff. Plus the piercing through the walls that he now gets through that hypercharge would have been just too much to handle. Draco essentially would have been removed from the game. And now with Frank in the mix and B in the mix, he's already going to have a tough time. Elevate could certainly make his life miserable. And Buster, wow, so many health points, and now they can reflect those projectiles.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of projectiles to reflect, right? Response and Jay are going to be essentially nullified by that Buster. Obviously, you're probably seeing a ton of him in ranked at the moment because he's one of the free brawlers with hypercharges, but he is very, very good with his own hypercharge. Now, Montage surrounds him at 360 degrees. So if you're a projectile-based brawler, just don't bother. You'll be able to move up and take map control. Very tanky. Look here for Elevate. B double tank has been an archetype we've seen quite a lot of our top teams go for, and there's a reason why it is so strong. To set the stage again, both of these teams are fighting for their survival here at the Brawl Cup. Revenant X-Spark from Southeast Asia, Elevate, your number 2 seed from NA, are about to throw down.
Let's see how these regions clash. Revenant, full engagement in the middle here. Apache clobbering the right hand in. He falls. Vex goes in with another swing as well. Small lead for Elevate. Vegeta with such long range, it's just going to be an issue for Zar to keep up with.
Not much he can do for now, except cower behind the indestructible boxes. Apache's back onto the map. Trying to go for a super, catching onto Response as well. The damage is going to be almost enough to deal with the Draco. But more importantly, MX has not left the point this entire game so far. Apache soaked some damage. Response dealt with handily by the Montage, and Elevate are chilling.
This is getting out of hand. They did pick up a kill, but just like that, Montage already going down. Buster has so many health points to remain in the middle with that little circle around him, can charge up that super even easier. Response just has to push forward, gain his team a little bit of ground. At least Zar and Jay have some legs to stand on.
Finally, there's that map control that Draco gives them, but it took a Grey hypercharge in order for them to get it, and nothing stops Elevate from moving back in and reassuming this position. Hypercharge super there from Apache. Big slam, one after another. Response gets caught, and Jay's got nowhere to go now. Tries to throw out that catch back, but will struggle. MX in the Montage. Won't buy him enough time to start that healing. Elevate are still sitting on a healthy lead.
Still in the back lines. Revenant would have to make a perfect response here. Vex, B, back lines right now. Just regaining some control. Gonna get all 3 of their members, and I'm sure take a stab at the middle.
Vegeta looking threatening. Hypercharge super. Iron Hive catches Response. He has to use that gadget, but MX comes forward now, ignoring him entirely. Nobody cares about the Draco. Elevate, get aggressive. MX behind that hypercharge Montage, and Star's got nowhere to be.
Got a little messy towards the middle stages, but honestly, a lot of the work had been done early on in that game. The lead just too high to come back from. I like that early start, several kills go down, and honestly, just the establishment that you get between threatening Frank super and also having a Buster easily able to charge up his super. They can either walk forward or deter people from moving forward, because if they do, well, Frank's gonna hit you with a hammer.
And Revenant X-Spark didn't have a playmaking opportunity until Zar had hypercharge. That's too long to wait on these hot zone maps. Their Response there gets dragged in. Never had a chance to make use of that gadget because Apache had him CC'd. Zar is going to get pulverized there. Apache walks up, gets in his bushes.
Another extension here early, but this time the teleport is going to be on the map much earlier on, which is a big deal because now Zar can rotate in and out. Nice takedown there. Wow, what a takedown there. Elevate fumbling a little bit.
Yeah, looks like they've been in a position to honestly lengthen that lead even further. But now Revenant and X-Spark have been given away back into the game, and they've got a hypercharge here for Zar to spend. Vegeta tuck forward. FX now has to go for a hyper, but it's very timely. And they're back in control.
Red roster, full force in the middle, and now a teleport, now a double, and Patchy goes for a hammer and does not connect. Zar just being a nuisance response there, now popping up in the face of the enemy. He's got enough HP. He needs a little bit of the Dragon's Breath. Patchy hammering it home. Response pops a gadget, though. Will be able to go even. Nice dodging there. A little ring around the Rosie between that wall, but the rattled hive too much. Zar, though, with a quick response. A lot more blood being shed in this one.
Still, the Draco going down is big for Elevator. Gives him a staging ground, and FX is right back where he needs to be. Super comes in from Patchy, but the indestructible boxes actually break that up such that response is not affected.
Not over yet. Even scoreline. Blue side with the middle. Patchy drops a gadget. Now a pull coming in from a Vex, but a perfectly timed response coming in from the Draco. Vegeta now on the right hand in. Gets pulled by Zar. A montage just to march him up the map, and they put themselves with a fighting chance of the set.
That great rattled hive, though, that secures the kill. Find a big burst of damage here. Response pushes up. Gadget popped already. It's too early for that, maybe. FX comes forward now. 92 and but eventually he will succumb, and Revenant X-Spark get themselves on the board.
This team wants to put some respect on the region. And Elevate very hungry as well. Some young guns on that right-hand side, alongside Patchy, alongside Mastermind OG. This set is far from over, though. A much more competitive second game there.
Yeah, I think the fact that Revenant X-Spark are able to win fights without that grey hypercharge is really important. They do have a powerful comp, make no mistake. So much of this, I think, really depends on consistent damage output from Jay in windows where FX does not have a super available.
Here we go, starting off game number 3. Griff with a nice super there to bring down Patchy. Zar holding back, waiting for this montage to go down. The sooner he can charge that teleport, it's going to be a game changer. Jay already, though, a second one charged up. Zar gets a connection there, and Vegeta goes down. Patchy lurking on this right-hand side, though I'm not sure if Rasant knows it. Great game awareness, dude. Steps back, perfectly played.
He knew what was coming. That's that experience from Response. He has been around the block more than a couple of times by this point. Gadget popped, and now full control here for Revenant X-Spark. Vegeta's got nowhere to hide. Zar is able to pressure because Patchy opens up the map. Now Vegeta's sidelines can actually be more restricted. It's a great double catch for that super and the gadget connection. Patchy asserts himself again.
Massive takedowns there. Gives Elevate a fighting chance once again. And as this trickles up, it's going to be all tied up on the map. Now Jay, right hand in, rattled hive to deter them. A super ready to go. It's from all angles. Patchy breaks down the walls. The pull, the security, beautifully done by Elevate.
Zar instantly pops that hypercharge. It's maybe a little bit early for that. Still, that's a dimensional door that Response can make use. Oh, stunned up instantly. Elevate were ready for it. Now Vegeta wants to come forward. Thinks twice about it, though, as Jay hits him with a salvo. Revenant X-Spark have got some ground to make up, but so far, not too shabby. 3 brawlers up, and they're ticking up on that percentage.
This has been Patchy's game so far, but now his squad pushed all the way back. Rattled hive just to march him forward, but here comes the shot. Goes through the wall, cycles another one. Down goes 2 on the right-hand end of X, the lone man standing, and all Elevate can do is wait for a respawn.
He's got to wait for his teammates before he can make use of this hypercharge super. Here's MX, sees Zar get a walking cane. This is how Elevate get back into the game now. 92% and accounting for Revenant X-Spark. They've got to force them away. 3 up for Elevate. Now they've got position. Jay can't even touch. It's an even game. Response tries to get there now. Instantly stunned up and brought down. Rattled hive comes through and Elevate. They get away with absolute murder.
Fireworks flying here to open up this elimination match. It just means more right now. One of these 2 teams are going to be exiting on day 1. Look at the faces of Patchy. A seasoned veteran, he looked exhausted.
He's been on this stage before. He knows it's never easy. And it all came down to FX having that super available when he did. Hypercharge for Buster, virtually shutting Zar and Jay down, giving Patchy all the room that he needed. And that clutch stun as Response tried to TP through the dimensional door onto the point was a real heads up from Patchy.
Nicely done to Buster, and obviously 13 frags going to be leading the squad and the entire match there. But Buster being the guy that's getting the percentage points, and I think that's just the benefit of having so many health points. And again, that montage just to reflect projectiles. Look at how much time they can buy here. He can get aggressive, he can stand back. I feel like that was such a flexible composition.
kind of a little bit of everything, right? The fact that Evx just in sitting on the point, doing his job by capturing it, is able to gain super as long as he stands close enough to Patchy or Vegeta as it may be. Virtually had, you know, about the highest uptime on Montage that you could ask for. Whew, that stun was dirty.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's pretty hard to miss the hypercharged super from Frank. But then it comes before Response has the chance to catch it and get invulnerability. You've got every reason to feel good about that result for Elevate. Hard fought Hot Zone, but they come out with a dub.
That's a big confidence booster, and love the animation coming out. It's something that in person you really get to feel in the arena, to see just across the stage from us here. Just seeing how elated they are, how happy. I mean, they're people too. I think oftentimes we see them as just these robotic Brawl Stars gods. But at the end of the day, they're competitors.
We see Elevate every monthly finals in NA, and they load their play area with friends and family. Like, it's great. There's like 13 people in their room at all times when they're playing. It is great. They have been obviously electric domestically. Online, they've looked great. Now, though, it's a completely different vibe. So, shaking the monkey off their back, getting that really important set win here at LAN. As they look towards Knockout, has got to start to fill their sails with a bit of wind. But this Revenant X Spark team, I mean, they refuse to be kicked out of this competition so easily. Looking to the draft here, that's how they start to claw back into this game.
Set number 2, hopefully will deliver just as set number 1 did. Back and forth the whole way. And competition so high. When it gets to Gold Arm Gold, it's just a really interesting map right now, I'd say. I think Knockout in general just in a peculiar place. Kenji, Lumi at the top. Jaeyoung certainly not showing up as much as I was led to believe, at least based on scrims and bans and whatever we could get. But here we go. No Lumi, but Kenji did survive, so keep your eye out for that.
Some of our teams earlier today opting to ban Jaeyoung. Probably half the reason why we haven't seen it, but outside of that, mostly overlooked. In drafts like this, normally it's like the Finks that sneaks through on some maps. Knockout maybe less so. Oli's someone that we actually haven't really talked about a whole lot. Kind of fallen off. Obviously a Brawl with great crowd control ability, just hasn't really been hotly contested. The Kenji, though, sneaks in here in a Knockout game, and there's a bit of a dirty strat with the kit here. You can try and work in. Gold Arm Gulch is a reasonable map for it. The Revenant X Sparks see coming their way because already Elevator feel tip their hand to some degree.
Looking out for Pam, and I know that may sound surprising, but it's just something that we've seen a lot in pro practices. So while it may not be picked, it's something to keep your eye on, or we could just get even more of a hard counter. Let's go with the hardest of hard counters. But that Scrap Sucker gadget, it's an old-timey brawler. It used to work here. The healing's great. The healing station can go behind indestructible walls. That's never been the issue. It's just the damage. And once she got that buff, it's really brought her back to life.
I mean, Kenny here still coping on the Pam pick. That would be 2 brawlers that were released, what, before 2021, I think. Yeah. 5-year-old brawlers. We end up seeing it come in. So Angelo here, obviously great on this map. There's some water towards the top and bottom that give Angelo a couple of angles that aren't normally available. To the degree that we saw teams used to play, even pick Eve on this map, because that ability to traverse bodies of water was so highly desired. He's obviously a fantastic sharpshooter in his own right with a hypercharge that basically says, don't you dare come near me.
The fact that Shelly was this early is honestly wild too, but I mean, in theory, it makes so much sense into Kenji directly. You get a little extra range with the gadget. And Angelo, honestly, one of my favorite brawlers, if not my favorite sharpshooter in the game, just for how flexible he is. He's got speed, he's got damage, he's got trickling damage with that super as well. Omnipresent all the time, and has a get out of jail free card or a piercing shot through a wall. There's just so many ways to use him.
Sometimes that piercing shot can be all you need to secure those key eliminations. Something that, in the past, Gene would try and do with Vengeful Spirits, but he's been banned out pretty studiously here. Revenant X Spark do not want to deal with it. So the Juju comes in. Barney was discussing it with, Loud on stage. They really love to try and get that brawler in. But against a brawler like Shelly, you feel like she can do so much just to pressure Zara out of a lot of those positions, hide in the bushes, be able to target mid-map, just have this ridiculous amount of range, and also in a pinch, Grigori is unbelievably powerful.
Solid roster here on the right-hand end. I mean, Juju for thrower, and with the grass has the extra range to kind of match with Angelo too. I mean, outside of a piercing shot, what's he really to do? Sharpshooters traditionally do not do well into throwers. Shelly, though, can blast her way through a couple of those brawlers between Gus, Kenji, and Juju. If Shelly escapes, has a pop-off game, it's going to be tough. Now they've gone for 2 in terms of the shotgun brawlers, so I think we're starting to see a trend here.
So Daryl has the mobility, right?
Interesting start here. Of course, Daryl's going to be able to charge his super passively, so it doesn't super matter which angle he takes, but Jay this time actually goes right. There's a lot of mind games that get played early on about full engaging left, which has been normal choice, but sometimes you get real aggro and go right. Because there's a little more openness on your left-hand side spawn, it's usually the safer end.
See the clay pitching gadget there for Jay. Able just to get some decent damage down at long range. Would love to build an early super. Basically means that Patchy can't hard engage at that point. Otherwise, he will just get liquefied if he turns up in front of that deadly shotgun brawler. Notice here, Evex doesn't actually have bushes to use. It's a bit annoying. He is not able to be that oppressive long-range thrower that he would like to be. Or at least deny a response to use of that bush, but he's looking to get close. Patchy's starting to posture more aggressively now as well, Kenny.
This is all about building those supers, and Daryl releases one. The super roll goes through. 2v2 situation, shotgun brawlers versus a sword in a little distance. Shield goes down, they focus him. It's an even matchup, and Vegeta gets the dub.
I really feel like that was emblematic of these two drafts. Both very strong, both have good long range capacity and also close range in-your-face brawlers that can spit out absurd amounts of damage in a pinch. That one went to the wire. Patchy already has Flashimi at the ready. He's supercharged. Zara will be forced now back to the extremities of the map. This is what Patchy wants. Zoning away with that star power that mitigates the first hit every now and then by a huge amount. Staves off a lot of the burst that Angelo can cause.
Nice shot coming out of Zar. A little extra pressure. It now has that hypercharge available. One for response as well. So a full house on the side of Revenant. On the other end, it's just Patchy with a super so far, and that's a big difference maker towards these in-games.
Elevator trying to take Zara off this diagonal. It's really annoying for them because they cannot outrange this Angelo like that. They've got to try and force him to the bottom of the map like so, and use Patchy as a cattle prod to sort of herd this Angelo away. But Zara will always be able to find these nice little straightaways. And Vegeta has to be on his best behavior. Look at that, chunk down to half by one shot. Here comes Zara getting aggressive now. Daryl goes in, Vegeta gets the shield, but he's still in trouble. Able to survive. Greenberry used a body block, but he's awkwardly in a corner. Evex can't really use it to defend himself, and the gas should bring him down, but not quickly enough, apparently. What was that?
Shelly was just so low HP that Fog or shot. One connection was a takedown, and after that, you had 7,000 plus health points just blocking for you. All Juju had to do was land the shots necessary. Look, that's some high pressure stakes there. Landed the mechanics, did what was necessary, and now Elevate escaped with a game.
And it could have been awkward because Grigory was tucked into a corner. It's actually really hard to use it to body block there in a pinch. Fortunately, he eventually started moving forward. And that's what Evex was able to tuck in. So now pushes up on both sides of the diagonal. Very aggressive thrust here from Evex, causes him to take a shot from Zar.
Patchy on the right-hand end. Just trying to sneak his way up there. Any area control they can get, they'll take right now. This is why Evex is going to be taking off to this right-hand side, just trying to get the extra range from the grass. Because we've seen it, Juju hasn't been very effective in these early games, but once you get towards those in-games, have a super available, now you bring the fourth brawler into the map. Now you can at least have range to keep up.
Elevate's composition is very super dependent in order to actually enact their game plan. The shield from Vegeta with the knock-up as well can really turn a lot of these fights on their heads. And Patchy getting invulnerability during that first stage of his super is also very important. When Patchy has that shield up, he doesn't have to respect Zar's damage whatsoever, so he uses that window to take space and then tuck behind a corner. All right, response, he's tipped his hand now, looking for Evex, trying to slow him down with a tar barrel, and he gets him. Patchy's got no choice but to go for it now. Jay pops the gadget, and there's Patchy! Sweeps them aside. Kenshi is terrified.
He is the main protagonist of our season. No wonder he's so darn good, certainly on his anime arc right now. And Patchy, on one of his own, has quite the legacy in North America, but is looking to extend it here with a little post-retirement party. And they're starting off hot here in our second set.
Once again, Patchy was posturing towards the bottom side of the map. Zara is not on the diagonal, which is just where Elevate wants him to be. Vegeta happy to draw some shots. Decent amount of health for a mid to long range brawler that Gus has, so he can take a hit every now and then, and he has been over the course of the game trying to trade his health points for map control. But Elevate want to play for the late game. They want the gas to start encroaching, and they're probably a little bit concerned about Response's hypercharge, which they know to be ready.
Especially at this point. plenty of time for adjustments, and as that fog starts to close in, they'll be ready for response. They just don't know where he quite is on the map right now. They know he's somewhere left.
Shows himself now.
Yeah, now the green going in as well.
I know he's
charge available. Roll forward. It's going to be a double. Patchy feeling the heat, the bounce.
Oh,
it's an instant eradication. No! It's 2v1, and Elevate gets the dub! Magic made here in Dallas.
I don't know, man. That just doesn't make any sense to me. How do they walk around like this? Such confidence. It's an absolute mess. The Daryl Hypercharge comes in. It gets popped by Gusto as well. You can see that Elevate know there's going to be a hard engage. It's so super dependent their comp. They get the Gust Bubble, they get a Grigri out, and MX is able to body block from behind it. Beautifully done. That is incredible play under pressure from these youngsters.
Solid roster, solid composite. I mean, no complaints, really. Look, Revan and Export kind of went for it here. Daryl, not super surprising. Angelo, but such an early Shelly pick. I feel like the adjustments in that draft mid-segment, just really solid. I mean, I think this is the range of Gus to now keep up with the enemy side, and also as a shield to provide to bounce off in those last-second moments. I mean, I like Angelo, but Gus can at least go toe-to-toe there, and Grigri, honestly, such a factor of X clutching up their response. I thought the fellas had it there in this next round coming up, but no, Grigri, the fourth brawler, just bringing so much life.
Oh my god! He is 800 health, able to get a super online just in time, and MX leaves a parting gift. He leaves the Grigri, so Vegeta has this extra 4,000 shield, and then a bodyguard, and then he hits the shots. And let's not forget, Cuckoo Popper, in those clutch moments, just being able to find some burst damage is a game changer.
Two different vibes going on that stage. On the right-hand end, they are grinning with glee. I mean, they know they got away with one there, and they definitely weren't going to lose the set in that moment by any means, but they just ended a little bit quicker. On the left-hand side, no comms, no talking. They are dialed in because they know what's on the writing on the wall. It's 2-0. This is international gameplay. Reverse sweeping is such a big ask, especially out of an underdog region.
But this is how I feel about Elevate, and this is how we've sort of seen them find their wins all year. If they don't get out-drafted, more often than not, their mechanical skill, the raw mechanical skill, especially from Vegeta and MX, is enough to get them over the line. In moments like that, where basically it's impossible to train for those situations. You can't simulate that, you can't dry run that sort of weird end-around situation. Their instincts, game sense, and mechanics just make them that much better of a team. And it's surprising. Revan and X-Park have got tons of experience of their own, but in those pressure scenarios, they crumble, whereas Elevate rise.
I think it's one of my favorite parts of Elevate as well. Obviously drafting in general, but you talked about the game sense, the on-the-fly creativity. They see a Shelly. What do? They have a great answer, a well-rounded composition, and obviously the mechanics speak for themselves.
Shouldn't be picking the Shelly there, I think.
Fair point, but still a little curveball. Still a little curveball.
Because the problem is that Kenji is so good against burst damage, flat out. That star power on its own makes him a viable brawler against so many of these sharpshooter looks. OG here, obviously weighing in on this draft process. Getting Gene pretty early in a bounty match is always going to be good, and there's a bunch of great brawlers to pair with it. RT's taken away. Max is there though. Gene Max comps here on bounty, really, really solid. Haida is the kind of map where, we've seen a ton of different kinds of brawlers in the past. Lumi was one that snuck in recently on this map. She's been taken away. We're going to go back to the well and say we still think Angelo is critical to our strategy.
I think it is too. It's just one of the top brawler choices, I think, especially given the ban stage. Look, Nani maybe gets in the equation as one of those sharpshooter counters, but when you see Gene on that right-hand end, you're kind of deterred from that left side with going something like a Piper, who traditionally is going to be countered by that. So I think kind of running out of options here. 8-bit, I don't think a bad shout. I mean, especially if Elevate want to go with the same sharpshooters. If Piper's on their mind, for example, well, 8-bit's so beefy. He may be slow, but it takes several Piper shots to bring him down.
Elevate have banned Bell here, which is always fairly telling. She's the kind of brawler that is amazing in a defensive aspect. So Elevate might actually be wanting to play a comp that is countered by Bell. Most often it's the comps that want to move up the map and take map control. Bell is amazing when you get a lead, you get that map control, you have a star advantage, you put down this nest eggs, and then your opponents have to come forward. They have to get aggressive, and they walk into those nest eggs and get blown out. So the Gene Max here is such a classic shell. Very straightforward. Now Elevate can consider a Grey, something else that really, combines nicely, but that's been banned away. So there are other sharpshooter options that they can still work in here, but they obviously love to add to their pick potential of this comp.
I think they're going to want something a little aggressive. I'm curious if they go for a flying hook Carl or something like that, just to bring a little flare of aggression. Yeah, it's going to be Ollie, so that's going to be a similar choice there too, because obviously now he has the health points. Elevate love going tank. There are not a lot of sets this season that they have not brought at least one beefy brawler into the fray, and because of Revenant selections, they go 2 more long-ranged options, so instead of zigging, they're going to zag and grab that max, a long-time synergy that you talked about.
Ollie has a couple of gadget options. Most importantly, All Eyes on Me allows him to briefly hypnotize a target that he hits with his main attack. Often that's all you need to guarantee like a magic hand connection, to guarantee a hook, or just to blow them up if they're a low health brawler in general. And that's before they have a response, an opportunity rather, to respond with like a Gust Super, for example, to give the shielding or a gadget from the Angelo to jump away. In general though, Elevate have a comp that says we want to go all in. We want to dive on you. We want to use a speed boost to get Evex in position for these big AoE hypnotizers and just take the game away from there. I do think that Vengeful Spirit's less potent of a gadget here because there isn't a ton of like high damage sharpshooters on Elevate Sonic. You're not really securing kills with that gadget. You might see, you know, another option, but even Lamp Blowout is not that exciting here either.
Another interaction as well. The only option for wall break would be a gene pool that penetrates both of those. Angelo can get through them with a gadget of choice, but Czar gonna have to walk the long way around. Response on the right hand in can play this long lane. It's just gonna take a little bit of time. Max gonna be looking for that first super. That's where the first momentum swings start to happen.
Evex has taken some real estate. Obviously looks threatening. It's a gadget drawn there out, but Evex is able to use his plate taken instead of All Eyes on Me. It gives him the ability to close the gap even further when he's trying to land those supers, and of course he just got a blue star with it. So you can see that plays into the strategy pretty heavily. Here's a max super though. Where are they looking? Response looking pretty tasty over on this right side of the map, but Vegeta takes more damage than he thought. This is the max gene comp at its best.
And then a stun too. They walk him right off. Oh, and a nasty pull goes through. Team wipe for Elevate. Beautifully executed. They play it together with the magic puffs. Ollie can be there for the hypnosis. This is just a well-rounded synergy overall.
Yeah, them health insurance premiums just went through the roof for Revenant X5, buddy. There is a lot of risk out there on the field for them. Now the max super magic hand catches out the damage booster and nothing more. Response again finds himself a little exposed in this position, but healthy enough with the shield to survive it. They've got to respect this 8-bit damage, though. It's forcing him into a corner.
Now they're on the back lines as well. Still plenty of time for Revenant here. Aggression, a perfect shield, and now they've swung that blue star. That's going to be a big difference maker if they want a chance.
If they can get Patchy, that will have a lead. That's the only brawler that Revenant X-Spark need to bring down. I don't know if he's going to give it to him easily, though. That is a gene that we're talking about. Zara goes a little bit, whoa, look at the dodging from Vegeta. And the mechanics on full display. Jay caught up by Evex, and this is Elevate, just tap dancing all over them. What a showing in this first round on Hideout, man. These guys are proper ankle breakers.
Look, they took on Zeta Division in the opening one. Reasonable loss for anybody on the planet to lose to Shitampo and the fellas, but these guys look on top of the world right now.
Bro, they got hands, I'm telling you.
I mean, the mechanics, the drafts, no complaints here. And now one away from punching a ticket to day number 2. North America needs this one. But Revenant X-Spark definitely want to put the respect on their name. If they took a 3-0 loss, it would be heartbreaking for this region.
So Evex actually gets the blue star here without having to use a gadget, which means he can now jump over the wall. Try and hypnotize someone. Zara, though, pretty wise for this strategy. Despite really outranging Vegeta, he's getting kind of ruined. But his large health pool will give him the staying power to get map control here on the right.
Another composition that loves those supers between Ollie, between Max, and obviously gene pools can do wonders. Response playing the long hand left lane. They're using these L-shaped walls to their advantage. Now Vegeta has a little speed. At a moment's notice, they can really turn up the heat.
See, they're considering it. They'd like to maybe turn this around on Revenant X-Spark. Response normally is the play that they go after, you know, in the case of an overextension, just because Gus needs to get a little bit close to guarantee that damage. There it is. There's a speed boost. Who they're looking for. Zara might be the option. He kind of knows they're coming for him. Evex playing safe. Flashes the super. Sitting on the other side. Here's the long arm of the law. And it catches X9J. That's not where you want to be. Response. He'll be hypnotized and he'll have nowhere to go. Taunted forward and Elevate take an easy 5-star lead.
It's just too much damage. And they want more. Dropping the speed there just to deter Revenant from moving forward. once again, they're going to have a tall task. 5 stars in the blue one with Elevate. Not a lot of time in the clock to achieve it. Oh, and another max range. Patsy playing out of his mind.
I mean, Patchy, he must already know the plot of Cars 4, bro, because my goat is unwashed, I'm telling you. FX trying to back away. Response has been able to even it up. Oh, dangerous. Revenant have got themselves a lead. Response with a timely bubble. Now Elevate have got to be the aggressors with only 13 seconds left. This has collapsed on them.
Red roster pushing forward. Star teleporting up. One goes down. Blue Star, the difference maker here. Revenant fighting for their tournament lives, and the red roster has to move quick. A phase shift forward, and they're blocked behind the walls. And X-Spark will survive another.
Great recovery. We thought they were done. We thought this was the last hurrah for this team from Southeast Asia, cobbled together at the final moments for this tournament. They were struggling. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they get that Gus Super exactly where it needs to be. They win their individual fights, and they blow Elevate out. Not quite yet, Elevate. They still need to take a convincing result here to walk away with the series dub.
Job's not done yet, but Patchy pressing. Jay goes down. Oh my goodness, this guy has just been cracked this set. He was retired, folks, and now making an appearance here in Dallas in front of a home crowd in North America. Just something special.
Only one magic hand has missed so far this entire set, and it was on a damage booster, which is acceptable. Outside of that, he's been sublime. Response really trying to play out of the range of Patchy here, but he might not have the choice now. In they come, Patchy! Guarantees the connection. Super there from Response. Base shift forward from Vegeta. Elevate still able to win that fight, though. Get themselves ahead by 4 in the Blue Star.
We've seen this story before. Revenant and X-Spark have turned it on his head once, and they're going to have to do so again. A little over a minute on the clock. Jay with a piercing shot. Vegeta will easily heal, though. As part of the crowd control, Patchy can just stand there, work alongside his unit, go for a pull, and be threatening at all times, and alongside it, just heal up. Speed going down. Assurgence on the right. Response in Jay. Tapping, though, and now they'll swing it. It's just a Blue Star separator.
You've got to respect the Angelo. He can take a star lead out of absolutely nowhere, and he did even up the game. It's about the Blue Star here. Jay's looking deadly. Amped up by the 8-bit. Used his gadget there, so no piercing capacity for the next few moments. But he'll have time for another gadget cooldown before this game is done. At some point, Elevate have got to make the play. Vegeta's ultimate just came online. Patchy's going to have a hyper as well. They get forward. FX takes a blow. Vegeta chunked down to less than half, and instantly Elevate back to their hiding holes again.
Zara been knocking down arrows left and right. Now a hypercharge going down, left hand in just for a little extra stat boost. And the long-range sharpshooters are going to have to work with Elevate. Crowded in the top left-hand side. Down goes one. Ollie looking to respond. Hypercharge for response, and it's going to be a close call, but he gets away with murder! Patchy with the pull, doesn't go through. It's blocked. 3 on the clock, and FX has to close out. He does! Elevate has done it! Moving on to day number 2.
Just what it looked like, they might have to wait another set. Well, God forbid, have to stave off a potential reverse sweep. They see the light at the end of the tunnel. They see that victory. It's in the hands of one of Revenant and X-Spark's brawlers to the tune of 4 stars. They chase them down. Job done. Bounty collected. Series claimed.
Such a fun team to watch. It's been awesome to see these guys grow throughout the year and now get it done in the LAN event. I'm sure that builds confidence, but just what a story. Patchy coming out of retirement now twice for this squad and doing excellent work overall. The gene pulls there were unbelievable.
Now, Patchy had a pretty insane game. I think, he definitely can be credited with a lot of the success of this team. It's Elevate staying alive here in Dallas, in front of a home crowd, no less. Some joy for NA here today, at least. Let's head down to the stage to hear from the victors.
Thank you so much, Uber. I've got Patchy here with me from Elevate. Listen to that crowd. They are going absolutely crazy for you. What an experience that must have been right at those final moments. Talk us through what happened.
I don't know, man. I don't even know how that happened, but I'm just glad Evelyn got that final kill, man.
I mean, speaking about that old guard rivalry you were talking about, it seems like you got one up on Zara. That's got to feel nice.
Yeah, finally got a win against Zara on LAN. Glad we played. I lost to Bobby last time at LCQ. We got Zara, so 1-1, you know?
I feel like what the turning point for that map, or especially a moment that I recognized for you guys, was coming out of Hot Zone, that final flourish that you had at the very end. You guys had that huge reaction to it as well. And then from then, you just played with a lot more confidence. You took a bit more risks as well. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, you know, losing against Zeta, like I've lost to Zeta every single Worlds or whatever I'm at this point. And we just needed that first set, that close set, get back in the game, you know, feel like we're back in it and we get the rest.
Patchy, what an incredible performance from you and the Elevate boys. DreamHack Dallas, make some noise for Elevate! Let's send it back over to the desk.
Thank you, Barty. Good on you, Patchy. Very humble. Looking forward to the next few days. They're still in the race, but sadly, we have to say goodbye to not only Revenant X-Spark, they represent the Southeast Asian region, and this flag is now going to be grayed out.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a tough matchup for them to run into for their survival. Elevate with a 3-0 here, and you can just see it's a classic composition Elevate pick. It's nothing out of the ordinary, right? That Gene Max combination is tough for even the very best teams to deal with.
We had the chance to listen in with Elevate in that set number 1. Let's hear them.
They don't have hybrid TP.
Yeah, just hold, just hold, just hold.
Watch the hook, watch the hook. I'll take the Gray, I'll take the Gray.
I'm going left.
He missed, he missed.
All right. Just hold it, hold it.
I hit Griff.
Nice, nice, nice. Get up.
I'm staying left.
Play right, no, you gotta play right.
All right.
Yeah! Good fucking shit.
Oh my God, bro.
Very clear call-outs here from the boys from Elevate, and they're very happy at the end of it. Patchy takes the MVP here. Of course, he's coming out of retirement, helping out Elevate, and it works out for them. They will see at day number 2.
He just doesn't know quit. And honestly, I feel like his legacy has been just moments away from being even bigger than it is. He talked about it, but whatever organization of Shatampo and Tenside that they've been a part of, he's unfortunately fallen just short to them. He lost to the 2023 World Champions by 1 sliver of a goal. This guy's been so close to greatness so many times. So I think this is a little bit of a redemption arc for him, and I'm glad it continues to tomorrow.
With that, Group A is now concluded for today, at least. We're still going to continue tomorrow with that winners match. SK Gaming versus Zeta Division. Elevate is then waiting for one of the 2 teams to drop down and has to play against one of those 2 giants over.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, but that's kind of how we expected this group to shake out at this point. Revenant X-Spark probably being the weakest team there. Elevate had to do something that probably no one expects them to do to get out of it. In front of this crowd, they might be able to find the energy, but I mean, this is World Champions either way you slice it.
After we've wrapped up BRAWL CUP for today, we still have a little treat for you. We're going to have a show match between Zeta versus Loud, and we're going to have a first look at a brand new game mode in Brawl Stars. It's Brawl Arena, it's a MOBA, and it's unlike anything else than we have in Brawl Stars. First up though, we're going to have one more match for you. It's going to come after the break. Whilst we are enjoying the music here at DreamHack Dallas, the players already are getting ready for that second elimination match of today. We already had to, unfortunately, say goodbye to the Southeast Asian region, but there's still 5 more regions to come.
And we still have NA fighting for survival. I believe, I'm sure plenty of people in the crowd are looking to see Tribe bounce back from what ended up being a pretty rough start. But again, we are looking at 2 teams advancing from these groups. We're playing that over 2 days to then head, of course, to that single elimination bracket.
It's going to be a fun one. I mean, honestly, I didn't expect this. I thought Loud were a legitimate team, but certainly surprised me. And now I really don't know what to believe about North America. Because Tribe Gaming lost the second. They've won every single monthly final, but Elevate are the one that get the job done here. So I think if Tribe Gaming falls short, this would be a bad look.
we're going to have one more match here today, and then we're going to continue tomorrow and Sunday still, so make sure to tune in then as well. It's going to be Toxic Lotus versus Tribe Gaming, and once again, we're all united here. Tribe Gaming should take this one, right? But Toxic Lotus, honestly, they looked very, very strong today. Some of us were even on the brink of voting for them. They were super dominant in the Mainland China Challenge Finals, qualifying for the BRAWL CUP without dropping a single set.
Yeah, I mean, they are a good team, and they've been the team from China as long as we can remember. I think the opportunities for these guys to get proper scrim practice against other teams is almost more valuable than anything else coming to these tournaments, because within their home country, they dominate. They have been dominant. You might remember Talk or White, who's been around for years. OU and Engine, these guys honestly have just beaten every challenger back year after year in their home region. They want to do it on the world stage. They've got that first series win. They got it at LCQ. Now, though, they want more, and I don't blame them.
They're now up against Tribe Gaming, the unbeaten team coming into today. We wanted to hear from them if they feel like they have a chance against them and how they feel about that opponent in general.
我们很想挑战来自北美的这支强队。
Our players are super talkative as always. They're the dark horses that did take some victories in 2024 and 2023, Kenny.
A big deal for them. I mean, for the region as a whole, first international win, and it's against an historic organization like Na'Vi. These guys aren't slouches. They are definitely the champions of the region, and I think have shown legitimate promise. I mean, honestly, in their opening debut today, I didn't think it was too shabby. I think expectations can't be through the roof for these guys. I don't expect a top 4, but I expect a fighting chance.
Every single time Mainland China came into a global competition, they got stronger and stronger. A 2-3 in 2023, and then they even beat someone in 2024. On the other side, we talked about them a lot today already. They are in their own home field arena here in Dallas, and they have a lot to prove here. Rushed through the monthly finals in their region, didn't lose a single time, and then today was their first ever loss in the BSC 2025.
And they're better than what they showed today. I generally think, like, we saw them in their home region. Like, NA is no slouch of a region, right? You've got, like, Sulan, Tyrant, you've got, like, all these goats out over, like, Bobby, like, you have legitimate Brawl Stars players out there in NA, and these guys tend to slap them around sort of month after month. They're better than what they showed against Loud. It's time to actually show that now.
They also had a couple of words to share about their opponents, Toxic Lotus.
Yo creo que sería una experiencia bonita, saber como que vamos a traer un spot para nuestra región. No sé si lo merezcan o no, pero tipo, pues si sea la primera vez que se trae un spot a NA, entonces estaría muy chido.
Yo pienso que el mejor equipo que podría ir con nosotros al mundial, pues sería el segundo lugar, el que esté en ese momento en el segundo lugar y se lo merezca.
So that extra slot, either the World Final slot or the 2 LCQ slots we give away this weekend, would mean a lot to NA, Kenny.
And this is what they looked like at the World Finals. This was kind of the reservation that a lot of us, I think, had about this team, because it's one thing to do in the monthly finals, but going 1-2 at the World Finals last year, now 0-1 for the day, I'm a little sketched out.
It was, again, it went to 5 against Crazy Raccoon. They gave us one of the best games at Worlds, hands down. They're capable of taking it to the very best teams in the world now. They just need to get past Toxic Lotus and stay alive here.
The stage is set. Let's kick things off now with our players.
DreamHack Dallas, our final elimination match of the day is here. It is Tribe Gaming versus Toxic Lotus. Tribe Gaming consists of RBM, Luffy, and Zeus. Toxic Lotus have Talk, Engine, and O.
Toxic Lotus had a very fierce opponent in their round number 1. It was no one other than the defending world champions, Hmble. It was a 3-0 loss. On the other side, we have a 3-2 loss from Tribe Gaming. Do you feel like that's going to change how those two teams are coming into this match now, Oliver?
Yes, I mean, I think Tribe Gaming respect Toxic Lotus because they were a little bit of, well, they were definitely underdogs and like not expected to do much going back to like 2022 in Paris. But now they're losing 2-3. They're taking some of the best teams in the world all the way. Tribe, if they underestimate these guys, they're going to be put to the sword in front of a home crowd.
I think vibes need to be high here for Tribe Gaming because it's easy to look down on yourself. It's a short recovery time as well. I'm glad Zeus is smiling, being himself. This is a good squad, and to your point, I'm still choosing to believe in Tribe Gaming in terms of predictions. It's a home crowd, home stadium, and now they have to show out because if they lose here, it would be a major upset and devastating for Dallas.
And they're really good at Brawl Stars. This team is very good. Going up against Loud, I feel like it was a bit of a wild card team, and now we realize that Loud is just that good. But Tribe Gaming, it's a very good reason they have been so dominant in their home region. Now, I've got to remind people, like, there are incredible teams floating around in NA that didn't even get a sniff of BRAWL CUP, right? That didn't even qualify for it. So it's time to turn up. Tribe Gaming say to themselves, we need to 3-0 these guys to make an example of them and to make a statement that we are back, that we never really left, that this is our tournament to win.
And they want to follow into Elevate's footsteps now. They're seed number 1.
They don't want to follow their footsteps. They want to lead them. That's the problem.
Seed number 2. So they want to also make this one a 3-0 sweep if possible. Toxic Lotus, though, is not going to make it easy for them. I feel like what we've seen from them really shows that mainland China still has a lot to prove here, Kenny.
13%. There's a few believers out there, and despite what we saw from Tribe earlier, it's still going to be Tribe all the way. Casting Desk mainly siding with Tribe. Nobody brave enough to betray them at this point. I'm expecting a big bounce back. I think example is the perfect word. I think if they got away with a 3-0 here, massacre, it would be huge for the program. They'd be right back in a good headspace tomorrow.
Bridge too far is going to be the match, or the map we kick things off here. It's going to be Tribe Gaming versus Toxic Lotus, and I can't wait to see an NA special again. Let's have some kids in this one.
No.
Right?
No. You'd keep that one in the draft.
She really dropped the mic with that one. Yeah. That was crazy.
That's you know what? No, I'm good. It would be an amazing homage to our good friend Juan Carlos, but I don't think it's time for that. Not in an elimination game. Easy for you to say this as an EMEA representative. I'm sure that would be hilarious.
I'm Swiss. I'm neutral, actually.
Yes, that old chestnut. Okay. Look, something I've liked from Toxic Lotus, honestly, has been how quickly they picked up the Finks. I think they look really good at that. Against a team like Hmble, it was Lukey that dismantled them as that mid-piper on on that gem grab map, but in general they've looked really good, and they've secured themselves here, the Lumi. It's like they're absorbing the ideas. Boss played this against them in that series and was pretty scary. So Tok, who is otherwise known as White, will be going for that pick first up.
Lumi escaping the ban stage along with it, a Kenji, so I'm curious if Tribe Gaming and Toxic Lotus just get their hands on two of the more OP brawlers that we have in this game right now. Frequent bans across the board. It's bridge too far. It's a wide open map. Kenji would have to dash his way all the way down there, but we've seen some incredible gameplay from this brawler today, and if they believe in the strength, it'll be good. There's a brawler that they pioneered a little bit in North America before it really became a thing, and now globally, I think it has a little more validity.
Yeah, pretty impressive Bo is, of course, and it's not just his long range and zoning capability. That hypercharge now allows him to have so many mines active at any one time. It's great for damage on safes, for example. It's very good for controlling the map. But Tribe Gaming see a Lumi here and go, right, we really need to outrange Lumi very aggressively because she folds to those sharpshooters. She only has like 5,600 health at max level here. That's really the weakness that's been kind of baked into her kit. She's a glass cannon. And what better way to counter that than with, these longer ranged brawlers that can, hit really hard with burst damage. But the second you let Lumi walk up on you, she lands that sort of blast beat on you, you will be feeling it.
And Bo gets decent. Ooh, okay. I was going to talk about Bo. We can table that. Miko. Whoa! Did not expect that. And a Colt. Wow, this is there's a little bit of every year of Brawl Stars in this one. We get the new age. We got the, I don't want to call it a troll pick by any means, but this is decent matchups on paper, but Miko by no means is an easy brawler to execute.
No, difficult. Miko, of course, can jump between lanes, which is pretty powerful effect to have, but, a lot of players play around Miko by just letting him exhaust his ammunition, right? Keeping him at arm's length. I wonder what the gadget of choice is actually going to be here from the Piper instead. But we are really doubling down or tripling down on that sharpshooter capacity by building Bonnie in. A brawler who we saw from Tribe, right? They use it to have those all-in moments on the safe. I think RBM walked out of their last heist series with over 100,000 safe damage on the Bonnie.
Oh, can be super frustrating. Mines across multiple lanes, but I just keep coming back.
Can we
to
talk about the Miko?
Yeah. I mean, I had to throw that in. I saved it a little bit. You know, give me a little credit here. At least held off. Look, this is going to be crazy, and I think if you're Toxic Lotus, you've gotten one marquee international win, but you're going to have to do something crazy here. Tribe Gaming still a well-respected roster, a beloved one here in Dallas, but Chinese mainland looking to cause an upset now in our set number 1.
All right, in comes the Miko. Looks like they're going for safe pressure by the looks of things they dealt with. Luffy able to bring Engine down. RBM wants to dive on Tok, and there's not much the Colt can do at that range. And now, of course, Bonnie just gets straight back inside the cannon, and we're off to work once more. Engine now. I don't know if he has the best sort of DPS on safes, really. I don't know if Miko is your go-to for base racing.
Well, so far it's at least contesting. Lumi on defense. Luffy, easy shots to penetrate through that safe. It's really running away from them right now. This is the closest we have to a base race in this format with the change to Heist. 1280s raining down, neck and neck. A gap goes through, jumping to the other end. Engine looking to pour out damage. It's a frantic finish here, and the Miko wins them one. Toxic Lotus take the first.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is just absurd. Now, obviously, and you alluded to it just now, it is harder to base race on Heist because the safe will, have these invulnerability phases at each 25% of damage. Or is it 20% of damage that you put on it, rather? Either way, 25, I think it is. So you can't just all in it. You can't just run it down in a race. I think the Miko needed a little bit of help there from Tok, but they did manage to beat Tribe at their own game.
How could we not have seen it coming? The Miko base race. How could we not have seen it, Uber? My ancestors would be so disappointed in this draft. Tok on the left hand in, playing the Colt, and now a jump back and forth. Miko's just going to try and find the proper lane matchup. His regular shot doesn't take much to charge. It's just his regular reload.
Right,
an easy tap, and 4,360 as well. And obviously there's a little bit of tech here with Miko that makes him valuable.
Right, yeah, so Miko has a star power record smash that allows him to do double damage against non-brawler targets. That safe is one of those. So he actually does a huge amount of burst there. You'll notice he's still a problem for someone like Piper to deal with, but if you let him on safe, he might be able to outrace some of these brawlers. RBM, though, has got pretty great damage, just DPS in general. Good uptime there. In comes Engine, looking for Luffy first. He might look to deploy those mines more defensively. It's going to be a close one again. OU trying to blow Zeus up. He gets some distance away, but that Lumi damage is really starting to take its toll on the safe.
OU with some solid mechanics as well. Miko off to the left-hand end. Zeus can't do much about this. It's a horrible matchup for him. Squishy brawler, easy dodges, and especially in close range, Piper's not able to do a thing.
Okay, in we come now with that out of frame super to dive on the safe once more and to go back to work. Tribe have to get going here. They've got to get busy. They've got the invulnerability phase here, but they haven't triggered the last one of Toxic Lotus now. The Miko might just get the feast on this safe. 24% still here for Toxic Lotus. Engine too hard to catch it. Blink and you'll miss it. First set taken here by the squad from mainland China. A shock Miko pick straight out the bag of tricks. Gets them ahead early in the series.
They've played spoiler before, but that Miko pick was bold, and early on in Miko's lifespan, that star power choice was definitely shown on things like ladder. And obviously, as time's moved on, Miko has fallen down the tier list. Toxic Lotus bringing them right back up. I have a lot of respect for what they just did. This is not the start you want of Tribe Gaming either, who are already coming off a little bit rattled, a big disappointment, high pressure situation. Toxic Lotus are just playing with house money. Whatever they get out of this tournament, I think the world would respect. The fact that they grab a 1-0 set with a Miko, big brained and nicely played. This is not looking good for Tribe.
Those are the Miko very powerful against those brawlers who are single shot and can be a little bit telegraphed. The Miko has most of his existence on the field is one big invulnerability frame. While he's in the air, he cannot be targeted. So you can put mines down and try and stop him, but unless Miko runs out of ammunition, which is not easy to do, he will be able to continue to leap up and up and up. You need to hit him with crowd control effects. And I love that little tech, bringing in the star power that we really never see used at all. The record smash brought in to give him over 4,000 damage on the safe per hit is pretty significant.
4,360, and then with the damage gear, well over 5,000. Unbelievable stuff. And honestly, just really intuitive. Like I said, if you're an underdog in this situation, playing against the #1 seed in North America, who did pretty solid last year. They were obviously the #1 seed under a different flag with Elevate at the time. And the Worlds, they did pretty solid. I mean, losing to CR in a respectable 3-2 this is certainly surprising. I mean, to be down 1-0, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves here. Tribe Gaming so very well can come back from this. Got to take it one set at a time. But if Toxic Lotus have a solid game plan on set number 1 there, I'm very curious to see what they have cooking later down the road.
Interesting to hear how OU's name is inspired. TOC is a acronym for Trick of China. So longtime Brawl fans will remember that team was started by TOC, or his name is White, and he changed his nickname to that acronym to keep the spirit of Trick of China alive, even though they're under a different banner here on Toxic Lotus. There was Raconic TOC as well, which he was TOC at the time. They played in Paris in 2022. He was the only player on stage because illness kept his teammates in the hotel at the time. So this team, this Toxic Lotus team, have consistently been the representatives for the China region and clearly haven't been able to be dragged down domestically. But now they're really catching up on the international stage, and it's been a long time coming. Kenny, they finally hit that critical massive experience against these other top teams now to actually put on a real show for us here.
I didn't think Toxic Lotus really played too shoutily in their opening debut today, and obviously they caused a major upset at the LCQ in 2024, bringing down an historic organization of Na'Vi. If they added Tribe Gaming to that tally, boy, would that be something. And more than anything, especially in front of a home crowd, I mean, Tribe Gaming being eliminated in Dallas just a few hours away from a headquarters, oh, that would be devastating.
Well, short trip home at least, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough.
No flight required for them. Now, of course, we're heading into Hot Zone. RBM looked like he was conferring with a admin there, so it might have been a tech issue in between these two games. So it does appear to at least be ironed out here. DreamHack Dallas looking good, everybody. Getting behind, of course, the hometown team. Tribe Gaming, by and large, does that guy have a shirt for every team?
And some people just a little fan of everybody.
Yeah,
right. Is it loyalty or the opposite of loyalty if you have everybody?
He brought more wardrobe than I did, but I brought a lot of shirts.
Well, a good choice on the days, at least, brother man. But nonetheless, at least Tribe Gaming has no shortage of fans here. They're going to certainly need those fans to pull them through here. 1-0 for Toxic Lotus, a surprise attack coming in early. And as we move into Hot Zone, a completely different map and mode. I mean, no Miko here, right? I feel like that was a one-time dealio. Now that people have caught on to it, maybe later on in the day, they'll be more prone to it. But yeah, Miko was not on my bingo card for Brawl Cup 2025.
I love that. And do Toxic Lotus have any more of those fantastic little niche picks up their sleeve? The last thing you're expecting from a team that comes from, I'm just going to say it, virtually a wildcard region, right? They don't have the same type of competition in that, like, they're not a sort of BSC region that has like monthly finals. They qualify through a 4,000 team bracket in 8 different groups. They play this like long Swiss stage, and it's basically one massive tournament to qualify here for Brawl Cup. So the stakes are high, and you make one slip up at some point, you're sort of out. So it's a heck of a lot. This is ironic, RBM, because you are the designated tank player for this team. Big shooter fan. Okay. How about you try shooting the Miko? How about you shoot that guy? Thoughts? How about you hit that monkey? Hit him with a trank dart. Make it Harambe 2.0. Whatever you have to do, Duro, just deal with him.
Not easy. I mean, as a noob, I've certainly been stomped by Miko a number of times. He's certainly not at the top of the tier list either. Maybe that's more telling in me. Hear the Tribe going out across the stadium. Just waiting patiently, folks. Going into, I believe, a Ring of Fire here shortly, so I can't imagine we're going to get the Miko. Even some Toxic Lotus fans in there, too. It's good to see. We like love for everybody here, despite a little home crowd.
Let's take stock again of where we are in our competition. We are pretty deep here into day 1 of play. Now, Group B is something that I think a lot of people should be reminded of, because this is what faces either of these teams advancing. Obviously, loser is out of the tournament. Now, we have potential for Tribe to have a rematch, against Loud. Were they to lose out against Hmble, which is always a possibility. Hmble come in as a pretty terrifying seed out from EMEA, your current world champions. So the potential for that to be renewed, or for Toxic Lotus to advance here and have a chance to tangle with Loud to make it out of the group. It feels like Hmble are favored to exit the group here. Many people had Tribe Gaming falling in their top 4 of this whole tournament. So for them not to make it out would be a massive upset. And to them as well. They came in so confident. I don't think they expected to be in a position like this to play Toxic Lotus at all. I think they thought they'd win, and then they'd win, and then they'd be, onto the bracket phase.
Given the caliber of this team, the resume for the year, anything short of a top 4 would be a disappointment. I think that's safe to say. I know that these guys have expectations very high. Brawl Cup, a very important one. They have a region behind them, just praying they can bring home just a world spot, an LCQ spot, whatever it is. Because they've got some depth. They've got some players of old. Not even here today. These guys have thumped them the entire year. So to see your champion just down and out for the count this early, I mean, I can't imagine, not only for North American fans, not only for Tribe Gaming fans, but especially those pro players. I mean, that would rock their world a little bit, I think.
That would, I think, be the rub for a lot of those, NA fans or top teams in NA. The amount of teams that had to be vanquished in order for this Tribe team to make it, I think, would be pretty darn brutal. North America, proud region in Brawl Stars, one that many expect to make a splash on the world stage, and that is exactly what this is. We're fighting, of course, for another world slot for all our regions, and also there are extra LCQ slots up for grabs as well. But let's talk about the teams that didn't make it. Pioneers, Space Station Gaming, Juan Carlos Team, Code OG, STMN, a bunch of well-known names in NA. Not here because, frankly, Tribe and Elevate took them to task.
Tribe Gaming, typically a more reserved team on stage, but Toxic Lotus certainly had some solid comms. Let's take a look what they had to say during that set.
Nice!
Time to make a splash.
Perhaps a little optimistic there, but again, you've got to come out of a game like that with utter confidence. Brawl Stars at this level is no longer about the individual mechanics in the server. And this is something that East Asia, for example, have tangled with over the last couple of years. The game has changed. You need a great coaching staff, support staff behind you to get you into these games with the best draft possible. And that's what we saw from Toxic Lotus. Tribe Gaming did not have an answer to the Miko, and he ran away with the game.
Takes a village. It's not just mechanics anymore. Got to have a solid foundation behind you. Analysts have come into the stage, coaches for vibes, for drafting, all the above. It's not easy to be the best. Tribe Gaming #1 in their region. Toxic Lotus, a resounding champion of their own. Like you mentioned, thousands of players contested them, and they went relatively uncontested. I don't know how many 3-2s they even ran into, let alone how many sets they dropped. This is a squad that's represented their region now for years, and obviously they're in a little bit of a different universe, a little different gameplay than, say, our stereotypical monthly finals, but nonetheless, they're certainly rising to the occasion. They've definitely grown over the years.
Now, of course, if you're out here in DreamHack, plenty of opportunities to say hi to the gang walking around, hanging out. This is Lucky on X, bumping into Elevate's roster. OG there as well. I mean, I think we count him as part of it now. Good to see some NA players, of course. Great to have a Brawl Stars land in North America. I feel like the last one was, I want to say DreamHack San Diego. That was Snapdragon, right? But it was, I suppose, not quite on this scale, right? This is a big DreamHack. Dallas always delivers in terms of that crowd, and it's great to have like an international Brawl tournament here.
Awesome to see. The stands packed on a Friday afternoon. Can't wait to see what this weekend holds for all of us, and everybody just patiently waiting on Tribe Gaming to see if they're going to show up today. Toxic Lotus ran away with that opening set. A very tough one, to say the least. #1 seed from North America. Hopes high for this team. Consensus top 4 in the world. Coming to this event for many people's predictions. They've certainly messed with mine, the casting desk, but you know what, Barney? Good for you, buddy. I'm proud of you.
Again, sometimes you just have nothing to lose. I did feel like, yeah, we talked about this a lot. That one prediction was one we felt could sort of go either way. I mean, no one was getting called out for it. Some discussion here. Maybe some just device-related troubleshooting. So obviously getting close to having that resolved for you in just a moment. Thanks for your patience here at the venue and also out there in internet land. See Coach Killer there, standing amongst the Tribe Gaming team. Coach Star Dragon on the other side just produced a very spicy draft for us that gave Toxic Lotus a massive leg up on Bridge Too Far. Even though Sunny had the audacity to evoke the kit pick.
Ugh.
We did not see that. I think, yeah, NA fans still smarting after that one. But also, they really lent into it. I think, you know, if you're out there at home, event.brawlstars.com, head on over there to cast your votes because there are a number of in-game rewards, including a fantastic homage to that very moment when one Carlos picked Kit and went 0-11. Well, fine, as you can see it there. That's well worth getting. And of course, and you earn yourself progress on your pro pass as well, which is fantastic. It's a great way to get some amazing in-game swag by joining with us and giving us your opinion. There are also trivia questions you can answer as we go throughout the day, so keep an eye out for those as they pop up, and you'll also get to vote on your MVP for extra reward track progress.
And obviously, we've got our competition here today, but debuting Brawl Arena just after this match. I'm honestly pretty jazzed up for it. Obviously, this is something completely new to Brawl Stars. We were able to get our hands on it a little bit yesterday.
Oh, I smoked you guys.
Oh,
you guys
that's not true. Don't listen to this. Nonsense. Oh my gosh. No way you come out swinging like that after I dropped 3-star players on you, fool. Come on now, brother. I did do the math. Watch the replays.
We only played one game together. We played one game together, so that means that
we definitely won that one.
We did win that.
There's no way they beat us.
No, we beat that. We beat the EU guys senseless. I didn't even recognize. In fact, if he didn't open his mouth, I would have known it was him. It was that bad after the game. But Brawl Arena is a ton of fun. It's a game mode that I'm really excited for. Gives you a different way to explore some of the depth that Brawl Stars offers. And the map is really sick. So we're going to jump into a draft here. Thanks for your patience, folks. Ring of Fire is on deck. A sick draft from Toxic Lotus, or sickening if you're an NA fan, but one that gave them a very comfortable map win there on Heist. What's it going to be this time? What does Coach Killer have cooking?
So anytime you don't see Kenji in the ban stage, you just have to think it's a possibility. Brawler that's been shockingly low in the play rate, Jae Young, clearly not prioritized by most of our pro teams here today, because they've certainly had opportunity. I thought that was going to be one of the big three. You know, a lot of pro tier lists out there, or at least takes, where this Brawler was going to be at the very tippy top. But honestly, he hasn't been a factor much today. Support Brawler Barry out of the equation. B going to be the first overall pick. So they do leave Kenji on the table. But the good news is, B probably one of the better ways to deal with Kenji. So if they wanted to let Kenji out onto the other team, at least they have a way with dealing with him.
Kenji obviously is great at reducing the damage of the first shot that comes in, but B's first shot isn't really intended to be for damage anyway, right? It does hardly anything. That's kind of the way she works. The second shot is the one that really hurts. So against Kenji, she doesn't really feel like his star power is a hindrance to her. She's like, oh wow, my 300 damage got limited by 80%. Okay, I guess I'll just hit you with this big B right after that. So it's a pretty favorable matchup in many situations. I like the things. We've seen that from Toxic Lotus on hot zone maps. It's really good. Shutting down that long-range potential, of course, slowing B's projectiles, and now that Kenji's worked his way into the draft.
So if you want to be a little leg up on predicting drafts at home, anytime you see B, Finks, not banned, one of the natural counters. So if I see B, single shot brawler, I'm going to be looking out for Finks, and they went ahead and grabbed Kenji anyways. He's just such a powerful brawler. The hypercharge is insane. You said it was comparable to, say, a Tara super in terms of the space it has and gathering everybody together. Obviously, he's a protagonist of the Brawl Stars season in-game, and he will be a protagonist all weekend long.
Draco here comes in for Tribe. It's a signature pick of theirs, and it's one that they might consider investing more in setting up. The gadget is obviously incredibly powerful. Just the fact that Draco can walk up and have not a care in the world, be invulnerable for that short window. Yes, it normally results in the Draco being eliminated, but it's what you can achieve in that 3-second window of invulnerability that's important. Whether it's extra capture progress, whether it's extra push into a backline to dig out a sharpshooter. And I like the Griff to follow it up here. Tribe Gaming have made sure they have extreme damage at those mid to long ranges.
This is a great 1-2 punch to deal with Kenji specifically. Now we have wall break option if we really want it, or at least to disrupt the grass to get a little more visibility on a sneaky Kenji. The only issue is Finks is going to be really solid into both of those brawlers. You're kind of taking a gamble. If Finks is charging that super adequately, it's easy dodges into the the money that he's dishing out. And obviously single shot brawler B, if those are slowed down in time, it's so easy to sidestep. Wow,
I love this.
Charlie coming out. Here's this just surprise factor again. Miko the last time, and on this one, it's a little more relevant. East Asia used it, but not very successfully last month. It lost a lot, and the rest of the world didn't find it useful either.
But it counters the Draco gadget entirely. Yeah. If you can build your super. Now that's a big if, right? Because that's the whole case that we're making for Finks being strong. Finks needs to build super and doesn't do a great job against those longer range brawlers. He does a little bit of damage, but generally he's outranged by B. Charlie, though, if she can cocoon up that Draco, by the time he gets out of the cocoon, his gadget's expired. Right? He can't do anything with that. So I do love this idea of bringing Charlie in, and the closer she is to her target, the higher her rate of fire, because that yo-yo just comes back to her.
Spiderling's also going to be a feature to deal with single shot brawler B. Engine forced away. First takedown goes to the side of Toxic Lotus, and once again, blue squad with an advantage. Now Tok moving up the map. Engine rotating left. He's going to try and break into this grass. There he goes, dashing away. And he's going to try and get Sneaky P, a great flank for his squad.
I think we're getting out of there real quick. Engine does not want any of that smoke and fire that accompanies it. Engine there getting caught out. RVM going deep now and has already built yet another super. We're going to just keep running it back, folks. And here's the problem for Toxic Lotus's comp. In the neutral, in the poke game, they are weaker by far. Luffy and Zeus are a problem at these sort of protracted poke wars.
Finks' super has not been a factor, and of course, Engine is not going to do well with the high burst of damage that Luffy can bring to the table. Alongside it, a big thing. If they bring him down quick, he's not a factor, and they're eliminating brawlers left and right.
RBM is getting too much done from that position. Cocoon does catch eventually for Tok, and it will mean that Engine can just jump on Luffy here. Zeus was able to get some extra capture progress in the meantime, and RBM's just going to get back into the game. This Draco has been an absolute menace.
RBM's about as good as it gets in the world as a tank player. Oh, a nice dodge there, heals up alongside it, but Engine gets the frag. TOC gonna need an entire comeback here. The Toxic Lotus well behind the mark. There's the Griff Hypercharge, goes for 2, teleport not enough either. Luffy clears the lane.
This comp is just too good for Tribe Gaming. I don't know how you're supposed to break through this. Tok will come back in with a Hypercharge, so yeah, he can cocoon someone if he hit them, which he didn't. And there's Tribe Gaming, quickly getting back into the match. Far more convincing showing here on Hot Zone.
Got to get the mojo back. They've certainly got the fan base back in it too. A lot of front row seats covered in red right now for Tribe Gaming. They need to make an example of this squad. I'm more concerned about tomorrow if they get there, even if they don't do very well in this one. Toxic Lotus taking an early set of Tribe Gaming. Make this another buzzer beater down to a 3-2 would certainly be a toughie in the confidence category.
OU with an early gadget use there, but just beats Zeus in the long range game. And Engine's made his way into the cookie jar, something that Luffy has not been able to rectify yet. So now there's a looming threat of this aggro brawler in the backline of Tribe. And RBM is just kind of hoping to bait Engine out into the open by putting some point pressure down, but Tribe is so far behind right now, and there's a beautiful cocoon catch.
Completely different start. And there's validity to this composition. Obviously you have Kenji. Kenji, a great brawler, but you mentioned it. Charlie, if played right, can be a great counter matchup into several of these brawlers. The Cocoon for Draco, the Spiderlings to block out B-shots, and it thinks it's cycling in supers, moving 1,000,000 miles per hour, and also able to dodge both those brawlers so easily.
Charlie's a nuisance for RBM here. Tok can pseudo shoot through walls, much like Kyle can. If he steps out and steps back in, that little swing allows him to basically curve that shot. Tok though does fall, Zeus comes forward, big pick, okay. Tribe are behind the 8-ball significantly, but here's a staging ground for them to clamber back into the round.
Nice slowdown on the Engine on the right-hand side. They don't see him, but he's going to have to buy a little more to try and get up this map. And now he's flanking. There's going to be angles for both sides. Tok also has a super available. Tribe are going to have to focus their attention on all directions, but nonetheless,
even game.
Still building up percentage. That's a big kill right there. A nice cocoon. Might not be enough, though. RBM back in action. Here, gadget drop, moving forward, pushes Tok back, and more importantly, builds up so many percentage points.
Yeah, Tribe now have a bit more of a commanding lead. It's going to be Luffy coming in with that hypercharged super now. Wants to close with Tok, but needs to respect the cocoon, or doesn't, and suffers as a result. But this is still extra progress for Tribe now being made on the point, 91 and counting. Zeus eventually forced off, but Engine goes down to RBM, and he will wrap on the remainers of Toxic Lotus. Put the fear of God in them as Tok falls to this long-range poke.
There's the hypercharge, sidestepping, tags, Engine the last man standing. Look how easy these dodges are. The Finks super making a difference, but it's just a few percentage points remaining. RBM alone can get the job done himself. Tribe Gaming bounced back in a big way in set number 2.
And look, they let Kenji through in the draft. They say, okay, if you think you can make better use of this brawler than we can, have at you. We're going to go for the classics. We're going to go for the B here. Make sure we're set up. Oh, you take the Finks? Okay, well, we still have our Draco strategy. A brawl that's really not bothered at all by the Finks' super field. RBM ends up with 6 of those eliminations. A lot of them, I would say, happen in that first round, where he's able to double, triple down on the backline once he gets in. And it's something that Engine tried to emulate as well. In that second round, we saw the Kenji straight off the rip, tries to go into the bush side of Tribe Gaming, get behind them, but Tribe are very good at playing on 2 fronts. They fight forward, they also keep the Kenji at bay behind them.
I think the draft was very telling about Kenji being strong, sure, but maybe not Lumi last month strong, right? I do feel like it's a little more balanced at the tippy top of our meta right now. There's still ways to deal with Kenji. Obviously, it depends on the band stage, but they pick B, which especially on this map, you've got the range, you've got the rattled hive, you've got so much control and damage features. I think it just makes so much sense that instead of picking Kenji for yourself, they weren't willing to risk getting hard counter. They knew B was still on the table, so instead, we'll pick it up, dare the other team to pick it, and it worked out very well for him.
And so much of our discussion in the draft phase of that last map was kind of with the assumption that these brawlers would have access to their supers all the time. When we talked about Finks and sort of Kenji being as powerful as they were, the problem is that that's not really realistic. Especially not in situations where you're outranged by the enemy team's poke composition, And you actually can't generate your super without giving up all this damage, without giving up your life constantly. And that's why Toxic Lotus were never really a factor in that first map. They just could not get safe damage with the Charlie and the Finks, who were so medium ranged.
Wasn't sure how the Charlie was going to do. Again, on paper, for a lot of reasons that we mentioned, it makes sense, but just the win rate has not been there in recent months. So I don't think getting cute with it's the right word, but I just think at that point it's a great paper matchup. But I just don't think Charlie's high enough on the tier list to really get the value you're looking for. The Spiderlings are great in the single shot brawlers, but I like the Finks pick especially. I think there's still some good stuff coming out of Toxic Lotus. That is the spark that Tribe possibly needed. Now as we head into a very important set number 3, they brought it back. It's going to be all tied here going into Gym Grab.
Yeah, look, just outside of the obvious, given that it's a tied series, but this game does feel like an inflection point, this particular map now. And we answer the question whether, you know, it was just a random outdraft for Toxic Lotus, bringing some spice into their pick ban, you know, and Tribe Gaming are just the more dominant team, or if there's a bit more to that, there's more behind it, and more of these solid Star Dragon pick and bans can get Toxic Lotus into a position where one more set would have them stay alive in this tournament. A lot on the line in this draft phase.
Plenty of ban options here. This map is really interesting in 2025. Lily, yep, there's one to look at for sure. Look at the left-hand side.
The Ash ban is so base.
Yeah.
Toxic Lotus have done their homework about Tribe Gaming. That is an RBM staple.
Well, the fact that it's 3 unique tanks in particular, I think is either we don't want to deal with Tribe Gaming being so strong with those brawlers, or they really want one particular brawler for themselves. And I'm wondering if it's Hank.
Right, I mean, yeah, eliminate a lot of those brawlers who were pretty hostile against Hank. Obviously, we've seen Buzz played against Hank today, can stun him out of his bubble with super. Ash basically just ignores it and has more damage output with the rage that he builds after taking that hit. And you're dead right. Look at that. The Hank brought in. And there doesn't... Okay, so there is one particular tank that can be played here against the Hank, but looks pretty awful elsewhere. Our good friend Luchador, our El Primo, that is an option. We've seen it before. Is RBM crazy enough to go for it?
I hope not at the 2-3 turn, because I think that's one you save for the very last pick. If you're really feeling on Hard Rock Mine, that would be a wild selection. Look, they've still got Lou on the table. Be an option to try and deal with the Hank. Again, I've seen it a ton in scrims, but Draco, Pam, some of these more out there brawlers that maybe our players at home don't see on their ladder games, but at least pros are testing. We haven't seen it nearly as much today as I've seen in practice. That's one thing. How it's played on the field could be very differently, but Draco, a frequent answer into that Hank.
If you build Draco right, you build it with a gadget that gives him a knock-up and like that mark on the enemy tank, right? That interrupts Hank. It's a pretty niche. Almost always you're taking the last stand gadget into the game. Chester, though, a little overlooked over the course of the day. We've seen him on a couple of occasions. Just really respectable range, great damage output, especially now that he has a star power that makes that first bell actually like scary in terms of the amount of damage she can do. Shade finally makes his way in, but honestly, I was expecting to see it from an EMEA or APAC team. It's or rather from East Asia. It's going to be Engine getting the Shade in.
All right, let's break down the logic behind this, because Ash being out and Jackie being out and Buzz being out, very unique bans, but this is why. They grab Hank. Hank would have been a great option into Shade, but because Hank's stolen for Toxic Lotus, Shade shines when he has good matchups. He can really run away once he gets that super. Now they pair this with their mid of choice. They've got the HP, they've removed several brawlers, and now Tribe Gaming are running out of ways to deal with the Shade. Tank would have been one of the better ones. Jackie would have been a good one. I've seen sometimes people get in throwers, but now there's so many health points and so much aggression on that other end. Sure, early on you can make it difficult for Shade to charge that super. Once he gets one, he's off to the races.
Absolutely. He tends to snowball, chain them together. Like Hardened Hoodie, of course, gives him that sort of damage reduction while in super. Or if he takes a star power that gives him a speed boost for getting people in the middle of the clap zone, can be great for chasing down these eliminations. But it's going to be a Grey here picked up for RBM. So you've got a really safe mid option. You've got a bully side laner in the form of Zeus. And of course, that dimensional door to kind of get Draco where he needs to be in a pinch. Toxic Lotus have really impressed me. I think their drafts have been inventive, not always effective, but a real counterpoint to a team like Tribe Gaming, who always go for like the tried and true, the solid. You know, Killer has a really no frills approach, I think, to the pick and ban phase, which has definitely helped this Tribe team. But have they been caught off guard by this?
Grey plus Tank, like you mentioned. Pretty lethal stuff in a professional gameplay. Similar reason as Hot Zone. Now they can rotate Draco much quicker. They don't have to worry about walking and thudding your way all the way up and down the map. Nice tag there for OU. Gus the first to strike. Shade just trying to passively charge up the super on the right. Look at that beautiful streak.
So get that
nice
gem.
little debut.
Oh, you just got a tribe side gem there, which is big. 4-1 is the score. OU's been hitting those shots. Engine now probably knows his time is short. Pops the gadget for a little bit of extra durability. OU had to respect this. Has a super though, so no real threat. But big map control, allowing Zeus to come forward and take one of the Toxic Lotus side gems. Now Tok might be a problem. RBM has to pop the last stand. And Engine has to sustain with the fish torpedoes to win that fight out.
He is moving at the speed of light right now. Several supers being cycled there. This is what I was alluding to. Shade, not an S-tier brawler, but if there's no hard way to stop him, a good player will excel. We saw Chitampo do this a couple months ago. It shined a little bit last month, but this guy's just an issue right now. Now he's lurking on the top-hand side. What's Zeus supposed to do? He can go through walls, cycling another one as well. It's gonna pick a teleport to get out of there, but he can't even use it. He's striking so quickly.
RBM has done a great job keeping his team in this game, but it's a matter of time until Tok starts to run away with this. Literally and figuratively. Out of nowhere, Pop Zeus, good elimination, but Engine's still a problem. He and OU are going to walk away with 13 gems to their names. And that tribe have got to find a way to get forward. RBM clapped. Tok here just running interference. Luffy blown to smithereens by that clap damage. Gems are dropped. Countdown is reset.
Tribe Gaming giving themselves a fighting chance. This inventive comp has been a problem so far. Now OU looking at the distance here. Engine charging up a bubble, a teleport through. Zeus doesn't get a strike. A little desperate action there. Didn't really have much of a choice, and a nice healing super out of Engine will help Hank survive. Nicely played there. Man, that was some insane Shade work to really punch their way through.
Yeah, I don't think you have to be a Brawl University graduate to see just how much of an outsized impact the Shade was able to have on the game. The Hank's obviously a bit of a problem in general. The fact that Engine could just go aggressive, throw his body on the line and create a bunch of extra space. It's the cycling of those supers there for Tok that was a problem for Tribe Gaming. And that was with RBM, who knows he has to ignore the Shade and go after the other bigger targets.
It's going to be Draco taking on that left-hand lane. Now encroaching on Engine's side, he's going to be forced back. Luffy dishing out tags from the long distance. They have to keep an eye on Shade. What happened in that first one was Tok easily able to just be in that circle. Once they won a lane, he just walked it on forward, got that first one going, and it was an absolute nuisance. I just don't think there's going to be an easy way to deal with him.
Bubble respected, but Engine uses it to basically claim the middle part of the map entirely for Toxic Lotus, and here come those supers again for Tok. This is not what we want to be against the Shade. One down, RBM has to pop a last stand gadget, but he at least keeps those 2 gems in possession. That may not matter though, I'll be honest with you. Toxic Lotus are up to 8 now as Engine goes and divests the Draco of his horde, and Engine just walks away.
Walks away, and with a hypercharged super, Tok got pulled, popped a super, and now he's off to deal with Gray. Nothing he can do. Engine, plenty of HP to work with, even though he's being melted down, does have a hypercharged super. Down goes one. RBM looking to strike. Not enough. It's the entire Toxic Lotus roster looking to respond, and they force the dragon away.
Zeus in trouble, has a dimensional door here, but OU's the one that's carrying the gems, and he's still very healthy. Tok stunned briefly by a super by Luffy, but he's not going to have another one of those reliably at his disposal. They're flashing super. Zeus has to try and come forward here. Remember, Tok has another shield to work with Hardened Hoodie, and there's of course a bubble there for OU. It's not enough. Tribe Gaming got completely, and I mean completely dominated in gem grab.
Shade shines once again. Look, it hasn't been perfect. It's been a little scrappy at times. There's not been a single draft go by that left-hand side has not at least matched, I would say. I mean, honestly, Miko decision impressive. The Charlie one, not a normal one, but made sense, right? They're showing that they know ball. They are contesting with Tribe Gaming, consistently known in North America for their drafts. And they bring in the Hank, perfect bands. They're not only doing a good draft into Tribe Gaming, they read them like a book. They grabbed that Shade. He was a star player for a reason.
Yeah, I think Toxic Lotus not only are drafting good brawlers, but they're actually forcing Tribe to dance to the beat of their drum. I mean, look at this. The fact that you get to play a Shade here, like, who answers this? You talked about it. Toxic Lotus did something that to some drafters might be pretty telegraphed, by banning out those 3 powerful tanks and then bringing in the Hank of their own. At no point was Shade ever really considered, because again, you don't want to play it against Hank. It's not particularly potent. And then the Toxic Lotus go, well, they didn't ban it. Who's banning Shade right now? No one. No one is doing that. It's such a, I mean, now we see it. It's such a no-brainer almost for Toxic Lotus to bring that in here. And it takes a special player like Tok here to really demonstrate why it's so oppressive.
Love the confidence coming out of these guys. They've played Spoiler before. Their one international win came last year at LCQ. They didn't quite make it to the World Finals. They were one away from the big dance. But certainly they've shown what it takes to get some marquee wins. Now they're up 2-1. Tribe Gaming, North America's champion, once again being tested. They fell short in the opening match of the day against #1 seed from South America, Loud. This is going to take everything they have. Not just to get a top 4. That was the expectation, I think, on these guys' shoulders. Instead, it's just an opportunity to make it to day 2. They're down to their final life, and now it's quite literally down to 1 set for them.
Year after year in competitions like this, there's always a team that feels like they're exiting too early. All too often, honestly, it feels like it's a North American team, but there is a team like this on day 1 who gets a rough draw, runs into a team on a bit of a hot streak, or just doesn't really have the answers against one of these wild cards, one of these underdogs, and that is Tribe right now. A team that came in with heavy expectations, a given that they would make it to day 2 and further, top 4 in many people's estimations, now are on the precipice of elimination in front of a home crowd.
I mean, their fan is literally just a few feet away that way. They've got fans in the front rows, loud and proud, and even in losses, they've been there. This would be something else, and quite the storyline for this weekend entirely. Here we go for Bell's Rock, though. Toxic Lotus have been rock solid in those drafts so far. Bans come in. Lumi eliminated. Kenji survives. I'm not going to say he's a first overall pick necessarily, but anytime Kenji's not banned, we've frequently seen him played.
This is a really interesting ban phase, though. With the Kid and Rico being respected to such a degree, this actually leaves a ton of brawlers open. A ton of ones that you might not otherwise get to see on a map like this, where Hank's getting looked at, Kenji's getting looked at. Ollie makes his way back in here. Obviously a great pick, for someone like RVM, with a ton of ways to sort of guarantee pick opportunities. Feels to me, with that all eyes on me gadget, kind of like the walking cane from Grey. Just hold someone in place for long enough to allow your sharpshooters to go to work on them.
Ollie just makes so much sense. The knockout brawler to me for that hypnosis that you're talking about, because it's so easy to get those free kills, one gadget, one super, or a combo of both. You just walk them on a leash, get those kills, and especially if you're grouped up together, a lot of times you'll see it. That's the guy I was about to bring up with Gene combos in particular, because you got the magic puffs going, you have a pull, and now the Toxic Lotus has this. I think this is a nice steal for them, and honestly just a good general brawl in this map.
We love magic puffs. I mean, the amount of healing that it can put out over the course of a long game, just without you having to think about it as the Gene player, is pretty immense. It allows you to stay, extra long in some of those long-range poke engagements, and that's when those opportunities for magic hands come up, or, other things like that. So obviously it's still something that's pretty scary, and it means you've got to sort of burst that Gene comp down or really put the fear of God in them if they try and go for that look. I love Buster here. The fact that he allows you basically to not engage in any fighting, still build a super, and then have like an ironclad plan for the late game is great. And here it kind of dissuades some of the sharpshooters, right? Seen it picked a ton against Lola in some previous games, and that was very good against her.
Gene and Buster, just a good synergy in general for that passive gameplay that you're talking about. Magic hand plus the hooks. Buster can obviously charge super for free. It's just too easy, and Gene alongside it can just get vision, poke damage, all the above. Larry Laurie, this is a unique one. Certainly a thrower that's gone down the tier list as Juju's risen. Barley's hypercharge still valuable. Every once in a while you'll see things like berry comps come into the fray. I haven't seen Larry Laurie much in pro play.
Well, Tribe now basically set the bar for themselves. With the pick of Larry Laurie, one of the shortest range throwers in the game, they've said, we must take map control. And they have to do that before Engine builds that super. So you might see Tribe try and take the diagonal and use that to get damage for RVM, allow them to push up a little bit, because if they let Engine get that super ready, it's much harder to take said map control. But a thrower does ignore montage and its damage reflecting ability. So Zeus can virtually just bypass that from Engine and still have good damage. And I think once Laurie is on the field, Tribe Gaming will feel confident in walking up and taking even more space.
Be the sharpshooter of choice for the Tribe Gaming squad. These are the 3 brawlers they're going to put their faith in what might be their final set of the Brawl Cup. Barley, the response at the 6th pick for Toxic Lotus. A well-rounded composition. They've got plenty of poke damage with the Gene. Buster can charge it passively, and especially towards those in-game scenarios where the fog closes in, Barley, in a last call, damage dealt everywhere. There's just nowhere to walk.
I like it. I mean, you're also trying to set yourself up with a favorable thrower matchup. I think that's really powerful. Now, the imperative for Tribe Gaming to move up on the map and be proactive here really gets exposed. And that's that's a limitation, or at least an expectation they've set for themselves by picking Larry and Laurie here. They've got to try and circumvent this like drawn-out poke phase. See, Tok here probably can get pretty consistent supercharge there off Zeus in that position.
Tok easily able to remain in the back. Barley, of course, going to be a natural pairing with Buster just because it's so easy to charge up that super, because Barley's going to be in the back lines anyways. Tribe slowly moving forward. RBM skating his way up the map. Easy tags for OG. Needs to be careful. There's the pull. Has to jump away. Whew, barely escaped.
That's pretty scary. You've got to look out for that. Healing Tonic being available. That might have been an all-eyes on me use there by RBM. I would have maybe expected Regulate to be the gadget of choice because he can just go over the walls with it. Yeah, I think that is the pick. So RBM lucky to walk away from that last engagement, especially given that Engine predictably has his super already. Oh, I love this. They're trying to match Engine into whatever lane Luffy was playing in. Now they'll hypercharge active. Engine might have bitten up more than he could shoot here. Hypnotized, but he already got the montage off. That is so big brain from him. Laurie's on the field though, looking dangerous. Zeus, 1 versus 2. Now doesn't even have his counterpart to work with, and he's stuck in the corner as the bottles come raining in.
Toxic Lotus, round number 1. If Tribe Gaming fall in this game, it'll be a match point. What a surprise it would be. Zeus now on the left-hand side, RBM looking right. Luffy, of course, the long range in the middle. OU just sits comfortably behind his walls. This time, it's Gene and Engine playing together. Again, all 3 of these rollers have a great synergy. Gene has the magic puffs. Buster passively charges super alongside Barley. All of these rollers play passively, and then at the end game, explode with damage.
I love how you kind of set the scene for that. Toxic Lotus are cheering. They've built all their supers. They've not had to make use of them at all. They can really just let this one be drawn out a bit further. They can afford to wait. Tok wants to wait for even the perfect hook, but sometimes perfect can be the enemy of good. Sometimes Gene sit on that super for too long and never have a great chance to make use of it. OU continuing to ward RBM away, saying, do not get too close. The gas is about to start. Entering the arena, but Engine wants to get in RBM's direction. Another pool connected. RBM got to commit to the fight, though. He caught OU with that jump gadget. Hypnotized, but there's no follow-up.
3v2 situation. Luffy has to make it count. Super goes down. Tok explode. OU outside looking in, but it's an easy matchup there. And Toxic Lotus, massive underdogs from Chinese mainland, just one away.
I'm sorry, but this is not close. That round was not particularly competitive stuff from Tribe Gaming. The light seems to have gone out of their eyes. They've got a strong comp. I mean, if they can go to work with this bell, if they can get catches off that ollie that can be followed up on by Zeus, then they're in good shape. They've got to get it together, man.
They've had a perfect resume entering this weekend. Undefeated in North American gameplay, 27-7 in sets. And now they're taking on a massive underdog in what has turned into a nightmare of a day number 1. Right now, they're just dueling, trying to charge up those supers. Toxic Lotus have it easy. They can play from a distance. OU gives Engine a free one, and Tok, it's not very hard to land Gene shots. They're going to be able to get that utility much quicker.
Yeah, it just fans out that damage. It's just incremental. It's never going to be putting real threat down on you. But again, it hits hard up close. Over 2,000 damage. It direct hits, and RBM just experienced that firsthand. Nobody's looking for again. It's the only that comes forward for Tribe Gaming that cannot manufacture an opportunity to get Tribe back into this set.
Oh, and now they're flexing on him. The pull goes through, the wall's wide open. It's just a lone Laurie. And the King of the Skies just gonna have to fall back for now and live to see another round. Tribe Gaming officially down to their final life.
He cut the air with a knife. The top seed from North America now is teetering on the edge of elimination from BRAWL CUP. They've got to find a win in this round. Some signs of life. Anything would be good. Engine already has that super build up. Now he knows he doesn't have to worry about RBM hypnotizing him at long range. In fact, the ollie's way more telegraphed now that he has the jump super.
Larry and Laurie struggling to keep up with the distance. Barley helping charge. It's a pull available for Gene. Some tags going into Engine. RBM looking for smoke right now on that right-hand in. He flashing that super. Gadgets going down, but everybody just playing it patient. Toxic Lotus don't mind at all.
They'll bide their time. They've done it over the last couple of rounds. Oh, you would love to build up another last call to set up a deterministic win in the later stages of this round, and he has that now at his disposal. Luffy here with another Rattled Hive. Needs more than just chip damage, more than just accidental hits from that. But where he's standing, it's not enough. There it is. RBM goes in. Tok able to catch him out with the magic hand. It's going to be a stun. of the G, but Engine trying to screen for his team with the montage is not enough. RBM bouncing about in the backline, and OU in a 1v2 can't get him there. Tribe Gaming, signs of life still. They are in this game yet.
Beautifully done. Pressure has never been higher. They've been uncontested for most of the season, but today has not been their day. Opportunity to turn it around right here, though. Finally, they grab a round in knockout.
That's important. Start to get a little bit of confidence for you, but unfortunately, you're still up against the wall. You've got to get out of this round. On top, we're watching Supers. Tok was the one that started that fight off with the magic hand, and maybe Ollie's just the wrong target for that. It basically does exactly what Ollie wants. Gets him up close. RBM was able to get in there with a big hypnotize to take the game away, despite Engine's best efforts to stand in between him and the rest of his team.
Despite being a passive composition, Toxic Lotus sure do have a grip on the middle of this map. Zeus lobbing up the long range, looking for any tags. We just haven't seen much of Laurie. RBM easily gets his super, is holding on to it. There he is flashing it. It's been a battle between him and Engine the entire time. Now he's hovering over. Oh, the pull goes through! Tribe Gaming down to their final life. OU falls 2v2, put in a corner. Zeus doing everything he can alongside Laurie. Now a 2v1. TOC, can he do it? RBM clutches up when it matters most.
In the dying seconds of the round, it's Tribe Gaming, the rise to the challenge. A comp that we felt was a little bit questionable after the way the first round played out. But it's raw grit that keeps the head above the surging tides. Toxic Lotus threatening to kick them out of the tournament. Tribe Gaming say, not yet, not now.
Huge deal right there. Toxic Lotus with a second opportunity, though. And because of the gene pull earlier, that's why those walls and cardboard boxes were down on the left-hand end, which changes things up entirely. Now OU has multiple lane options. Engine playing from a distance. You're going to see him hover right by Tok. Going to get that super really early on. Tribe feeling a little more confident, encroaching on that right-hand side. Now backtracking. Need to see Zeus be a factor here. That's been one issue. I think it's just the brawler itself. It's really tough to play right now.
Gives a rattled hive. Engine able to avoid it and just playing outside of its range. Zeus getting aggressive. This is what I talked about Larry and Laurie needing the map control. RBM, nowhere to be here. Gadget's out, realizes he doesn't want to go after Engine, but OU's caught in the corner now. Toxic Lotus are going to go aggressive. They've got to save Private Barley, and they get OU out alive. It's all down to Luffy, 1 versus 3. And he'll have to jump into the fog and have this one over with.
Grit is a great word. Tribe Gaming need a lot of it. A little luck and some serious mechanics. 1 round to go for Toxic Lotus. Chinese mainland's #1 team, uncontested. We thought, hey, Tribe Gaming have looked so good all month long, all year long. And Toxic Lotus did the exact same in their region. They're humbling Tribe Gaming right now.
Iron Hive up here for Luffy. We'll have an opportunity to find a pick when push comes to shove. But these two teams need to have an agreement that the gameplay will run late in the round. Engine chunked here by that rattled hive. Finally, Luffy able to get something out of that. It's good damage, but Magic Puffs is going to cover that over pretty quickly. Luffy though wants to get aggressive. Oh, the Magic Hand catches him out. That's not good at all. Tribe Gaming now have to fight back for their life in this tournament with only 2 players.
3v2 situation. Zeus without a super, RBM without a super, and Engine has a hypercharge at the ready. Now the Flog is fighting them as well. Make it a 4v2 at this point. RBM going in, he has to, no other choice. They have to make magic happen. Down goes 1, 2v2 situation. Zeus lobbing up shots. Barley, full HP, and RBM has to dive in at a perfect time. Last call goes on the ground, and it's down to their final life. Shockwaves sent across North America. Chinese mainland has done the unthinkable here in Dallas.
It's a moment to savor for the challengers from mainland China. It's not the first time they've taken a win here in an international tournament. It's definitely the biggest tournament they've cleaned a dub in. Crucially, staying alive, but with a sweetener of eliminating the top seed from North America. And home crowd can barely believe their eyes.
Just insane. Definitely was not what I expected here today. Tribe Gaming go 0-2 on home turf. Just heartbreaking. Who would have thought Elevate would have been the team of the two to make it past? We're going to get to hear from the men themselves, the underdogs who have risen. Take it away, Barney.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Tok from Toxic Lotus here. What an incredible performance. You know, first of all, your first match of the day, you had the current world champions. Then you had the local North America favorites. It seemed like the odds were stacked against you, but you guys pulled through. Talk us through that the final moments of that match.
我们这个 Hmble 还有北美第1名，我们怎样经过怎样心路历程，还有我们的看法还有心情怎么样？其实我们一开始打 Hmble， 是觉得对手非常强，我们会很有打的压力，但是我们输给他们了。我们打那个北美的时候，我觉得我们没有什么压力，在我们赛前就觉得我们一定能赢他们。
when we play against Hmble, because they're world champions, we have immense pressure. But after that, we learned how to control ourselves and to stabilize our stage performance. Then we pulled ourselves together and we beat Tribe NA, which is the #1 team in North America.
I think that one of the things to take note of as well was that incredible first draft you had on Heist. It really did put you in such a good position. Do you have many more tricks like that up your sleeve?
Definitely. I prepared a lot with a friend of mine. A big shout out to him. Shout out to Lotus, William Levin. I like you. One of my best friends. Shout out to Lotus. He's the GOAT.
Well, congratulations, Toxic Lotus. What an incredible performance. Let's send it back over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Barney. What a match it's been. I'm full of goosebumps. Kenny's shaking. Uber. I don't know. He's just Uber. He's always a bit crazy. Match stats here. Oh, you with 7 kills, the most DPS on TOC. All in all, incredible, crazy match. I'm losing my words here. I mean, China mainland, Toxic Lotus has already been super dominant in that region before qualifying for the BRAWL Cup without dropping a single set. Now, they make it look easy, even against Tribe Gaming, the undefeated NA Warriors, Uber.
Yeah, but in almost every single set, I have an issue with one pick from Tribe Gaming throughout their draft. Some of them just seemed a little bit questionable. Their last pick always seemed to be a little questionable. I think it sort of showed towards the end of the game. And look, you could say the same of Toxic Lotus. They had some pretty wild ones, right? We saw the Miko and I think it wasn't until I remembered the star power.
It's just been so long.
That it started to click for me, right? That pick sort of made a ton of sense. I thought the Shade pick on Hard Rock Mine was absolute cinema. That was incredible stuff from Star Dragon. And we're in an era now of Brawl Stars, Sunny, where like having great drafters can almost be more important than having sick mechanical gods on your team. But Toxic Lotus have both with incredible experience over like 4 or 5 years of play. It's such a deserved win. Like I don't even feel that bad.
Yes, exactly. I was looking for a reason. How did that happen? The Tribe Gaming lost that one. I was looking over the draft, looking at their gameplay. It didn't seem like Tribe lost any of their form, to me at least. The draft was fine. Maybe the overrated Draco a little bit gave the Hank and, as you mentioned, the Shade to Toxic Lotus. But other than that, I didn't really have anything that I completely disagreed with the Tribe's draft. So, yeah, I don't know what it was. Toxic Lotus is just stronger than we expected. They're here to show off.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from Toxic Lotus, but like while we're still talking about Tribe, they're a little ollie-pilled for my liking. I do think that's a brawler that involves like invites a pretty significant amount of risk into some of these games where you've got to be the one to blink first. You've got to go on and engage. Sometimes it's far better just to be the team that, gets to be reactive and doesn't have to set the pace and can just sort of play their own sort of speed. And RBM's incredible. But you can see how he exposes himself to overextension by trying to dive in, even with the jump gadget as well on Ollie. Like, it can be a huge risk, and maybe some safer drafts or ones that give them, like, a bit more power, but plenty of that on this Toxic Lotus side. Look at this guy, Tok, well-deserved.
And I like the lore that you dropped in while we had a second, just to talk about this team and the history of it, because a long time ago, this region had won 0 international matches, and the fact that they've gotten 2 in their previous 2 tournaments, I think means a big deal to them. I mean, we talked about Tribe Gaming being this esteemed roster, perfect resume. Toxic Lotus were that for their region. So the fact that they come out on top here, I mean, no way we would have seen it coming per se, but I mean, maybe we should have entertained the thought a little bit more. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, really easy to say, but nonetheless, I'm shocked.
I want to just drive this point home. It is really hard for Toxic Lotus to get quality scrims. So, and a big draw for them about these events is that they can actually play against the best teams in the world. And slowly, over the years, this very same roster has accrued enough of that experience to get them into a position now where they can advance to our 3rd day of play. But, and there's a big but, they would have to deal with either Hmble or Loud to get there. But they've gotten through Tribe. And honestly, Toxic Lotus might well be the second best team in this Group B.
I mean, look, Loud and Tribe went the distance. It's not unreasonable to think that Toxic Lotus don't have a chance. In terms of scrims, they were holding their own, at least in practices this week. I think Hmble, to me, are the favorite from this group. They were the favorite coming into this. I thought Tribe were going to be that second team. Who knows? All's out the window. This is every year is a different year.
Is it all out the window? I just think the NA top seed is out the window.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in terms of just like logic and what we would expect the unexpected. I mean, who would have thought that Tribe Gaming on home turf with fans right in front of their faces go 0-2? Not on my bingo card.
I mean, I hope they have their fans still ready for Saturday and also Sunday, and they're going to be rooting for Elevate. They're still in. NA Hope is still here. Not to worry about that, at least. But yes, we had to say goodbye to Tribe. We do have a Toxic Lotus vote come from set number 3. That was Hard Rock Mine. And I want to see TOC got the MVP. Maybe he was also the shout caller in that one.
烧了烧了，蝎子死了，没事没事没事，我帮你扛。Nice
Hard to say.
Nicer. That was well played. I mean, all of that match was very well played. And it's a 3-1 in the end. I would have hoped that Tribe at least leaves on a 3-2.
No, I mean, look, again, the way that they sort of played throughout the drafts, I think they were lucky to get a set in this series. It's crazy. Like, I've been kind of harsh on them now. I'm not trying to kick them while they're down generally, but I feel like Toxic Lotus really earned this win in every sort of part of the game as we know it. I'm really impressed. And it's great to hear Star Dragon as well, like, give his thoughts. It's been such a long road for this team just to try and get respect. Like, they haven't been playing for the honor and glory like these guys so far. They've been fighting for respect. Now they can start to dream a little bit bigger. And that should be really exciting, not only for the team, but also fans of the Chinese mainland region.
So we talked about it before. Every single time Toxic Lotus or Chinese mainland is going to show up in a LAN event, they're going to do even better. Every single time, better and better. Now, you two have been on standby for the first 3 matches of today, and then you've been casting the last 3, obviously. Anything that sticks out to you? What was your favorite moment of the day?
I mean, the shade. There's a reason those comms had so few words, because there was nothing to be said. It was just a runaway the entire set.
Nicer.
I mean, honestly, nice. That's all that was needed to say. It was a clean set. But honestly, I think how could this not be the squad that you take away from today? I mean, obviously very legitimate. We knew their mechanics were solid. They beat Na'Vi last time. That was an LCQ team. This is Tribe Gaming, number 1 seed. Yeah. And you hammered it home too. The level of competition that they play is not nearly as high as these other regions. So the fact that they show up far from home and take down some Titans, put some respect on their name.
Yeah, it's so easy to get complacent farming teams in your home region that just can't stand up to you. But these guys know, like, they've known for years what awaits them at these tournaments and how much they have to step up. So they're ready to make that step. For me, favorite moment, it's seeing Elevate. Their individual mechanical skill on display is great. They've got Zoomer mechanics and Boomer drafts with OG coaching them. Hopefully, there's a symphony there between those two aspects that, carries the last remaining hope for NA forward in this tournament.
We are now getting ready for our next match. It's going to be between Zeta Division and Loud, 2 of the teams that have only won today so far, so I'm super hyped for that one. We're going to have them on Brawl Arena, a brand new game mode in Brawl Stars, a proper MOBA, and I'm super excited to show that off. For now, we got Barney in the crowd, and he's talking to some of you guys. So I want to hear what your favorite moments were as well.
What were my favorite moments of the day? Maybe it's that I got all the predictions right, people. Thank you so much, Sunny. I'm in here, I'm in the crowd, I'm in and amongst everyone, and I've come across a wild spend. How's it going, mate? I did this to you at Worlds, didn't I? I sandbagged you every time. I'm so sorry. How you feeling, man?
I'm doing good. Other than that last game, I don't want to talk about it. It's a bit fresh right now, but I'm doing all right.
Just a little bit fresh. Just mere moments ago, Tribe Gaming lost on the main stage. What other games have stood out for you today? Have there been any that have kind of piqued your interest, or any that you thought, wow, they're actually a little bit better than we anticipated coming onto the main stage?
Well, again, unfortunately, it was against Tribe. Loud, they put out such a good performance. So both the Tribe games are a bit of a underdog story. So
they were, weren't they? Now, former world champion. Congratulations. And it's a content creator. I mean, Mr. Brawl Stars himself. I kind of want to know the mentality that it takes to basically win on the main stage. There's an element of mechanical ability. So many of the teams have that here. But at this point, when you get to those latter stages, mentality, I think, plays a lot more into it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's one thing that people don't realize, like having the mentality, the team play. like making sure you're mentally okay on game day. If you let other factors like impact things, you're not going to be playing well on game day. See, I don't know what happened with Tribe. Maybe it was mentality, maybe it was drafts, but all of it plays a key part.
It's difficult. I mean, let's talk about DreamHack Dallas. How have you been here? Because I've been seeing on your social media that you've been traveling around America before you came here. What's the experience been like so far? It's day one. You've stuck around the Brawl Arena. I've seen you in the crowd. What's the experience been like so far?
I mean, I'm loving the vibes in America so far. I mean, I went down to Austin, Dallas. I'm just loving the Texan barbecues. I mean, it's good vibes here. Good vibes here.
I mean, I'm loving the Texas barbecue as well, I've got to say. A little bit too much. I need to get back in the gym. Now, being here in and amongst all the people that love Brawl Stars, love the content and stuff, have people been stopping you? Have you taken lots of photos with people? What's the vibe been like with that?
I mean, these are the best times of the year where all the Brawl community gets together, cheering on your favorite team. I just love it when it gets loud. I'm just in my element. Like, I can just be a nerd and not be judged, basically.
Now, one final question before I let you go, my friend, and I appreciate you taking the time to stand here with me. You didn't have to. I really appreciate it. This entire competition, the BRAWL CUP, is a battle of regions, right? We're really emphasizing the fact that this is a regional spot in the World Finals at the end of the year. Which region do you think is looking most dominant coming into it? We've had a lot of EMEA mutters in the air. But who do you think could take this whole thing and thus get a regional spot in the World Finals?
I mean, now that Tribe are out, I can root for EMEA again, so they're going to bring it home. EMEA, Hmble, SK. I fancy Hmble just a little bit more, but any of them would do. Come on, the EMEA. Come on.
Semantic's going to give you a nice crisp high five after that comment. Thank you so much for joining me here. We're going to go to a very short break before we come back for our show match.
one big... Your first ever live match of Brawl Arena. So I'm going to invite our two teams to the stage. It is Loud and Zeta Division. Kicking things off with Loud, we have Kaio Dog, Edinho, and Firecrow. And from Zeta Division, we have Shitampo, Levi, and Suzuku. Both Loud and Zeta Division had great runs today in the Brawl Cup. Now they also get to show up here for this show match in Brawl Arena already.
Something I'm looking forward to seeing the most is the team play between these two, between each of the members of these teams. Because one of the central objectives on this map is to share the experience between each other. You need to be near each other in order to get experience and level up together. That's going to take a lot of coordination to make that happen.
I think the key here for me is what brawlers you go in with. I mean, we were playing backstage and trying some things out, and there's certain brawlers which really do have quite an advantage in this kind of game mode. I think for me, Hmble is a prime example of a brawler who can line up the minions, get as much XP, but also then reach the towers behind that and try and line up the shots like that. And, you know, having a tankier brawler for the mid in that jungle, that can go quite a long way as well. That's where the majority of the XP can be earned.
Any brawler with piercing damage is going to do well here because you want to also hit the player that is usually hiding behind those minions. Let me tell you, yesterday I tried B, for example. The players also, just as us, had the chance... Yeah, they're already laughing. They had the chance to test out the mode. I demolished everyone and Hank, just putting it out there. But then on B, you don't get your big shot off the minion. You don't get your shield if you're up that star power. So I wasn't even able to take down any of the bots. They healed up faster than I put out damage. And of course, the opponents were just hiding behind the minions. So I wouldn't recommend single target brawlers.
Are you hearing that, Reddy? I can just hear skill issues.
Yeah, you know, I'm guessing that B game is one of the ones where you supposedly demolish the enemy masters.
What the?
No, I think there are like so many different strategies you could go for here. You can prioritize getting single target damage in the jungle as well. Stuff that's going to be good in those bushes for you to sneak up as well. Things that are just good at clearing the waves. And stuff that like does piercing damage to get individual things grouped together as well.
Various brawlers as well, like Surge and Clancy, can obviously you earn that utility off the back of bots, and that's kind of what Sonny's referring to with the B, and that's one of the sort of like little intricacies that doesn't really happen with B, but other brawlers can definitely capitalize down on that. And I kind of want to see if Clancy is that brawler which can really capitalize on that. The Hypercharge now, especially coming into the equation too, really quite a nasty brawler, but certainly you got to get that balance between, you know, do you want to go in with ranged brawlers or do you want to kind of go up close and personal? And for me, I think even a brawler like Colt is a daring prospect, but if you're willing to go in and take those risks, you can get just not only good access towards the towers, but also try and beam down your opposition at range.
So the players are also going to figure out the intricacies of this mode here. We're going to be live here to figure out together with them what's good on this new mode. And I'm also excited to see if maybe Brawl Arena has competitive potential, if maybe it could be a mode we're going to see in esports at some point. And I also want to hear your two voices in that one.
Well, I gotta say, at a glance, it is way more complicated than a standard Brawl Stars game mode. You have a much bigger map, so many more objectives to play for as well. You have the mid with all of the jungle robots, you have the turrets on the side lanes, the team play I think is going to be the most important thing. This honestly harkens me back to the original Siege, which was a much more extended game mode.
And for me as well, like the best thing about the BSC is that we listen to the players. And ultimately, if the players are vibing with this and they're really enjoying it, there's absolutely no reason why it can't play a part in things to come. So ultimately, you know, if the players are speaking out, and as they always are, then of course the BSC ear is always listening.
I do love that about Brawl Stars. Supercell always listening to the feedback. We talked about it before. Adrian is here, so just go up to him. He loves that. If you have any propositions for balance changes, also within the Brawl arena, like for example, maybe give B a big shot after she hits a robot. Well, we'll see what they will change about this mode in the future. This is just the very first look we ever get at this brand new game mode. Never seen before here in Brawl Stars, and we're now heading into draft. I wonder what they will ban out here. Probably the usual ones, right? Hank, Kenji, they're gonna be very strong in this mode too.
Has to be. You know, you got to get rid of the strongest things in the game so you can have a level playing field, things equalized across the arena. While our players are picking some brawlers, I think it's worth mentioning, at least, you know, continuing the balancing conversation, that certain brawler classes are going to receive different buffs as they level up. A tank is going to get more HP than, say, a damage dealer would. Damage dealer is going to get more damage up than a tank would, for example. So everyone is going to get way, way better at playing their specific role, and some brawlers have been tweaked individually. One that stands out to me is Max actually gets a different base speed level as well. That's quite curious. It's going to be hard to play around her as a team player as well, because these lanes are so far apart.
Yeah, Marksman gets a 9% buff to their damage, which is kind of wild if you think about it. If you go in with those kind of brawlers, then of course you're going to have a disadvantage playing against the tankier brawlers, especially that are trying to capitalize within the jungle. So there is that downside. You've got to play a little bit of a balancing act here as well. But certainly I feel like brawlers that are tankier, that kind of have that ability to overthrow Hank, I think that is a brawler which I think stands out quite a lot to me as something that can, you know, put a lot of pressure on your opposition. But wall break as well, that, you know, taking down the grass, especially in that jungle area, that's something of a consideration. You want to see where your opposition lies.
You want to have that mid control, so I would recommend playing something like a Rosa, a Bull, anything with a lot of HP in that mid that can really make use of that grass in mid. And the other single most important thing in this game mode is, of course, to gain and deny as much experience points as possible so you can level up faster than your opponents, because those level ups are going to give you, again, more health, more speed, more reload speed, and that's going to be crucial to your team taking the W in the end.
In terms of also denying that experience, I'd say that's, you know, a pretty big departure from what the current Brawl Stars meta is. A lot of these aggressive picks, it's okay if you die because you created pressure for your team. Not here. This time when you feed, it matters a whole lot more. You are making your opponent stronger with each iteration that you die on your lane. So survival is going to be a total priority.
A little player disconnect. I'm looking at you, Loud. Firecraft might have been the man, but regardless, we'll get them back in as swiftly as possible. One thing to mention as well regarding the minions we haven't touched on is the fact that every third wave will include a special minion replacing 2 of the regular ones. So having that little buff will go quite a long way. And, you know, communicating those things across, trying to keep a track on time, especially for the Kaiju as well when that comes onto the map, ensuring that everyone's priorities are there and capitalizing down on things. And, you know, ultimately the last shred of HP that is taken by a team will be able to obtain that buff. So, you know, there's a bit of kill-stealing potential going on there, and if you're not communicating effectively, then you can do all the hard work, whistling down the Kaiju, and then have it just stolen from you.
Since this is the first time we're seeing Brawl Arena played out immediately on a big stage too, that's crazy, we're gonna have a player's POV. We didn't want to show you just the usual overview. We wanted to show how the player levels up himself, what he can choose, and yeah, just show how this mode is really played out. And we're going to see Levi on the side of Zeta Division for this one.
Well, picks are starting to fly in. Kenji, we talked about bans, some of the high priority picks and bans as well. Kenji's the way to go. Has a hypercharge that is absolutely game defining. How he's going to earn it? Bit of a mystery. You don't want to feed. Now, he does have some survivability as well. He's going to be healing quite a bit just with his main attack. He's also got a gadget that will heal him up, has a shield to operate with as well. But there's a key difference here. It's not just a 1v1. You're facing against bots on the lane that will also be dealing damage to you in close range. So how he plans on taking down those enemy bots and protecting his own, I think he's probably going to have to abandon them.
And certainly the hypercharge of Kenji is devastating as it is. So in those final clutch moments in the jungle, trying to really kind of capitalize down that HP, I mean, that's the sort of brawler which can come in and just get that final swipe, hypercharge in, and just eradicate all the hard work that your opposition has laid into. One other thing to mention about the jungle too is that if you disengage with those bots in the middle, those bots will go back to full HP. So you got to kind of continuously damage them down and ideally have some teammates to back you up.
We're going to head straight into game here. Since this is a new mode, we also see that we have a little more time than usual, so we still have time to talk about the draft here. It's an 8-minute game here. Also, something that we've never seen before in Brawl Stars. We do have an Hmble, and we talked about before, boys, how strong she is. Popping off here, Tampo on that Charlie. It is one of the favorite brawlers they pick on other maps and modes too, so might as well use her here.
No doubt. And also, the ability of Amber to fire down through some of these opponents is going to be absolutely crucial. Looks like Firecrow is going to try and come in and steal this kill. Not able to do so. Experience coming over to Tampo as well. On the left side, things have been largely abandoned. No one really wants to face that Penny. And a victory on the right lane allows Zeta to push forward.
Yeah, and just to draw your attention to the UI as well, you can see that top left-hand side and that top right-hand side, that indicates the base HP. That's the main objective of this game. Take down the base, win the game. In that middle section area there, you've got the towers, 83%, 81% now on the side of Zeta, and 85% accordingly then to Loud's tower. And that's HP shared across each side of the field.
So if you take down the right-hand side tower, both are going to fall. They have shared HP. Levy now coming in here. Huge damage salve onto that right-hand side tower. You do have to stand inside of its reach, otherwise it's going to just sink down and back into the floor. That is to also give tanks some chances here. Levy now against Firecrow. He can't do anything against this Ember here. Great gadget use from Levy. And again, Ember's just super good because you can't hide behind your own minions.
The damage is pouring in from Zeta, but on the left side, looks like so much is coming in. Melody's having a tough time defending against the Penny, and Levy's even thinking about repositioning, or at least trying to get something onto Adinho on the right side. Here comes Gree down. Levy really committing, even popping out the gadget to get additional damage. Adinho's also keeping him at range. It's awesome to have Juju here, since she's able to hit numerous enemies at the same time. And Levy seems to be quite overwhelmed. This time, it looks like Amber's reload speed is holding him back.
Yeah, Dini's on level 6 as well, which is quite incredible, but then Firecrow comes in, swipes down Levi there as well, so tough situation for Zeta. I think they're about to lose their tower. 1% is all that remains then, and Loud, once they've got it, which they have, they'll be focused directly on to the base side as well. They're just going to be using the jungle a little bit to get some HP, as they are lacking it on the side of Zeta, but they need to get this tower down. They need to get Loud's power to be able to then approach their base and get these minions to a higher HP level as well.
What we usually see on MOBAs is that we're gonna have a jungler in each of the two teams that is gonna go down mid to gain as much levels as possible and then help out his two lanes later on. Also, he's gonna be crucial to get that Kaiju on his side. The XP gain is gonna be based on proximity, so if I take down one of those bots and Freddy's right next to me, my teammate, he's also going to get some XP from that. If, however, the last hit is going to be made by the opponent, no XP for us.
Well, a huge thing for Zeta would be if they can all group up and take down the enemy Penny, because she's at level 10. That's going to be a huge XP payout. They've gotten some bots down and the big XP as well for them at mid. Levi also committing on this right side. Keep in mind that as your team's total level go up, so does the HP and the damage of your bots. And Levy is really feeling that right now. Could get in range for the last 3.5k damage. Doesn't want to get in range of these bots. They're so scary. They're also playing around this Kaiju at mid that's about to spawn.
Loud are doing so well at just controlling that jungle. You can just see the HP above their heads. It's just fast. You know, Firecrow's been doing wondrous work in that respect. I think like level 10 above his hit or level 12 as well on the side of Loud. I mean, at the moment, Zeta are already behind. Just 7 above their heads. Kaiju now on the map, and they've got to redirect all their attention here. Zeta could be able to get a bit of a comeback potential. They can get this Kaiju taken care of.
That was a very quick sweep here, and it's actually Loud that takes the last hit. Once again, it's not how much DPS your own team has dealt to the Kaiju, it's whichever team has taken that last hit. And now, all of a sudden, Zeta Division was in the lead, but Loud claims victory here. They're at least close to it. Their own base still on 100% health, and the other side is falling. Loud takes this first game.
That Kaiju buff is no joke. That's 30% damage resistance and a huge amount of speed in addition. It looks like they got that down because that South American Juju put in the work on the lane. But hats off as well to Penny, piercing through those enemy bots and amplified damage on the second target that it hits because so many projectiles spawn. I think Levy is also maybe regretting his Amber pick just a little bit because he's running out of ammo so consistently. Amber's really great for things that run you down, but when they have so much health, it's a huge issue.
Kaido's level 15 at the end of that game. That's the maximum you can be in this mode. I mean, kind of wild to me that in the very first game, we see someone able to achieve that. And again, stealing that Kaiju was so key. I think Fire, as I mentioned prior to that moment, was doing such a great job of controlling that jungle, allowing them to get everyone into that buff state, and the base had no chance.
It really looked like Zeta Division had that one in the bag already. They were in the lead, the towers were taken out, but then, yes, Hydog stole that Kaiju, and it is a mechanic implemented so you can turn games around. That's exactly what they did. Once again, Zeta Division takes the better start here. Levy doing a lot of work on that tower here. He's making sure that those minions are staying alive, so the tower is always above ground, so he can target it even from afar without taking any damage.
In typical Zeta fashion, they, I think, have learned from the mistakes of the last game because they've kept Penny at level 1. Remember, it is key to deny experience to your enemies, and the most problematic brawler of the last game has been kept at low level. Meanwhile, though, Juju seems to have been farming this jungle, now trying to sneak up on Levy, unable to get any damage off of him, and sneaks right back into that jungle. Same thing as well for Firecrow. Here's the hypercharge out from Suzuku. 1, and looking for 2. Firecrow takes to the sky, no kills. Suzuku gets him on re-entry, and things are looking fantastic for Zeta.
Yeah, lovely stuff there from Suzuku, then just leveling up as well. Level 5 now above Levi's head 2, and it's actually Lau that are slightly behind level 4 above Adenia, and he's been kind of battling Levi in this kind of mid-area so far. That invisibility sometimes might get a chance to capitalize down, but there it is, coming straight in front of him, and he might even find a kill. No, the Dancing Flames gadget there is going to come in clutch for him. And Zeta continues to climb in the HP and tower side of things now. Actually, Loud getting some damage dealt as well. 57% now is left on the Zeta tower to 28 of Loud. So I'm liking how Zeta are approaching this game. They're really sort of learning from the previous one.
But we did see in the previous one that things can get turned over quickly if you get that Kaiju. We only see one of those spawning in that first round. Loud were sweeping them pretty quickly after that buff. When we were playing yesterday, guys, we had a lot more Kaiju spawning. Every single time they come in, after every 4th wave of those robots, it's gonna have more HP and a bit more damage that it deals out.
Well, we see the countdown timer at mid. It's going to be coming in just about a minute here, so more gameplay to go until then. See, Levy has gotten pretty high in level. Things are a little bit imbalanced between the teams, especially with this tower falling. The HQ now exposed for Loud, and Levy repositioning over towards mid. They need to get some control over here. We saw just how game-changing that Kaiju buff is.
So they're just about holding on to their own tower for now, but Loud are attacking it as we speak, and it should be toppling. There it goes. The 1% is now fallen, so now both sides are going to be targeting the base. Quite a cautious moment in time. The jungle's going to be really quite key in this Kaiju spawning now in 25 seconds of time. That's where both teams need to be spending their time to try to get that buff on their team, because it's going to be crucial. Whoever gets that could very well take the base.
In the middle of our screen, we see the countdown now. 15 seconds until the Kaiju spawns in this round. First attack here from Levy onto the base of Loud. Zeta Division takes over the lead. They're 8% already taking off of that base. Levy has to disengage here. Some bots are still spawning. 1 second till Kaiju. It's going to be Zeta Division once again attacking it first, but who's going to have that last hit ready?
They're off to the races, getting as much DPS as possible. Levy knows that he's got to stay in close range. They don't have any enemies contesting them, and finally, Zeta have managed to take the Kaiju. That means it's drive time. 30% damage resistance, and a flat 80 movement speed boost is going to be crucial for getting in range. They have the level advantage as well, but they're gradually moving up. They got to be cautious, though, because that Kaiju buff only lasts for a certain period of time.
Don't be overzealous either, but look at this. It's so hard for Loud to be able to defend this situation. Look at how the base is trickling down immediately into the HP. Oh my god, it's almost done in one single push. And as quickly as that, Zeta eyeing out the scoreboard.
This time around, nobody reached the level 15, and yet still Zeta Division takes this one. A lot of control throughout this game. Very early takedown of the 2 towers, and then just played it down slowly and steadily. The Kaiju is a very tricky thing, because you want to have that last hit. You really need to make sure that none of your opponents are close by when you take him out.
I think a bit of reprioritization of targets is in order. You see Kenji, who is definitely an assassin, and he's mostly going for those bots at mid. That's not the role that he's going to be best at, and especially not against Levy in close range when he has that gadget active. Bit of assassin action from an invisible Idinho popping out of mid to claim a bit more XP. Guys, almost at level 3, the highest level in the lobby. His teammates trailing behind, and there's level 3 for Juju. We see Zeta notably trailing behind. Levy now advancing back over to the left lane, where he'll be able to do the same thing he did last game, fire through those spots, and get a slow, steady stream of fire onto the enemy turret.
Yeah, good bush burn, but there's Idinho again, who's been absolutely cooking, and again gets the takedown, surviving there on like 350 HP. Crazy stuff. He's already on level 4. I mean, that's like the same as 2 of Satan's players combined. Great start for Loud, but they want to try to get ideally Firecrow up in those levels as well. He's going to be controlling that jungle. The more levels he has above his head, the more HP he can continue to rein in for his team. It's quite close here, as both sides here doing pretty well. Both sides of Loud as well, really getting some good value in that jungle. Look at the towers. At the moment, it's Zeta that have got only 40% left on theirs, and Loud have been doing a lot of their time.
For the first time in this first set here, Loud is actually the ones in the lead here. Zeta on the back foot. They need to change something in their strategy. Loud seem to have adapted after they just lost that second game. Idinho once again coming in here to make some pressure onto Levy. Minions coming in, Levy trying to do some more damage, but he needs to be aware. He's gonna burn down those bushes. Juju has nowhere to hide anymore.
Juju emerging from the bushes has been one of the most crucial things. It seems like Loud have reordered their priorities, so now they're looking for kills on enemy players rather than just focusing on those bots, which they did in game number 1 to great success. Now, though, with Penny being reliably denied, things are a little bit different. So much damage now pouring in from Zeta, but Loud has simply eclipsed them. We see also the tower falling in health down to just 12 HP on the enemy side. It's going to equalize in just a moment here. We also have to mind the Kaiju bound to spawn at mid in just a minute.
Yeah, Levy's been doing absolute work on this tower, but if you look at the side of Loud, 7, 8, and 8, they are ahead on those levels, and that's quite a worrisome thing as Firecrow down the bottom side as well, going on the aggressive. That tower still remains here and should fall now with a little shot, maybe a help the gadget from Levy there as well. Now it falls, and again, it can't be too far away now for a Kaiju to spawn in either, so I like Loud's chances, 7, 9, and 9 now, and just consistently up there.
The bases both still at 100% though. Nobody was able to claim any percentages off of that. No scratch on either of the bases. Levy needs to dodge those incoming shots now, does so perfectly. Juju is putting a lot of pressure onto him. Dinho, phenomenal job here, both on level 9. Levy actually switches sides here, tries to help out Shitampo. That is going to be going up against the Genji. Cocoon for him. Firecrow can't really do much else other than go down here. Never mind. He does find to take down onto Shitampo, it seems. Levy crossing over once again. Second Kaiju is about to spawn here.
Super smart from Suzuku, going for the double takedown, popping the hypercharge so that he can get the value now, going for as much damage as possible, eliminate the Kaiju with the quickness, and there it is. Big buff coming in. Denial as well, as Kenji tried to thrust himself into the Kaiju spot. That way he could get the buff and steal it, but not even possible. Now Zeta sort of forming their foundation before they go for a big final push in.
Potentially game-changing there from Zeta. The timing was absolutely perfect. Ensuring the takedown, the spawn cycling there as well, just to get Loud out of the equation so they can just eliminate the Kaiju with such speed and precision. Fantastic stuff. They're right now a bit out of position, slicing the gadget as well, as Firecrow then goes in for the Sashimi. Shitampo there for the helping hand. 527 HP above Levi's head there. Such a key moment there to stay alive early there with that buff. 11, 11, and 13 now above Satan's heads, and Loud is struggling. They were just doing so well in front, but now they're falling behind.
Zeta Division gets the Kaiju. Loud knows they need to defend this one now. If they get the takedown onto one of the players, they're going to lose that buff. So they want to get those takedowns. Levy knows that. Survives with just 100 HP, very barely. Kaidok now trying to defend one more time. I do like both of those teams putting a lot of thought into the comps as well. Penny's going to do phenomenal into those minions whenever you hide behind them. Levy now with the first damage onto the base of his opponent's. Loud is gonna really get some damage onto their save. Second Kaiju spawn in now as Tempo tries to claim that one as well. Will Zeta Division get that second buff as well?
Here comes Penny trying to interrupt. They got it. Okay, Zeta now empowered once more by the Kaiju buff. They're coming right to the enemy side. Double takedown for Suzuku. The space is wide open, running circles around it. Counterclockwise, Suzuku putting the hurt on the enemy base and securing away set 1.
You have to hand it to Zeta. Like, I thought Loud were going to be able to just steamroll that game, and it really was the key moment. That first Kaiju, that's where it all changed. Getting that additional buff, increasing those levels, and then also just kind of having a little bit of a distracted moment when the second spawn came in. You know, you saw Lever going onto the base, just trying to visit down the HP, and then coming back to help his team to secure the second. And Loud were always playing catch-up from that moment on.
Zeta Division had everything under control in that round number 1. Loud then takes the Kaiju, and Zeta Division realizes really quickly how important it is to claim that one for themselves. Did so in game number 2 and 3 and claim victory in the end. We have some voice comms for you one more time here from the side of Loud.
Nossa, bata esse robô aqui, passa.
O outro caiu ali, aquele cara, passa.
Ué, caiu?
Sei lá, essa melody tá toda estranha. Eu quero... Ai, tá pomba, agora voltou, eu acho. Usou o Get.
Calma, calma. Porra aí, passa.
Eu tô muito forte, Mole, porra!
It's such a blessing to see that they're having fun with the new mode themselves. This is going to be a little bit of a relief for them after they just had a lot of pressure throughout the day in the BRAWL CUP, and now they get to play a little show match. It's fun, right? We get to see this new mode for the very first time here already. I'm sure they're going to be happy about that too.
Oh, it's a chance to unwind and, you know, get a first test of this mode as well. But it's a treat for us as viewers and commentators as well, because we get to see the machinery start to turn in these pro players' heads. We've seen them figure out how to play this mode over the course of it, particularly prioritizing using some of those hypercharges and super specifically to team wipe in advance of the coming Kaiju. We see also reprioritization of taking down enemy players for additional XP and also for additional influence on those individual lanes.
Well, Zeta one step ahead, and again, this is a learning curve for all these pro players. I mean, they are the best, let's be honest, at being able to adapt under pressure, no doubt about that. But there's still so much to really kind of like digest when it comes to this mode, and I think we're going to see a new variety of brawler picks as well. The players are drafting as we speak, by the way, and you know that's what makes it so exciting. We ourselves experienced that backstage, kind of going through the motions, and there's some definite diamonds in the rough that have still not been discovered just yet. I'm still looking forward to that Hank idea. I think that could be a Fire Crew special. I think the Kenji could even be banned out the next time round because it was doing pretty well, but Loud, I think their downfall in that last set just kind of came down to the Kaiju. I think they're going to be prioritizing it much better this time round.
I like the thinking that both of those teams had in set number 1. Both of them decided to go with something aggressive, to maybe steal those last hits of the Kaiju. Also the bots here with the Kenji and also the Melody can sweep in, get those last hits and sweep out with the buff in the end, and something to hold on to control. Penny and Ember are going to be those two that are just perfect to defend. You can't hide behind your minions if both of them have a shot through. Penny is even going to do more damage, right? And then the Charlie was an interesting one for me. We just talked about how maybe single target brawlers are not going to be the best ones, but obviously if someone makes it happen and someone makes it work, it's going to be Shitambo.
That is true. Yeah, he has a reputation for finding a way out of any situation that he might get himself into. Shitambo, a very mechanically skilled player. He's got that genius to figure out this mode, and so have his teammates up next to him, because they started to solve this over the course of the set. Keep in mind, it initially went to Loud. They got a huge advantage in the early game with Penny because she was able to pierce through all of those enemies. Then we saw Zeta sort of math it out. We're headed over to a different map now as well, just slightly different geography. It's going to be a little more impeded in terms of getting into the jungle, so that might afford a bit more time off the respawn, you know, make it a little bit less run it down at mid. Besides that, though, those lanes are basically the exact same, so expect to see some more developed matchups as players have now figured out what brawlers they want to pick.
I love how Zeta are so invested as well.
Yeah.
Like you can see Shitambo there on that replay. Just really, really engaged with it. Fantastic stuff. Let's see how this draft went down as well. Then we see Sandy come through. Kenji still escaped through the banning process as well. So Daryl, Tara, and Janet then on the side of Loud. The Sandy, the Ems, and the Kenji. Ems was fantastic in our playtest as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Zeta fare with that particular brawler, especially in the jungle side. You know, being there with the Ems and then coming out of the bush at just the right times. You know, capitalize down on your opposition in just the wrong places of the map. Don't really get much time to react to an Ems, so I like that brawler pick.
Nice ball coming in there. He's still falling in the end. I'm super surprised we don't see a Juju anymore. The South America special this time around not coming out of Loud here. I would have argued that on this map especially, throwers are going to be even better because you have that wall right in front of you as soon as you come out of spawn, and you can still get those last hits onto the bot if you are able to lob over that wall, obviously. We have had someone play Dynamite yesterday. Did it work out for you?
Dynamite cooked. Dynamite did incredible damage to the enemy base. It was one of the 5 out of 5 games that the North American casters won, I might add. Yeah, you're getting different accounts of what happened yesterday, but just trust. The Ems is absolutely incredible here. Another one that we got the privilege of testing yesterday, and it does lots and lots of damage in terms of clearing waves. It is a bit difficult to keep some of those tanks out of the way, and Suzuku is going to be finding that out the hard way with Daryl really running laps around everyone. He's the highest level in the lobby, already at level 6.
Yeah, matched now as well by the Kenji of State of those, so they're keeping it neck and neck. And for me, I'm not overly convinced yet by this Stanley pick, got to be honest. I mean, hopefully for Levy, it will come into helping hands in the jungle side later. It's primarily, designed to give over the root stands over to your teammates to be able to then control better in the jungle side. And I think Suzuki should be the main player for Zeta to be able to capitalize down. Ems is just really, really prevalent for me in this game mode, so I think that Zeta has still got a pretty decent chance. Level 8 now with the Kenji. That's now the highest brawler on the field, so Zeta are starting to steamroll ahead.
What we're seeing here now is that both of those teams also realized piercing brawlers are going to be very strong with Sandy, Ems, and Kenji. All of those can pierce. And we have also the Daryl, Terra, and Janet. The last two will do the same. A lot of piercing damage, being able to shoot your opponent even if they're hiding behind those minions. By the way, sometimes you see those towers take damage even when they're underground. That's, again, because those two towers are shared health. So if the left one is getting damaged, the right one, even if it's not above ground, will take some damage.
And you could definitely stack one lane, but you have to defend the other one so that you don't leave it totally undefended, especially against a brawler that's particularly suited to base racing. 23% remaining on the enemy turret at the moment. Zeta has lost theirs, but they're doing a great job of defending. They've gone out all-out offensive. And looking at getting a level 10 onto Levy as well. They're looking quite strong, really emboldened also to take this mid. We even see the Sandstorm down to get additional visibility, deny healing in the mid 2.
Yeah, great value there with the Stanley. Now 15 seconds on this Kaiju, and I'm a bit worried because Dinu has got hypercharge as well, and this brawler Tara is going to have, oh, there you go, Super as well. This could be a perfect time for Loud to capitalize down. As soon as this Kaiju spawns, I feel like Zeta could be in trouble. All the hypercharge though, Chicago knows to go in early as well here, and does find some value, but this Kaiju is got to be prioritized by both of these two teams.
I think Terra was a super clever pick technically. Loud could just pull Zeta Vision off of target, but nobody is around from that South American team. Zeta Vision claims Kaiju once again here, and they're gonna push up now with the buff. They receive 30% damage resistance and 80% movement speed. And they're gonna attack that base now, already taken off a hefty amount of health of that base. We see Shitombo still on it, Levy as well. It's gonna be over in a second here. Blink and you missed it, ready.
It looks like they're not even bothered by all that damage pouring in from the enemy base. They're all over it. And that's game one stowed away for them. They tried to put down that Sandy Super thinking it would make them invisible to the turret before quickly realizing that no, it doesn't. And then they also developed that thought by thinking, oh, yeah, it only does like 84 damage a tick. We can totally tank this.
Really dominant. I mean, Zeta there was no stopping them. I think this comp as well, the Kenji's working out so well in their hands specifically. And Stanley, like I said, it's not my favorite brawler pick, but this is the value of which the root stands brings to the remaining members of the team, really. And, you know, you're able to get some good connections onto the minions on the lane sides as well, so I don't necessarily mind it. But I think Daryl for Loud can do a bit more than it currently is. We also saw in the previous game that Tara was taking quite a while to get off the mark, so I want to see Loud kind of utilize her a little bit better this time around.
I'm super excited for this game mode actually making it into Brawl Stars, because we're also going to have a separate meta for this mode, I feel. OG players will remember that we had Siege 2021, 2022 back then, and we have some brawlers that were especially good on that. For example, Grom. I wouldn't expect him to come back here just yet, but maybe players are going to figure out that he's good here as well. We also saw that Sandy interaction. The Sandstorm doesn't actually hide you from the turret. Same interaction as with the Siege turret.
And I would say another worthwhile thing to point out is that Siege, one of the biggest problems with it is that you could outrange that Ike a lot of times. Now, if you're not even within range of the tower, you can't damage it at all. And I think we're seeing the same thing at the jungle as well. If you're not standing within that radius, then you're not going to be able to deal significant damage to the enemy bots because they're going to out-heal all of your damage. So you have to fight things in close range. You got to do it fair and square. You can't hide behind a wall. You got to do it. And we'll see Levy, my goodness, shrugging off that Daryl push like it was nothing.
Yeah, Lowe's surpassing all my expectations with this Stanley pick. One that I just didn't feel was going to work out. He's absolutely going to town. Another takedown yet again on level 5 now as well. Level 7 on the Kenji as well for Zeta. We're starting to steamroll ahead. Cardo going to fall here as well, and that's more XP over for Zeta. Loud falling behind, but again, we know how influential the Kaiju can be. One single spawn of that, if Loud can prioritize it and get some early takedowns of Zeta prior to it, then that can all be turned around so quickly. In terms of the towers, though, there's really little in it. It's about both sides just trying to really earn their levels first before they try to then go for the tower, which I think is kind of wise. Utilize the jungle and get everyone ready up and geared to go.
That Janet, I was watching her for quite some time now. She was the only one that was still sitting on that level 3. Now she got a double kill immediately on level 7. So every single player kill, of course, gonna give you a bit more XP than just taking out those minions, those bots in mid. So Janet now top brawler on the right-hand side. Never mind, Daryl just climbed up to level 8. Shatumpo sweeping Kyodog. Every single time that Daryl's trying to go in, Shatumpo's ready to defend and avenge his 2 teammates here. The towers are still very much alive on the side of State Division. On the side of Loud, 41% is all that is left of them.
Kaiju bound to spawn in just a moment here. Really need a team wipe for Zeta. This is a strategy that they've employed in the past several games that they have won. Every time that they've gotten that Kaiju buff, they have gotten the victory. Here comes the portal from Edinho, not successful, but now they have to fend off Kyodog as well. They need to be able to take this Kaiju solo, lest they risk it being stolen. Kyodog trying to round that corner, but cannot do it. Kaiju buff now belongs to Zeta Division. They're utilizing the speed and the damage resistance to build a huge push up the left side.
I'm so glad that we are dedicated to Levi's perspective in this matchup because he's just been so phenomenal throughout, and now Zeta spinning on the base because they know that they've got the buff behind them from the Kaiju and they've got the level stacked above their heads. Another dominant match going their way. Solid stuff, but you got to ask the question, when are Loud going to rejoin the party?
As soon as they get that Kaiju buff, I think both of those teams now realize how strong this buff is, how important it is to take out the Kaiju. And I do think that Loud still has a chance to get one themselves in the future. Brawl Arena is going to come into the game eventually. This is just the very first look we get to have at it.
It's spectacular once more that we get to pick the brains of literally the best in the business in terms of how this mode is going to be played, watching the gears turn, seeing how it unfolds before our very eyes. And it looked like Zeta were really into it. I mean, they were so happy to take the W here. Check that out, yeah. Shout out Yapimaru as well for being up on stage and being the influencer of good vibes.
Well, we're surely heading over to the stage once the players have sort of finished celebrating. It's Zeta after all. You know, they're going to be enjoying themselves on the stage. No photographs this time round, though, on that front of things. But congratulations to them. A really dominant performance, and Loud just couldn't really get a look in.
We're going to get to talk to Yapimaru himself. Let's see what he has to hear. Barney, take it away.
I've got Yapimaru here on stage with me. Congratulations. Brawl Arena victory can be added to the list of accolades for Zeta Division. I'm curious to know, after competing on the stage, what they think of where they think this game is going to be, or this mode is going to be for years to come.
おめでとうございます。試合ありがとうございました。ブロールアリーナの新しいステージのモードでやれたと思うんですけど、このステージどう思われますか？新しいなんか今後また使われていくことになると思いますか？
そうですね。めちゃめちゃやっぱやってて面白かったし、観戦している側も結構カメラが追いやすいっていうゲームモードだったんで、見ててやっぱ楽しかったんじゃないかなって思うので、今後も続くと思います。
Yeah, I think it's going to be a thing, in the coming future because it was really quite exciting, but also for the players, it was very fun to play, but also it was kind of easy for a camera to follow actually. So yes.
I like that. It's looking good. The future is looking bright for Brawl Arena. Now, back to kind of the competition at hand as well. Tomorrow you guys are going to be back on the main stage. What's going to be the focus and what's the plan tonight? Are you guys going to relax or are you guys going to scrim?
明日の試合のことについてちょっとまた視点を変えていきたいと思うんですけども、また強敵との戦いが待っていますが、今夜はどうされる予定ですか？リラックスされますか？それとも何か準備とかされる予定でしょうか？
おそらく朝まで、練習します。スクリームして、全部自分の指示なんで、頑張ってくれると思います。
It is my direction for them to practice to the morning.
I love that. Practice makes perfect. Hmble, thank you so much for joining us in this post-match interview. DreamHack Dallas, make some noise for Zeta Division. And with that being said, day one of the Brawl Cup has now come to an end. One region has already been sent home. That leaves 5 in the race for this competition. And so, I would like to say a massive thank you to all of the players, production and talent for all of their hard work, but the hard work is only just beginning. And of course, to those of you at home and here at DreamHack for cheering on and supporting all of your favorite teams and players. We're going to be back here at the same time tomorrow for day 2 of the Brawl Cup. See you then.
When the world is falling down around, we're holding out, we never give in. With grit and glory, yeah, cause we're legends. And if we ever lose our way, remember who we are today. We are lovers, we are fighters, flying higher, and we never give.